But I'm talking about the efforts of, like, regardless of our place, right? Sunday. And so we're still just like you see Christians charged to the holocaust, and then the rest on my card. But this and that. It's a different religion. It's new rules. Yeah, they give $3. Yeah. Yeah, right? Yeah. Instead, they should have just Christianized this is what happens. You got me getting hurt? No, you don't like that. I'm normal. I'm sorry. No. Listen. I didn't hear you. What did you say? I said that Christians, instead of tossing out the law, they should have Christianized it. And said, you know what? I know it's not like it. You can make any religion you want. You could be a Buddhist or... We did do that. You can be any religion you want. I believe in religious freedom, not smiling. Oh, we did do that, Smiler. We did do that. You did do that. Yes, because in the 3rd and 4th century, it became a full Gentile religion. That's the reason why when we were going over Mark 7, 19, Mark 7, 19, and then everybody's like, oh no, he's declaring all foods clean. Yeah, you know why they thought that? Because they had no more, they didn't have Jews in their camp telling them that this was a Jewish idiom. Right. But we know that now. You see what I'm saying? But we know that now, and even, and I'm a Catholic, we had that shit wrong. Like you said, we had him looking like a hypocrite. That's the reason why even some church fathers removed the verse. If you look at the NIV, the verse is not there. The verse is only there under the RSV. If you look at the NIV, it's not there. Because they removed it because people were misquoting him, misrepresenting him, making him look like a hypocrite. They're like, wait a second, come on, we can't do this. But how are we going to explain to them? They want to eat for justification, or eat for not observing Torah. They're not going to just take all. They're going to want to take now and misrepresent what he's saying about all foods being clean with the hand wash. We went through this. Right. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, my brother. You can't, if you choose to observe the law, continue to observe the law. That's on you. You understand what I'm saying? That's on you. For me, I don't eat meat. I want to say, I don't know. I don't like the word observing the law, only because it's like, because I don't want it to seem like that's my main source. My main source is to look into Jesus and to follow his lead. And so what I do is I use the law as a reference point. So I'm like, okay, well, you know, what does the law say? Because Jesus obviously didn't talk about everything. So I'm like, okay, let's see. Point, I forget who gave this take, but they're like, the way I feel AI will work, it won't be a one-winner. It'll be like, the AI is like refrigeration, but the companies that really, you know, make billions with refrigeration is like Pepsi and meat. Right, that is American history and Black history, and it matters, right? I have a grandpa. I have people in my family. Curtains crack a line of gray. Kettle sings. Hey, Shake, do you want to take a round trip flight to Iran with a hangover layover in Palestine? Or would you rather go to Iran with a hangover layover in Israel? Well, if you want, do you want to book a return flight ticket from Iran
back to Israel with a layover in Palestine, or do you want to?
Empty cup and quiet sink. I watch the steam before I drink. The deepest breath of the day. Let the hurry fall away. Hands around this little heat. Slowly waking, slowly free. Circles drawn on the wall, candles drip, wax like time, hands held still, tracing sound. Eyes half closed, sparks inside, make your fear, let it rise, watch it turn, just to know what you see, lies in you, power in the quiet. Inhale it down. Exhale the weight away. Feel how the ground keeps you here, keeps you safe. This is the magic of slow in the chest, right in the dark of your life.
Everything heavy
Every thought falls to the floor. Feel your ribs like opening doors. Gentle tide on inner shores. Drop into the quiet. Take a seat through the silence. Softly sing. Here in your blood, you win. Here in your stillness, you are shaken free. Into the quiet, into the real you. Follow that shimmer behind your eye. Tiny horizon, velvet sky. Breathe like a mantra, wordless clear. Each slow exhale rewrites your fear. Drop into the quiet. Take a seat through the silence. Here in your body, you wake. Here in your stillness, you are shaken free. Drop into the quiet, into the real you. I am safe. I am safe. I am whole. I am whole. I am more than I was told. More than I was told. I am light. I am light. I am ground. I am ground. I am the space inside the sun. Drop into the quiet. See the silence. Here in your mind, you awake. Here in your stillness, you're shaken free. Drop into the quiet. Deep into the inhale, soft and slow. Everything heavy, let's go.
Hello?
Hey, Donald, you're gay. The only reason
Donald's not gay.
Donald's gay.
You're gay. You're projecting your gayness onto Donald.
Your breast about gay. Donald likes. Oh my God, who cares? You both are gay.
Hello?
An insult. I don't care.
Hello, are we live on YouTube? Hello?
Yes, you're right on YouTube.
All right, let me go to the YouTube live and make a comment. I'd like to prove that God exists. I've been working on an equation for the past 2 weeks in my mathematical science labs. I got funding from George Soros, and I've actually drafted what I consider to be the perfect mathematical equation to convince Donald God exists. Now, this equation is specifically tailored and engineered for Donald's brain because If we can't prove it to Donald, then the hopes of becoming Albert Einstein. Hello? Oh, okay. Okay, please hold it. I gotta go to my lab and get the paperwork. I'll be right back. Actually, Donald, can I just leave? Can I just post the equation to your YouTube live so the world can see the brilliance of the equation? Just FYI, I spent many weeks on this equation, and I used AI from multiple different platforms, and I'm 100% convinced that this equation proves beyond a reasonable doubt, mathematically, scientifically, that God is real, and Donald's opinions are as valuable as the trash in your trash can. Hello? Candles breathe in the dark. You trace on your eyes closed. And I want to thank CM down in the audience for all of his negative criticism in the chat over the past couple of days. That's what really pushed me. Hello? 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 Yeah, I do math because I want to know the truth of the earth since my birth. And the truth is that CM is not as good as a mathematician as I am. I'm the best mathematician there is. CM is an amateur mathematician. And science. Anyways, I have my mathematical equation to prove that God exists and I am complete. I'm gonna do it with my finger in the air. Okay, I just did the sign, everybody. I just did the mathematical equation sign of the infinity loop. And I have proven beyond reasonable doubts that God is... I know you got kicked out like everybody else. I mean, you can't control yourself. Yeah, we should go take this out. Okay, no problem. Donald, please help me. You whisper power like prayer. I use my AAA card so that someone take his card.
In his face. That's why Mr. Wilson said what he said to you about delineation, because this shit is crazy. How is it that somebody, you a first generation?
Exhale to the stream. Eyes close to the chaos. Palms lit with steady glow. I call down the stillness from stars you used to know. This is my meditation on a quiet fire on my brow. I turn every shadow into soft golden inside my All the words on my tongue tick, soft as falling snow. Your fears in the lantern, I watch them lose their home. I trace you a doorway, made of breath and light. Step through, leave your armor. You're safe in here tonight. In this my meditation, crown of quiet fire.
I believe you just lied on your oath. There is ample evidence in the United States.
Don't you ever accuse me of
I believe you just lied on your oath. And
This is our meditation, crown of quiet fire, here and now. We turn every sorrow into song.
you immediately as governor, even if you likely still have a supermajority of Democrats.
Circles drawn on the wall, candles drip, wax like time, hands held still, tracing sound. How just admit that the SAVE Act is an attack on civil rights and it's racist. Could you just explore that for me? Because 76% of Black Americans support the SAVE Act, according to CNN. That is correct. Well,
It was a lot today. You would push you off the edge. Your social media. I don't know. Nobody says some truths.
Cato.
Chicago Flips Red, we had the pleasure
to it.
Maybe.
Stone hall, circles drawn. Wax like time, hands held still, tracing sun. Power rage in the quiet hour, hard like a flame. This is the magic of power. Slow in the chest, bright in the dark of your mind. Power made, let every breath be alive. Eyes half closed, sparks inside. Name your fear, let it rise. Unmuted by Nick. Ash them blue, what you see lives in you.
Guess what?
Power
The
made,
leaders
quiet hour, hot like a flame.
hopefully
This is the magic of power. Slow in the
imagine that.
chest, bright in the dark of your mind. Power made, let every breath be alive.
Imagine that.
Inhale the doubt, exhale the weight away. Feel how the ground keeps you here, keeps you safe. Power makes in the quiet hour, hot like a flame. This is the magic of power. Slow in the chest, right in the back of your mind. Power makes every breath be alive. I grew up right here in Cook County. looks like Jerry needs to be a little more comfortable. This is why we need term limits.
Danny. Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
What's up?
Were you trolling last night?
Was I trolling last night? When am I not
You're
trolling?
talking about the penises. Were you trolling me?
The penises, I can't remember. What was it?
You were pretending to be a gay man. You did a great job.
Thanks. Single thing is a psyop.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
How do I know the difference between, like, entanglement and, like, people reading my mind?
Everybody reads people's verbal and nonverbal cues. You know, we're scanning creatures. And part of cognitive behavioral therapy is that mind reading is like people's fake problem, meaning that like, not fake problem, meaning that like people that do mind reading are trying to like guess or infer when they shouldn't be doing that, because it's almost like speaking. Like the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you get. So if you do mind reading, you're like very far from the truth. You're using your imagination to create opinions, and opinions are what the problem is. That's why people are unhappy, because they don't go with the flow. They're constantly giving an opinion on the flow as opposed to just merging with the flow. Hello?
Yeah, like, so, like, the ocean.
Yeah, unite, be one with the ocean. And the ocean is really a metaphor for the reservoir of subconscious emotions, which are infinite. So it's, you know, just go with the flow. That's the whole thing. People on this app are actually trying to obstruct your flow. That's why it's called the, you know, dark pit of despair.
What is the dark pit of despair?
Clubhouse. This is where souls come to die in eternity, trapped in a hell of fire.
I don't know. Do you know who's back?
It's just a joke. Who's back?
Doc.
Yeah, I talked to him last night. He was listening to me do my comedy last night.
Oh, you do comedy?
You didn't hear me last night?
Are you talking about when you went in bathhouse? Were you in another room too?
Yeah.
With Doc?
Yep.
That was really good, you know? I've had some weird shit happen in my life.
Yeah, same here.
You know? So like Clubhouse, what do you say about the communication as hypnosis? And sometimes I wonder if I hypnotize people in the wrong way.
Well, you hypnotize yourself when you hypnotize other people, so make sure it's a good performance. You don't want to suck, do you?
I know, but I don't want to hurt people. Well, some people hurt people in order to help themselves.
Manipulative people.
But like, how do you become a president? How do you become a CEO? How do you be like certain things? If you're going to be a billionaire, you have to have that type of mentality. Do you know?
Not really. People promote and like the nice person. There are people out there that are just so authentic that they're unstoppable. And there's really a lot of CEOs like that are extremely well developed. So much of life just comes down to showing up, not fucking up, being pleasant in all things. Like, if you're not pleasant in all things, you're not a very good leader, because like I have, worked for this guy once, and we wasted 4 days on this like seminar, like this educational seminar. Total waste of time. Could have been compressed to like 2 hours. Instead we wasted 4 days at the government's expense. And then he has the gall to scream at all of us for wasting all of our time and making it a horrible event and screaming at us. And I'm like, bitch, you're the fucking leader. You're the one who organized all this, and you're screaming at us? We should be screaming at you, motherfucker! And we all looked at each other like, I can't believe he's screaming at us right now after he is the organizer and wasted all of our time. So, there's good people out there that won't waste your time. And, that's it. That's life. Life is complicated, Danny. But the whole point is you're in control, and people on this app want to take your control away from you. That's the whole purpose of this app. And that's how dopamine works in a way. You're on a dopamine quest. Just don't be the dope. Be the genius.
No, I've been the dope. Sometimes I'm very good at psyoping, and then other times, like, they're so good at it. And I think most of the time they're better than me because they went to school for it and stuff. But what can I say? They're talking about religion and I feel like I heard every single argument. At a specific point, maybe there is a point where there's nothing new to learn.
Well, not on this app. Look at it as like a soup of words. Grace is here as well. Look at this as like a soup of words. And if you want the recipe, you got to open a book. People who wing the cooking without looking at the recipe and actually doing the measurements, their food sucks. That's what people are doing on this app. They are creating dreck, schlop.
I feel like some people have it in them to really cook well by instinct alone. It's like one of those gifts that people have. How do I find the other room?
It's the Church of Buttercup.
Okay.
What my point is about the soup words is that when I open a book, it's like ordering an entree at a 5-star restaurant. But people on this app just like going to McDonald's. I like going to the gourmet 5-star restaurant.
Did she say a prayer?
Yeah, she prayed over you like 2 weeks ago when you were dying of influenza.
Did I get the Misha Baroff? I did it for Lil Haiti. I did the Misha Baroff for her.
Did it dislodge the chicken wing in her throat?
He was in a coma.
Lil Haiti was in.
Yeah, she had like something really bad that she was in a coma. So I think they might have put her in it for like a week, and then she was really sick. She might even still be in the hospital from like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I haven't seen her hurt or shit. It's too bad. Well, I've just been playing music. I did a scan of the rooms this morning. I didn't find anything entertaining, so I went back to music. And I'm going to go to the gym shortly. And then I got to take out the trash. And then I'm setting up a new Clubhouse recording studio in my house, and I'm expanding my recording to, record more. I bought more phones. I bought 2 new computers. And I figure, like, why rent one of my rooms to a person that I don't want to live with that stinks and is annoying? Maybe I could just turn my bedrooms into recording studios, monetize them, as opposed to like having to actually interact with real human beings. I can just surreptitiously record people wasting all their time, and then waste all the time of everybody on YouTube, and then deliver advertisements to people that want to waste their time. That's my theory. Hello?
Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at a list.
Grace, welcome. Hope all is well.
Alice, okay. How are you guys?
I'm good. The weather finally is turning. They say we're going to get like a 70-degree Fahrenheit February. I'm like, holy shit. When they say the groundhog like saw a shadow, didn't see a shadow, it's always the opposite. When they say that we're going to have like a longer winter, and it's the opposite. That's the thing people don't realize about the groundhog.
I have 4 feet of snow. I don't know what you're talking about. And it's just piling up. And I'm at the top of the mountain. That's where I live. So I have no idea what everybody else is experiencing. All that I know is that it is here to stay. How are you, Donnie? Did I interrupt something?
I'm looking at a list of Black Jewish celebrities for Black History Month.
Oh, great. That sounds like a good thing to do.
Someone said Doja Cat was anti-Semitic and to switch them with Adam Duritz, but Adam Duritz is just a Russian Jew. He's not black at all. He just has
I know. Everybody thinks he is. I just popped in to say hi, guys.
Theory. It basically says that we say 1,500 words a day, and we listen to 3,000 words a day. And the people that pick and choose what they say and listen to are the ones who are actually in control of the 3,000 and the 1,500, which is yourself. So if you take ownership of what you're listening to and what you're saying, and you control that 1,500, 3,000, your life will be a lot better and you'll have less difficulty. That's what people in positions of power, prestige, and success have been doing for many, many years, is controlling the 15-30 rule.
Yeah, by not consuming bullshit.
Yeah, because it's spam. So your attention and your focus is all important. And if you're just consumed in spam, well, you're just in a garbage can.
It's too late for me.
It's not too late for you because it's the 1530 law. And
no, I'm just saying, I feel like I already fell into the shit.
No, you can't fall into it because there's no such thing as past. There's only the now. The now is a compression of the past and the future. And if you increase your IQ, you increase your EQ. And the whole point of meditation and focus is to induce what they call genius with a capital G. And genius is a little bit like a time machine, meaning that you can go into the past or future with a time machine. But since time machines don't exist, what it really... Huh?
They might.
No, they don't. What it is a metaphor for the focused attention, is staying focused. And
you have the clearance to know if we do or not?
No, all my time as a top secret military intelligence officer, Danny, I never saw one secret or one intelligent thing ever. All I met was stupid black women. That was it. I met DEI hires. That was the intelligence that I found, was that we were so intelligent we were making DEI hires everywhere. And I was like, oh shit, we're not intelligent? Oh shit.
I don't get it.
There's nothing to get. That's what my point is. When they say military intelligence, it's just like an oxymoron. It's the opposite. There's no intelligence in the military. All the super smart people go into law, banking, and health, where all the money's at, and they make, on average, $500,000 a year. Wouldn't it be nice, Danny, if you and your husband both earned $400,000 a year, or even $1.2 million a year?
Amazing. If you understand, my dad's a doctor, my stepmom's a doctor. He even is Ivy League educated, and I don't think they bring home that much money, unfortunately.
No, I know. I'm just being facetious, saying like, what if, like, how remarkable? Because it would be mind blowing.
So I was reading the Reddit posts of like what people do to make that type of money, and like you're right on the money. Like certain types of doctors.
Mm-hmm.
There was someone whose wife was some type of a lawyer,
Mm-hmm.
and they said that she was like a partner, so she was making $600,000 a year.
I was a paid intern working for her and helping her, and she was like, John, don't go into financial advisory. Don't become a wealth manager. She's like, my husband is an attorney. John, he's making over $1 million a year. It is a license to steal. And I'm like, your husband's stealing money? She's like, no, but it's legal. He's got a license to steal. I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, you're so funny. She was like the worst financial advisor in the office, the biggest klutz. But she was, fun and nice and didn't have a bad attitude, even though she wasn't making great money. Her husband was fucking killing it. She had a couple kids. Like she didn't need the money. She just needed to like stay busy, you know? So she was a cool chick.
So how do you know how to get the good financial planner? You know what I mean? It's like
You can't. The right one is you. I really want to write a book and do like a website and call it like Fire Your Financial Advisor, and prove that your financial advisor is actually costing you money and you are literally shaving off like your retirement, because if you're giving them 1 to 2% a year over 10 years, that's 20%, 10 to 20% of your total net worth. That and if you're only getting, let's say, 4% to 7% over 10 to 2, so they're taking half of what you made with them. That's crazy. And they tell you it's 1 to 2% assets under management, but they're really taking half of whatever you gain over a long enough period of time. So fuck that. And you're trapped in there. And they don't even do anything for you. They literally sell you a mortgage, or I mean, they sell you a mutual fund from another company. But they don't do anything. They'll take your call and like they'll return your call and they'll mail you a check when you ask for a check. That's the biggest thing that's happening in these financial advisory firms. People just call in and say, "Hey, I need a check for $35,000," like, and they start cashing out. And these financial advisors and their team of FAs just sit there and draft checks for their customers all day that need cash out of their brokerage account. So, anyways, Danny, my whole point to you is the basis and the fundamental groundwork of all success, Danny, is always meditation. And do you know what meditation is?
Just take like resting your brain.
No, it's focused concentration. It's awareness on what you're doing, which is the now. And so, guess what happens when you read a book?
You can meditate a little.
No, well, a book by function is a meditation because it requires your total concentration to read a sentence on a page. It takes your entire existence to sit there and stare and read left to right. And do you know why Jews read right to left?
No.
I don't really know the answer to that question. I think it's just because like it's the Tao, meaning that they do it different in order to be different. It could also have to do with the actual language and
the older guy.
Yeah, he's from Chicago.
Which I forget his name.
Was originally carved into stone with chisels, making it easier for predominantly right-handed people to carve from right to left to avoid smudging or injury. This historical practice continued with quill and ink, but some languages eventually shifted to left to right for convenient position to get to the good. Start at the good, then get to the evil.
Don't they say that left-handed people are more likely to be serial killers?
Well, Bill Clinton is left-handed, and see, I think that's also like a metaphor too, because if you follow the left-handed path is like you know, like a pirate versus, the officer and the gentleman. So it's like cops and robbers. The left side is the robber, the right side is the cop. But it's together. It's when you clasp your hands, that's the union. And in Kabbalah, this is what a lot of people on Clubhouse don't understand. Like how when they're constantly saying, "How can there be a God when all this is evil and all this death and horrible chaos?" And that's because they don't realize God is a chaos agent, and God actually has evil attributes, and God is like a simulation that you can manipulate. Essentially, God is nature, and as humankind increases its genius, it gives us that ability to manipulate nature. But even that is a metaphor um, for our own dispositions. Like you sound like a good person, like a nice person, and that's probably because of the input from your parents, from your family, from your friends. Maybe you've had some shortcomings, but nonetheless, all most of your input is good. So you're mostly a good person. But imagine organized evil, parents and cultures or societies dedicated to creating, evil characteristics, controlled evil characteristics, meaning that you don't want to create a warrior that just randomly kills and commits crime. You want to create basically Dr. Evil as opposed to Dr. Good.
Wait, so you're saying it's better to create a warrior than a good person?
No, I'm saying some people end up becoming Dr. Evil as opposed to Dr. Good. Like Bill Gates would be the example that like his parents, his conditioning, his experiences has produced Dr. Evil. Um, Now you might say that Kennedy is the production of Dr. Good. So I mean, there's just a lot of conditioning that goes into who we are. And the fact that we speak English is because we've been conditioned to speak English. Is projection. All communication is politics. All communication is spam. And, if you get spammed with a bunch of negative attributes, you can become Dr. Evil.
Yeah.
And so when you listen to people on Clubhouse, unfortunately, because all communication is projection, all communication is conditioning, all communication is hypnosis, all communication is political. You're being conditioned on people's political communication all the time on this app. And most people here, in my opinion, are very low energetic, very depressed, moping, um, and they don't know how to play the game as a system. Like I have an instruction booklet by U.S. Games Systems Incorporated out of Stamford, Connecticut, 06902. And it's based upon secret wisdom. But it's really just like prompts, because there were no computers so many years ago. That basically flashcards are a way to, condition yourself. So if you could use the tarot, it's the tarot cards. Any kind of tarot card is basically a gestalt prompting system in order to induce wisdom, because there are cards in there that are very smart. Like for example, tell me a tarot card in your memory. Do you have any tarot cards memorized?
The Fool, the Hermit.
Okay, so go with the Fool. What is the Fool to you in the tarot?
I don't know.
Okay, it's a cloaked individual, uh, dressed in rags, and that person is holding a staff, and carrying a lantern, a lamp, a light source in the darkness. But that person underneath those rags is like a 5-star, Benz. It's like buying a car that looks like a piece of shit, but on the inside it's all luxury. That's and the hermit is also like a crab or a cancer, meaning that it burrows, it goes within. So the whole secret is within. And that's what meditation is. Again, it's just a focus. But tarot is like a way of interpretation. Um, but again, it's almost like a pre-computer system. It's basically AI itself because you can use it to hypnotize yourself and others. But it's all the secret symbols which are there, which always go back to go within. Within is where the mystery is living. Within you, you are the secret. And so when the saying in Zen poetry is the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So when you come on this app and you talk or you listen to people talking, you're listening to sounds outside of the silence. The silence is the secret. Silence is where it's at, which is peace, peaceful disposition. The moon light reflecting off of a perfect, harmonized, and balanced light. That's what you want your emotional state to be. Is always in a state of bliss. So people on this app do not talk about the theory of joy. Do you know what the theory of joy is, Danny? It's a psyop. It's a psyop. But it's like riding a bicycle. Once you ride that bicycle of joy, you can always get back on it and ride it without having to figure it out again because now you understand, balance. That's why riding
below.
Exactly 50-50. Not too much of this, not too much of that. Ich en jach.
I don't want to die.
You've probably died a million times already. That's the things you don't want. But the truth is, it's not about what you want. The truth is always about your opinion. And your opinion is that you die. But the truth is, you probably don't die. You probably are like an infinite, immortal soul consciousness that can't be destroyed, crushed, or eliminated. And you probably just keep reincarnating. That's probably what's happening. And when you wake up every single day, when you wake up in the morning, people don't go, oh, "It's a miracle! I'm alive!" They don't say that, do they? They just get up, they take a dump, and they make a cup of coffee. But they're never like, "Oh my God, look, I came back to life!" Like, so every day.
Well, sometimes, I am very happy and grateful, and I'll sit with my son, and I wasn't raised that Jewish, I only knew the Shema with my mom, but, there's a couple more prayers. But, I put on the Modeh Ani for my son, because I think that's the prayer that you're actually praying to God that you're thankful for the day. And it's really beautiful.
Yeah, that's all you need. Yeah, that's all you need is a kindling, which is a little fire to start the blaze. I know a lot of Jews that have never been to Israel. They've never gone on a birthright trip for free. I'm like, why not? Why haven't you go to Israel for 2 weeks for free? All expenses paid. Go. You're going to meet so many amazing people. It's like going to summer camp. Fucking in Israel for free. What the fuck? Go. What are you waiting for?
You know what? It was 2 levels for me. It was, okay, I'm afraid, I feel like when I was growing up, the local newspaper was always showing all the dead kids in Israel for, propaganda. It would be, dead Palestinian kids, dead Israeli kids, and they would be, stoning each other to death, every week. And so I was just, afraid to go. I just thought that there was always, that it wasn't safe. But they say it's the safest place in the world for the Jewish people. That's what the people in Israel say, That's what they say. I think it's a beautiful thing. I would love to see it. And I also wanted to read about the history to figure out all these things because they say so many things. And now that I know the history, it's just like, it must be God's way, I think. It's the only thing I can think.
Well, God is everything. So, you know what I don't like though, as an American, I know that like everything is a drama, meaning that all these foreign countries just want to keep like causing drama to just like get our fucking money, our attention, our resources. They're like causing us to break our meditation. And you know, how long can we do that? I mean, it's insane.
Do you think it's them? Do you think it's them doing it, or do you think it's like?
Yeah, the Israelis are they're fucking drama queens. Are you kidding me? They're huge drama queens that constantly demand our attention as if Jerusalem is like the most sacred city on the fucking planet. It's not. It's a fucking metaphor for you. That's the whole thing, is all these literalists are fucking psychotic neurotics. They're delusional illusionists. It's a metaphor for your fucking brain, for personal development, wherever you find yourself at. And your problem is, Danny, like, I'm trying to give you some secret, guess what? Because, you know, you could do a lot of things with your life, and you don't want to be boring. You don't want to be stupid. You want to be a genius, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
This app is going to fucking drain you. It's a parasitic app. It's a vampire app sent from hell to drain you. Like, you can use it, you know, because above is below, below is above. If it comes from below, that means you're above. So be above. Don't be below. It's all about your frame. You know, there was a Jewish guy on here that doesn't use this app anymore, for probably wise reasons, because he says a lot of stupid stuff. But he was talking about framing one day and what it means in psychology. I was like, shit, I never heard anybody in my whole life ever talk about framing. You know, I've heard about framing pictures and paintings in your house, but I have never heard somebody talk about psychological framing, which is essentially communication hypnosis, meaning if I frame this conversation or frame a topic or category that we're talking about, I have now framed that and like put it in a box, put a perimeter around it. But then the other person in a debate can come back with a new frame and expand the frame or narrow the frame. But it doesn't matter as long as they reframed it, because now we're operating in the new frame. You see how that works?
Yeah.
But it's basically people framing and reframing. So if I had a debate with Nick Zed, he's basically a chronic reframer. He constantly just reframes and reframes. And that's because he's like a prosecutor trained in the law to essentially do a frame hypnosis. And then he frames you, and then the judge makes a ruling, and you're like, what just happened here? That motherfucker framed me.
Yeah, that's scary.
Well, you have that same power. It's not like a power of a certificate from a college. Anybody can frame anything. Like, you ever see the movie Cecil B. DeMille with the Ten Commandments with Moses?
Oh.
Well, the whole thing is a framing. Literally in the most real sense of the word, because it's a movie and they have to shoot a frame. But the script is essentially Moses framing. And then people come up to Moses and they frame. And then an Egyptian soldier will frame. So it's just like one frame after the next. And it's a little bit like, that's what a film is, basically. It's a progression of looking at a car on the lobby of the dealership. You know, you're trying to frame up the situation, and then he's trying to reframe you. And then finally, this app is just like neurotic framers. You want to hear a sample? I can just prove to you my theory just by going to any random clubhouse. You don't think your eggplant is trying to frame you to basically make a bowel movement at 8 a.m.? Hello? This person down there is a future turd. They're here because they want the dopamine. And but they're probably not even listening to what I'm saying. It's not even making sense to them because they're sitting here like, you know, Probably doing something else. Anyways, Danny, do you have any other questions, concerns, ideas, or opinions?
Is it weird that someone else is anoning you?
No. If I anon other people, obviously I'm gonna be anoned as well because they're looking for some type of tidbit to frame me. You see what I'm saying, Danny? That's what anon is. It's a snitch hotline for framers. Don't get framed, Danny. You're always being typecast. Do you know what typecast means in the pictures business, in the theater business? You
How do I reframe it? I feel like I might be in too deep, like that.
Well, there you did. By saying how do I reframe it? You just reframed it with the question. You see what I'm saying? You can't help yourself. You're already a serial framer. The trick is, Danny, don't get framed by other people. Frame other people, but don't get framed yourself. I am the president of the Framers Society here in Chicago. I frame as many pictures as I can, and I've been doing it for many years successfully. I have a huge framing production business. I don't know if you know this, but I'm big into framing. You're nervous?
Yeah.
Well, that's you just framing the situation. Congratulations. I would suggest you do a different frame, but everyone has their preference on how they want to frame things.
I don't frame shit.
Well, you just frame shit by saying you don't frame shit. Doing a negative frame is still a frame. You see what I'm saying? Part of this is an extension of the Jewish Complaint Department, another nonprofit I set up here in Chicago, Illinois, to essentially listen to complaints. Because what they're trying to do is frame. But anyways, any other questions you'd like?
Are you and Jeff in on that Jewish Complaint Department joke? Are you guys together in that?
No, I started JCD. I'm the founder. Actually, it was me and Grace that started JCD because we were listening to a Jew hate room put on by Amir and his group of terrorists. And I said, you know what this is? This is just people complaining all the time. I was like, let's just set up a complaint, department. And so we did. We set up the Jewish Complaint Department, and it's the thing is, it was founded by a Jew. It's not for Jews. It's not by us, for us. It's just the Jewish Complaint Department. Because there's so many Jewish complaints all the time. I was like, we need to essentially set up like a ticketing system for Jewish complaints. Whether it's Jews complaining or people complaining about Jews, I want to be at the center of all Jewish complaints. And so we set up the JCD.
Can we come up with a brand called Jew Fubu?
J-Fu, Jewish Forest Buys, J-Fubu. Well, do you know what NFFN is?
No.
Nigga faggot faggot.
No. But when I was a kid, I had FUBU gloves, and I think that was not okay because it's forest bias, but that's for the black people.
J-Fubu.
So it was like embarrassing that I wore FUBU gloves because I didn't realize it was that guy from Shark Tank brand for us bias. FUBU.
Why don't we call it? How do we get Zubu? Zionists. Zionists for us by Z-Fubus. Zionists for us by Zionists. Zubu. Z-Fubus. All right, well, I'm gonna make another cup of coffee, Danny. You know what's better than a cup of coffee? A cup of espresso. Because an espresso is like a very expensive coffee, and It's a little bit like cannabis versus tobacco. People that choose tobacco choose tobacco because it's cheaper. Cannabis is very expensive, but it's essentially the same.
I don't know. I feel like cannabis is cheaper than
Cigarettes?
yeah.
That's possible at this point.
Yeah, if you could get like an ounce for under 100.
Yeah.
And cigarettes are like $20 a pack. Is gasoline very expensive where you live?
Everything's expensive. That's the frame. People who say, "Oh, I could never live there. The cost of living is so expensive." It's like, oh, you don't like to live. You don't like to have a high cost of living. And it's just the opposite of that. Is I like to have a high income. It's like.
Yeah. I would like to have a high income, but I don't even know where to start.
I started at Google. That was my highest paying job ever. I was making 120,000 plus a year. When you get a paycheck for 10K a month, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe it. With bonus show alone. What a miracle.
You should be able to make more than that.
It's not really just about how much you make. It's about your comfortability at that, organization. Like if you go to that organization and it just causes you massive amounts of stress, pain and suffering, is it worth it? And the truth is, your birth wasn't about whether or not it was worth it. The truth, Earth, really is all about the frame, because when you're getting psyoped when you go work at a major organization all the time. They're constantly psyoping employees. All communication systems, whether internal, external, are completely independent and categorical, and every organization which is so funny. Most organizations should be spending all their time spamming people on the outside, but most organizations spend all their time spamming people on the inside of that organization, and that's so stupid. It's such a huge waste of time. Like I worked at the IRS for 5 years, and I got spammed with so much information. Eventually, it was too much. I was like, I don't want to work here because of all the unnecessary communication that is constantly bells and whistling me on my fucking laptop. I was like, this laptop is like a giant fucking cell phone. When you open a laptop, it's like opening up an old flip phone. And that fucking IRS laptop was like sticking that fucking thing on my head all day, every day. The worst thing is like when you go to sleep or you wake up and you're still thinking about that fucking laptop. Ugh. Now I'm still thinking about it, still talking about it. I carried that laptop over here, from 2 years ago, Danny. I just reframed the conversation with the work laptop. Hello?
When I used to sell shoes, remember coming in and talking to my coworker who had the same dream of selling shoes, and we weren't sure if we had a shared dreaming experience or if it's just because you're just at the job so much, you start to dream that you're there. But it was so weird to have the same dream the same night, Do you believe people can communicate in their dreams?
Hello? Hello?
actually make any critique of my argument, so you're lying. He thinks it's false, though. No, he doesn't. He never reviewed my argument. He's never seen this argument. He left before I posted it. You're lying.
Then how are you guys on the same page?
Hello?
We're on the same wavelength in terms of our spatial IQ. You brain dead side character. Stop unmuting yourself.
Hello?
What's up, Laura?
Hello, moderators. I would like to give you my opinion on the problem of evil.
Well, let's see how long it takes me to kick you. Go ahead, my friend.
So I was wondering, why do Jews write right to left as opposed to left to right? And it's because of the problem of evil. Originally, before the quill and the paper, man had to use a chisel on a stone and did that right to left because that's obviously the logical place to start on a block of stone. And so it's really a meta or a metaphor. Some people on Clownhouse are so literal that they don't understand the psychological, the cognitive, the neuro-linguistic, psychological development.
We tried. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Boy. Welcome, Ellison. Good to see you, my friend. Jordy, sorry for the abuse you endured there. Pluro is he's an unusual character. He's back. Welcome back, Pluro. Can't remember, Jordy. Are you an atheist or agnostic? I forget where you're at, Jordy.
Oh, yeah, I am an atheist.
You're an atheist, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Earl's argument, you know. Yeah, Andrew, let's get your best argument for God's existence. Give it to Jordan. It would be the best argument I've ever heard. Claire, I don't think I want to get behind any of my own arguments. It's about yours. Yeah, how does it feel to not understand entry-level logic? You're a brain-dead side character. No one in the community takes you seriously, Andrew. I want you to internal. Thank you. No, it's hard for me to internal. Yeah, I have a verbal IQ of 179. I listen to Mozart every morning in my chambers.
All right, Darth Arian.
Yeah, I'm certified. I'm formally published in metaphysics. He has chambers. Yeah, I can represent abstract relations clearly in my mind. My spatial IQ is 192. I'm formally trained in higher order metaphysics, unpublished. Well, why are you afraid of these atheists that you say you're on the same wavelength with? Why are you afraid? Yeah, I think you're projecting, Andrew. I'm not afraid of them. I'm published with them. Sully and I are published under Brian Cutter and Josh Rashnees. Oh, you guys publish under them? Yeah, I'm formally trained under Robert Brand. I'm from the University of Pittsburgh. Well, I think Piper's a better Hegelian than you are. I mean, your reputation speaks for itself. Exactly. You're my order. I don't know you. Lyra, why don't you accept biblicism? Like my friend Biblis is super reformed, holds to. Why don't you accept it? Go ahead. Sorry, what's the argument that I should answer this question? Go on. What's the argument that I should answer your question or give an argument? I stutter and I splutter. What's the argument that I should answer that? What's the argument that I should answer that? Thank you. That's going to be a Dodge Nice concession. I appreciate you, Claire. You're face down, ass up right now. Thank you for that. What's the thing about going both ways? What did you say, Claire? Okay, welcome, Biblicist. How are you, buddy?
I'm fine, but he pays some
Nice. Can we convert these panentheists / atheists? You got some good reasons for people to accept Christianity, Biblicist?
Not the Holy Spirit. I can't convert anyone. I don't know the Holy Spirit work.
Yes, but you think Christianity is reasonable, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so there's good reasons for somebody who's honest to accept it, right? Biblicist, are you there, buddy? Did I lose you? Biblicist, are you there? All right, when you get a chance, bud, come on back. Jordy, did you pretty much, are you a panentheist now?
So Christianity is fundamentally a religion of truth and honesty. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the
Right.
Yes.
So why should somebody accept those statements as being true?
accept that we are all fallen? Because of this sin nature. Why should somebody accept that we have the sin nature? Nobody accepts that they have sin nature. No, but okay. So it's not reasonable for somebody to believe that. Are you there, Biblicist? You doing all right, brother? Yeah. I'm not super. Biblicist, did you know Andrew thinks God is evil? That's fine. I don't. But he's a Calvinist. He does. I do not. Andrew thinks God only actualizes the best possible world out of all possible worlds. But God can't choose any possible world that has no evil, right? Because in all these possible worlds, humans have committed at least one evil action. So God has to desire evil in some way on Andrew's view. The only way he escapes it is by appealing to God having weird knowledge of like counterfactual conditionals, which entails like a formal contradiction. So that's why no one takes Andrew's view seriously. But which it doesn't formally. Andrew is an atheist, so. Well, he hates God. His view can't be distinguished from skeptical theism at the very least. Mr. Beale, it's good to see you, sir. It's good seeing you. Atheist, my friend. Thank you, my friend. My Calvinist brother.
Yeah, he only thinks that because he doesn't believe in free will. If he believed in free will, he would understand that evil has to be optional because we desire freely to love.
Well, Andrew does believe in free will. He's a Molinist. He thinks that.
Not to be.
He thinks we have free.
I know, but you probably don't, right? Because that's why you think that that evil doesn't exist in every possible world.
That's not what I said. I'm a compatibilist. I think free will and determinism is true.
Okay, but do you believe that evil would exist in every possible world?
Well, I was talking about Andrew's view. I actually don't think there are possible worlds. I think the only possible world is the actual world.
Okay, that's fine too. So in this actual world, because this is the only possible world because God actualizes the best possible world. So you're right?
Well, not on all views, but on my view, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Andrew doesn't believe in that, by the way.
Right.
Don't take his word for it. I don't know what he's saying. Andrew doesn't want to say that God can only actualize this world, right? He wants to say that it's possible for God to actualize other possible worlds within those possible worlds. And it would be possible in all possible worlds.
That's right. Him and I have had that discussion before. Oh, yeah. Remember? Oh, yeah. The different variations.
Yeah, but Andrew wants to say that evil exists in all possible worlds.
Well, so if there is God, right, then the idea would be that if somebody freely was not choosing God, right, then evil would be present, because God is like the absence of God is good. So it is a true reality. It actually exists, even if no one is operating in it. It is a thing because God exists in reality. God exists in reality. And if God were to be removed, evil would be present. And if there is free will, then that is optional. It has to be optional. Because we're all choosing God freely. Right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, God already knows what you're going to do, so you don't actually have control.
Oh, here we go. That's a
Is it not true that you believe that evil exists in every possible world?
Well, I think it's a fair response. I mean, I'm not super committed to it, but I think it's a response. You were just advocating for it. Yeah.
Do you think that God creates in every possible world?
No. I think there's worlds where God does not create.
And in those worlds, there is still evil. Evil is just God?
No.
Right, so it can't be every possible world.
In every possible world in which God creates.
Well, you didn't say that
When homosexuality was considered some sort of psychotic deviation in the DSM-5 for 17 years.
It hasn't been a deviation since the DSM-4, but your point is still valid.
Right, that's what I meant, the DSM.
Sure, but I think that we've learned. We live and we learn, and it's easier to condemn things that you don't understand. And also in a society that was based off of Christianity and religious indoctrination, it wasn't accepted for so long because of that.
I don't think you're born gay in every case. I think, yes, some people are born.
I think that's a fair statement. I think there's a proportion of people that are born to be gay, and I think there's a
Hello? Hello?
Where that may be, but also I think like the actual teaching on homosexual acts, which is where the Jews are in this, right? Is the act itself that's the problem. Like they're pretty clear.
It's not illegal to be fabulous.
Like if you want people to be around and see the value.
No, John. It is illegal to suck a dick.
Don't suck a dick in the ass.
Or fuck a man in his asshole.
There are a ton of things in life and religion that, priests and rabbis can focus on. That's probably at the bottom of the list.
Yeah, rabbis don't really want to talk about your anal sex practices. Hello? Rabbi, is it illegal to be fabulous? Or is it illegal to fuck a man in the ass? Hello?
I think at least in traditional, maybe like Protestantism and Catholicism is not the case.
So you still like your fellow Christian people, friends?
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, they're going to have their uses, right?
I mean, I'm sure I may not.
Very bad way to put it, girl.
Wow.
Not
I'm
my
kind of into that. It's not her words.
Not my words, even though I just said them.
So funny.
Is it funny, Bliss? You think it's funny?
This is my ex-wife, by the way. Hello?
We don't like anonymous here. Please leave anonymous. Thank you.
That's my ex-wife. Hello?
Jason, you piece of shit.
Oh,
Jason, the other Jason?
no.
I fucking hate him at this point. And even if you're not him, you're just gonna get all of the hate for that piece of shit who thinks that he knows everything.
Hello? It's me, John Kitover. John Kitover, the musical. It's me, John Kitover. John Kitover, the internet troll. Hello? Oh.
You're gonna sound like frickin' Fred. You should go to the room.
When somebody says he is obnoxious, are they projecting their own obnoxiousness? I think so. Hello?
Yes, I know it's you down there, you little cocksmoker.
Billy, I know it's not. It's John.
John Jingleheimer.
John Jingleheimer Schmidt. Yes, it's my name too. John Kitover's in the goo. He's secretly listening to you. My name is John Jingleheimer Schmidt. Kitover, Kitover, John Kitover, Jingleheimer Schmidt.
What? For what? What did you do?
I'm sorry.
I went to the doctor. She said I can't drive for a year.
Who did she notify?
Did you have a seizure?
State of New York TLV.
She notified them?
She
She's
has.
a mandatory reporter.
Yeah, she's literally.
She's a mandatory reporter.
A kid came in beaten up. I had to report it.
Let's report her.
No, it's just so I asked her sheepishly. I asked her sheepishly, am I going to lose my driving privileges? She looked at me like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, I figure out, it's more money for Uber.
I'm not saying right now.
God forbid.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bug you.
God forbid.
Okay, we're moving on.
On the road and you hit a school bus.
Yeah, I'm scared shitless of that happening.
Yeah.
The good news is that the best possible time in the history of human existence is not have a driver's license.
Yeah.
Is that out? Yeah, it's easy.
Oh, you do live in New York. That's
Yeah, no, I live in the suburbs. This is Uber, as
And
Jeff said,
if you
Uber
want me to
is...
destroy her life, you let it.
No, she's a wonderful physician.
Yoko has a very nice wife.
gonna be driving me all over the place.
No, but maybe, I don't know. She's not very nice.
She's nice. Oh, she's very nice. She's very nice. She's wonderful. There's occasional tinges of not nice.
Occasional? Is your doctor Jewish?
Yeah.
Okay.
I only go to Jewish doctors.
Why?
They happen. All my doctors. Actually, no, sorry. One is German Protestant.
I was looking at a video. A video of a soiree I went to. I thought it would be funny if I made a obnoxious laugh.
When I was a child, I went to the pediatrician, Dr. Rosenberg, and my mom loved him because he was the only man. My mom had a severely handicapped brother, and he was the only doctor or medical person who would actually treat my brother like a human being. Like a person. And he was a very good person. So I think
There's some Golden Girls episode where I can't remember which was really kind of, it's racist, whatever, but she's like, yeah, the doctor's a Jew. He must be good. It was Blanche, I think it was Blanche.
Asian, Indian,
Or Jewish.
Don't forget Indian.
I said that.
You know, I already got
Dismissed so many by no, I don't mind them. They're dismissive and
Oh, who's dismissive?
a lot of the doctors that I've had that are from
Why is your too? Persons are good. Yes, persons are good. I had a person doctor when I was in Boston.
My favorite person and doctor is Dr. Now. And then she got
Now?
Dr. Okay, what? He's the one on my 600-pound life. You know, my 600-pound life. He's the one I've heard of.
My 600-pound.
He's actually fat, which is crazy. Like, oh my gosh. And you can't tell he's fat because the people he deals with are 600 pounds. But that doctor is overweight. Yeah, he's overweight. But like, he's fat. It's not fat. He's so fucking fat. Not to be a fat doctor. Oh my god, Dr. Now is so Fuck you, by the way, again. Bullshit. I don't care. Your whole entire headset breaks down, your phone falls into the sewer, and you get hit by a bus.
Express your real
And
thoughts.
you may be anonymous, but your energy isn't. So, do what you want. I'm not gonna leave you. I'm just saying. Your presence is here. I don't care. I know, I'm just telling you how you feel.
She says she wants me to drop my phone down the sewer and get hit by a bus. Rimano Shalom!
Let's not disturb the cocksuckers.
Me? A cocksucker? I've never sucked a cock before! Ever!
I get a little
I know, would you care if someone video with him talking about psyops. I swear to God, I'll send the fucking link.
This is so funny.
Hey Jeff, do you want to hear something funny?
No, yes.
Fine.
No, go ahead. I'm used to it.
Okay, so I kind of have a twin. If she's willing to come up here and say a few words, and it's kind of weird.
Okay.
Joelle, you want to come up and say hi?
You're live now.
She's kind of shy sometimes.
You're live now.
She may not want to come to say I'm sorry.
You're alive!
I just think it's really funny.
You're alive!
Also link if she's live. Are you? No, I mean like. I'm talking. There's crosstalk. So I told Seth to post the link, and he's saying that Danny's live, and Danny's in the room, and he's like, no, she's still live right now. And I said, okay, post the link. And she's not talking, and I mean she can't talk in both places at the same time. So, Danny.
No, this is us live right now.
Is he recording? So then it's always the file down there on the bottom. Do you not?
Which means that he's here. He's following me to the room. So, if you follow me to the account, like this long. And I am going to have to block you and say if you agree to block him. There's no chance of me broadcasting my room.
How long is Jeff gonna do this for? Like 20 years or something? He's at it all day long! Permanent! Fucking constant Bluetooth in the guardhouse! The guy's the ultimate clown! It's the Jeff! We got anonymous now. You can't stop us from recording. It's not your copyright. Ramona shall allow.
There's been more than enough time for you to get that new following his accounts, create a record.
He's blaming Danny for me following a public room in a hallway. This is totally crazy. Hello? They're just angry that she talked to me. I didn't follow her in here. I come into Jeff's room every day to record. I don't come in here because of Danny, Jeff. Jeez, what a jerk. Hello? If John Kitover didn't make these people something, if John Kitover didn't make these people angry, somebody else would, I assure you of that. It's not a John Kitover problem. Hello? Jeff's little protective bubble. It's getting penetrated. It's Jeff's world. It's not Truman's world. It's Jeff's world, Mr. Jeff.
encourage all my other mods to block you because
it's Jeff's crash out. Jeff's world is imploding. Jeff can't take it. Jeff, why are you doing this to yourself, Jeff? Jeff, just live your best life and let it go. Let it go, Jeff. Jeff is kicking Danny. Jeff is gonna ban Danny. Jeff is gonna ban Danny. And he encourages all his other mods to block Danny. Danny. I'm blocking you, Danny. I'm gonna block you, Danny. I'm encouraging all my other mods to block you, Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. And I encourage all my moms to block Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. And I encourage my moms to block Danny too. My name is Jeff, and I'm a financial advisor living in Miami, consulting with high net worth clients looking to get the highest rates of return with the lowest rates of risk. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. And I encourage my moderators to block Danny too. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. And I encourage my moms to block Danny too. I'm Algerian. I'm not white. I'm an Algerian. And I'm a Jew. And they want me to drop my cell phone in the sewer and get hit by a bus. I don't take the bus. Hello? I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking Danny. I'm blocking. Okay, now this is when the game gets really fun. Now watch what's going to happen. I turn the volume down on my burner phone. Okay, I'm going to sit in the room, but I'm not going to leave the room. And so they're going to think, unless they're watching the live stream and somebody says something from the live stream to the room, says, he turned the volume down, Jeff, but he's still in the room. Then we will know. Now watch, as you're saying that. kicking Danny.
I've heard enough to last like motherfucking lifetime. And I've seen him, Crosby, Stills, and Nash.
But have you seen the giant Kitover band? We'll put the band back together!
Y'all been around for 60 years. Of course we heard a lot of them. He's the real deal.
The fact that I've seen him in concert as many times as I have, because he's like tagged on to every fucking jam band show, the Allman Brothers and fucking Friends.
John Kitover Band. The John Kitover Experience.
My apologies. I'm driving through the forest. Through the forest. I am originally from Chicago.
Chicago!
And when I was living in Southwest Florida for way too long, and now I'm in North Central Florida, where there's actual green space as opposed to a cluster of so yeah, that's where I'm from. Where are you from?
Algeria. He's not white, and he's a Jew.
Well, you're from Jersey and you're living in South Florida. Whereabouts?
Miami.
I'm gonna go and hunt you down.
I mean, if your question's to anyway.
Well, you just will.
Oh, wait, well, I can do, yeah.
I'm not one of my judges, okay?
Well, sometimes specifically yours.
Jeff Green, financial advisor, Fort Lauderdale. Google search. Jeff Green, Fort Lauderdale, financial advisor, search. Hello? I'm kicking Danny. I'm kicking Danny. I'm blocking Zach. I'm kicking Danny. I'm blocking Zach. I'm a financial advisor living in Fort Lauderdale. My name is Jeff Green. I'm blocking Zach. I'm kicking Danny. I'm blocking Zach.
People got really confused. If you hear rumors that I was really pissed off at Jason, it's true. It's just not you. And that other guy can die. And I said crazy things all morning about that.
Exercise is needed for the soul, bitch. Exercise is needed for the soul, bitch.
And I don't care to know.
Hey, look, I have no shame in my game, and I'll admit my own fucking guilt, but if you make my brand go up, hey, what?
I'm just letting you know that if somebody comes to you and is like, oh, Liz was talking shit, it wasn't you. It was literally this piece of shit that I fucking encountered this morning.
Gotcha.
You're the cookies, and he's the bad Jason, and by being a bad Jason, he makes you better. Yeah, Jason.
Yeah, fucking ball sack. Jason ball sack.
Oh, of course, you're leaving all this.
A douche feedback?
Yeah, people usually don't tell me there's a problem unless they want to gossip about other shit. So no one tells me that I'm mad at you or you're mad at me unless they got other shit to tell me. I just watch those people and I'm like, all right, thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, and the funny is, as much as I hold so many spaces, there's so like I get everything secondhand. Like I rarely have someone coming to me and going, I'm really mad at Jason. But what I will have come to me is someone come and say, these three people are mad at Jason. Or whatever. Like it's never direct. Like, hey, that person's annoying me. Can you help me? It's direct.
Oh, I get rumors about myself all the time.
I'll put that on my list today, Bliss. I'll make a rumor up soon. Not today, but
People will
soon.
tell me things about myself that I've done or said that I didn't do or say. They're like, oh, I heard you X, Y, and I'm like, no, what are you talking about? And then I'll hear it from quite a few people. I feel like with gossip, everything gets back to me.
ChatGPT thinks I'm dead, or at least it didn't.
What are you talking about? You're not famous enough for ChatGPT to care about your death.
Well, I didn't take care. I said it thought I was dead.
How did it even care?
Billy, do I have your permission to take your likeness and create something on Sora about you being dead? A parody?
Why? It's just do it on but why?
That's what he meant.
Oh, I thought you meant now about him being dead. I'm missing right after. Okay.
This is Jewish God. So.
We're all gonna monetize Billy's life after his death. I love that.
How about a creative lead name for Billy?
Sunshine. Billy Sunshine. Yeah, that's a great name.
I'm gonna call it Dead Daisies with Billy. There you go.
By the butt of your jokes, Jason.
The bud of the jokes, Billy.
There you go. Thank you, Norm.
You're welcome.
I will tell you after that, Jason, earlier today, like the battery for fucking stupidity and jackassery is now low. Fucking retard.
Green sunshine. I don't know off of this. I'm just workshopping it. Green sunshine.
Okay, I got news. Hypothetical strains of weed. In honor of Billy's death.
Oh no, you're using AI, Jeff.
Yeah,
Of course I am.
we're gonna call it
So
BS.
we've got Sunshine Carousel, Billy's Backyard Nebula, Neon Sunshine Taffy, Bluegrass Billy Blaze.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I like that. Sunshine Comet number 7. Billy the Skunk Regular. I like that one.
I'm gonna call it BS.
Mango Sunshine Gospel. Cosmic Billy Jam. Billy's Electric
Pachinko! 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 Pachinko!
Well, one is under a doctor.
One would be for the pain or something, and the other would be for the pleasure.
I had a lot of back pain, so I thought that would be a good time to do it.
Did it work? Like, what was the effect?
Mostly I just hugged my dog.
Okay.
So it was very good.
The nice thing to do if you do a dog. The dog was like,
My dog is so crazy. 9 months now I got her. And we spend all our time on the couch hugging each other, and she sleeps in bed with me. But if I'm standing up, she's running away from me.
She sounds very cute.
maybe she wants to go work out, Billy.
No, she's lazy like I am. Right now she's.
Who the fuck has the audio with the zooming in? What is that?
I'm in a meeting.
Okay. It's a productive meeting.
Timing. Well, sometimes I have something to say. Maybe you should
Hilarious.
in your meeting. Well, I like to multitask and get more done.
Perfect. You should turn on the transcription so we don't have to hear it or it's a voice isolation or
I like it this way, thank you. I get to be fully present for us.
I think that what you might be missing here is that it's really distracting for the rest of us because we can hear your whole entire meeting. And maybe that's not a meeting that we want to be a part of.
So what have you heard?
Never had one lesson. Never had one lesson. Never had one lesson. Never had one lesson. Yeah!
He's the only like yeah.
Whether or not other people want to see words. I actually could hear some very nice about it, to be honest with you. I get annoyed when people react to you as if you're being mean or something. Yeah, I mean, it was nothing but you being polite in that interaction. And his response was not polite. It was pretty self-centered.
I was like, okay, motherfucker. She's like, oh, as it turns out, I'm fine. I'm like, okay, cool.
And he did this thing to me yesterday. He said drudges in our word trenches. And I was like so annoyed because I was like, you don't get to complain about anyone. You've been fucking weird for 3 days.
What did you say?
Angry, argumentative, Philip. You've got your period. That's just to say
Lots of personalities. Yeah, that was actually Kristen is very opinionated. You haven't been around
Ribono Shalom. 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 Ribono Shalom.
all day long emails from Jeffrey Epstein. But, Philip, did you see that last email from Jeffrey Epstein? I have no idea.
Ribono Shalom.
I'm just watching.
Ribono Shalom. Ribono Shalom. Ribono Shalom.
Is that you're working on the smoking part?
Ribono Shalom.
No, I didn't realize you were such a big supporter of me quitting. I'm going to keep smoking.
Ribono Shalom. Ribono Shelolam.
This one, yeah, that's his cat.
Ribono Shelolam.
Golden retrievers are the common denominator there, and they're known for empathetic patient temperament, making them the top ranked children's cats.
Ribono
Playful, complementing the dog's energy without excessive
Ribono
conflict.
Shelolam. Ribono Shelolam.
Which is a great question because I missed her as well. And she made me laugh for the half hour I was around her, but she's still doing very great. But she needs to work, I think.
You usually
I know she's been working.
Ribono Shelolam. Ribono Shelolam.
Androids. He built it because it's way better than Clubhouse, and it really is.
Ribono
Right now it's in the App Store.
Shelolam.
But it's gotta be available for Android to
Ribono Shelolam.
They don't make it easy. They don't like to talk to each other.
Ribono Shelolam.
How would you feel about that? I think so. I figured your personality was going to reject that immediately. Like, it's not like you're poor and can't afford a fucking iPhone. It's just that you don't want one, so. Yeah. So, it's not going to work out for any of us, really.
What do you guys think of this new screen app on the iPhones?
I hate it. Do you mean the one that makes you, like, say your name and why you're calling?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so because of my job, that's why I hate it. Because I'm doing warm calls all the time to donors, and then it'll be like, state your name and why you're calling. I said, like, am I making a jail call? Please, cell block 1. Press 1. That's how I feel every fucking time.
Ribono Shelolam.
Plus, then people really know that they don't want to talk to you, you know what I mean? Because they're like screaming.
Ribono
But you know,
Shelolam.
my MO, like, I know you're looking at your phone right now, but that's creepy. Can't do that. Because there also is that setting where, like, as somebody is leaving a voicemail and it's being transcribed, you are getting time on your phone and you can pick up in the middle of the voicemail at any time. Like, what is this psycho shit?
Yeah, that is a little bit, but I like the fact that like I don't know who it is, I can quickly send it that direction, and I don't have to like read a voicemail, I guess.
Whatever.
I get it. It's like interesting to see how you guys actually adapt to it, I guess.
I mean, it's warm calling, so I still do it anyway.
Yeah, good for you for doing that though. That's probably why you're so good at your job, is that you're not afraid to do cold calling or warm calling.
I call 40 to 80 people a month.
It's funny how many people like can't do your job because they can't get over themselves.
I can't get over that, or the hardest part is like being told by somebody else that you have to ask somebody for like a really large amount of money. Sometimes it'll be like you will have done a wealth assessment and realize that this person doesn't have what you're being pushed to ask for, and you can either push back and be like, oh, and adjust it, or you could just go balls to the wall. Most of the time, I don't give a fuck. I'll ask somebody for crazy amounts of money. Because what are you going to do? You're going to say no? It doesn't affect my life. We're not friends. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing a job here. So it's like you hate me. And nobody hates somebody for asking them for money. They just say no. Or it's just, here's the other thing I've learned, is it's so awkward for people, like the conversation of money. Even when you owe somebody money, I find people have a hard time. So like, it's interesting because if somebody does have that kind of uncomfortable relationship to the conversation, it makes it 10 times easier for me to push you into a space where you're uncomfortable saying no, because you're not comfortable talking about money, so you're less likely to tell me no.
There's also a weird dynamic if you ask for too much that they're actually
Yeah, Jeff, where is my plane ticket to Miami?
Kristen, stop it. It's annoying. Thank you. I didn't sign up for daily harassment.
Are you sure? Because you're on this app, Jeff. As much as I was gonna let that slide. Oh God.
Hey, Kristen, how are you?
Why can't I joke with you? Why can't I joke with you?
Because I don't.
No, I get it. I'm not arguing. I get it. I'm just kidding with
I
you.
find it uncomfortable.
I understand.
And I was a woman. Every woman on the stage would agree with me.
There are any women on the scene. I agree with you. And that's why I'm saying I'm just not going to mention that anymore. I'm just saying that I was just being funny and I wanted to be more.
Leslie, you missed.
Oh my God, I missed you.
Jason from the room. Jason literally got upset at me the room.
Wow. Where did you go?
Extra lightweight, and I've got
Billy, I was thinking about you last night. It's like you said,
How were you thinking about it?
I was just like, I haven't talked to Billy in a while. I should text him.
Where's Lindsay?
Thank you.
And when you said to the room, "Where's Leslie?" I texted Leslie. We just.
Yeah. I'm finishing up something and I'm finally here.
Literally, Billy was like, "I miss Leslie." And I just sent a message. Hi, Leslie.
Hi, thank you.
Welcome.
Dude,
We've accomplished a lot this morning.
how many Valentines do I have here? I'm going to assume a lot. Hello, my Valentines. My Leslieans. Real talk, I just got a phone call at the end. This girl was like, and by the way, happy Valentine's Day. And I was like, oh. Hey. Hi.
Is that today?
No, it's Saturday. Yeah. Leslie knows damn well what it is because we've been counting down. Oh, yeah. Bliss is having a huge party with her girlfriends.
I'm thankful to life where I never celebrated.
Yes, tomorrow is Valentine's
Hello?
Day. Right.
Hello?
Friday, the 13th. Oh, wait, tomorrow's
Hello?
Thursday. I'm sorry. Wait, what's today? Thursday. Today is tomorrow. It's Valentine's. You're right. Let's hear it for the girls. So my friends are coming over tonight to help me make my balloon arches.
Hello?
Slave labor and inflate.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
The same group of girls will do this because after one time, people will never do it again.
Nice.
Which is fine because I have enough friends to continue to rotate through
Hello?
balloons for eternity. And never
Hello?
blowing up balloons. So, what about hospitals?
Hello?
What about the hospitals? Do you get trouble blowing them up too, or? I never really trouble finding people help me blow up balloons, and I come up.
Hello?
Good. Maybe my timing is off.
Hello?
Just not always aware. It's okay. It's okay.
Hello?
So walk on the chapter first, and you'll get it. You're gonna have to change my hair drink again. Okay. This thing has been a fucking problem.
Phil, this is an interesting article to ask you about Syria.
Yeah.
Apparently, Israel had a policy that, or Ben Gurion Airport had a policy that foreign airlines could not park their aircraft overnight at the airport, which they've just reversed. Why would that be? And I would say it's meaningful because now it means certain, other airlines could start using Tel Aviv as a hub. Now, Phil, go.
I mean, the only thing that would make sense to me is that there's very much limited on how much ramp space you have, which is an issue in a lot of airports. It's like real estate, like parking a lot of like jets take up a lot of real estate. So the more real estate they take up, so it may have just been literally something where they just wanted Israeli aircraft to basically have the real estate there. That's literally just a guess because. Other than that, I don't know why the government would impose that.
Hello?
We like literally sell airspace off to airlines.
They're up to something.
Is the Israeli okay. Because you know how like a lot of countries, like when you go into those countries, like you see like one side of the airports, and then one side's like military.
Hello?
Turn to the east and you go to IKEA. As you come over here, actually notice that IKEA are the closer where IKEA is much more going.
Can we talk about the Exodus of 555 Northern Virginia?
What?
I want to talk to you about the exits of 985 Northern Virginia.
To be fair, like the stuff that happened at Washington, like it's really interesting because like as a pilot, it's always confused us what they've been doing there with helicopters. And no, it's never made sense. Like this is
Oh, you mean like that Black Hawk thing?
Yeah, that's why I brought this
something
up.
that there was like something that so a lot of this kind of stuff out there is very interesting. Going into that area. And it's always been confusing to us about how we have to be like looking out for these military or police helicopter routes that we're doing going over it. They do things at that airport where to help traffic, they do what's called you circle to a different runway, it'll come out of nowhere.
Like taxiing to a different runway?
You know, it's circling, so like you're supposed to land on one runway and then like you're on final approach to the controller will say, you know,
Hello?
34, 65, switch to right, 55, right, and you're on 55 left. And the issues, it doesn't seem like a big deal, like it happens all the time, but for pilots, our workload goes, when that happens, we get a real big increase on workload, and you typically forget about what's going on around you. And that's typically a lot of us, when we saw what happened at Reagan, at Dulles, it was like very much like, it all makes sense, especially at night and all this other stuff. Like during the day, at least you would be able to see it coming. At night, it's like there's just when they make those switches, your workload goes up, and a lot of times you start ignoring what's going on around you. And that's why they have controllers. Controllers are supposed to be out there looking for. You know, the FAA actually is for the first time ever just a responsibility for that incident.
Ribono Shalom. 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 Ribono Shalom.
You know what? You should have been on Broadway. Missed opportunity earlier. Missed your opportunity. You fucking weren't. You would have told me. It would be. It would have come up already. Trust me. It would be out there.
You know, I'm a very humble man. I don't want to tell you all of my accomplishments, all of my accolades. I gotta keep something for the Holy Spirit.
Right.
I said you sound like Huey Lewis in the news talking, but not singing.
Jeff, just so you know, it's all capacity. The whole thing was all about capacity.
Meaning there's enough paper space to make that accommodation to foreign airports.
Yeah.
Seems like they didn't resolve that.
Sounds like they have kind of resolved it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder how they did that. Where are you gonna go? Ooh, I thankfully picked up some cough drops. Hello. Not the witness.
Now the question is there any room to build anything onto that airport?
Why do people get cough drops?
Because I'm sick.
Like your throat is sore?
Yeah.
grow.
Which one?
In Korea.
The centennial airport? Or what are you talking about?
Utility in Korea.
Oh, whatever.
I think part of what may be informing that is, they opened Ramon Airport in the south, and they've just decided, apparently, to open another airport in the middle. So I think they're thinking that they can push off some of those, some of the activity that's been going will be deferred to a different airport.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a lot of ways this stuff works.
What are you doing, Philip? Where are you? Are you home?
Go to the gym. Fuck
Yeah,
this
but
shit.
until tomorrow. Tomorrow night.
Are you sad, Philip?
No, I love work. It's very funny. Like I really do like my job. So it's not hard at all to get ready for it. I don't know. Like I don't know how you describe it, guys. Like I show up at work towards the have been maintenance delays that I don't get home on time. Beyond that, like, I think recurring training is kind of stressful, but.
Do you ever fly to Arizona?
Yeah.
Did you happen to fly during the waste management?
That's a whole shit show, by the way.
Because there was a woman that was like,
Being strong man, and then said that other men these days have too much estrogen. Too much estrogen.
because you haven't seen what
He's just Jesus, false Messiah. He's a false prophet.
I'm actually so surprised. Red flag is just like.
No, I'm not Muslim. I'm I think a lot of people think Moroccans are only Muslims. There is Jewish.
Ribbono Shalom, they also make great soap and great gloves for exfoliation and mud too. They're great in the beauty products coming out of Morocco. Hello, yeah, I know some people are talking about Morocco. I'm adding to the conversation. Is your green bean of power making you feel powerful?
They weren't done talking, buddy. I'm doing that shit.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
We need some of that poetry.
Yeah, I would just like to add a proprietary comment because I see you're now trademarking the rooms. And I just want to say that everyone's opinion is proprietary. And Megatron pointed out one time that no one's perspective is identical. That's just impossible. So we're never going to have total agreement. And what we're doing is we're not meditating. These rooms should be a meditation of peace, not friction. Hello?
Not the upload guy.
The funny thing is I've been doing that at my job for like 5 years. Listening to stuff.
Now where Megatron gets it from.
Bro is wild, bro. It's
Well, the philosophy of God is that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So if you want to know the truth of the earth and find out what's going on from the point of your birth, you got to know that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get.
I tell you what the truth is. Go outside and do some grounding.
I don't think you're looking for the Septuagint. I think you're looking for rabbinic sources that say he was a clone.
No, I gotta find it. No, it's a Septuagint.
No, the Septuagint said that Job was the Edomite, not a Hadai.
Yeah, Job. Yeah. Okay, I knew. Okay.
See, this is what happens to you smiling without eating a bit of bulk now and again.
Right.
I agree, Job was the Edomite.
Work puts worms in your brain, and worms is part of the reason why people have seizures. So, keep eating that pork, baby.
I just want to let everybody know that I'm about to go have a delicious ham sandwich. It's the biggest Jewish dilemma, a free ham sandwich. Hello? Never had one lesson. Hello? Hello? Never had one lesson. Hello?
Has anybody ever been to like a live just take his voice and record it?
Listen, all communication is hypnosis. All communication is projection. All communication is politics. All communication is spam. Hello?
Hey, I have a question. Are you Jewish? Is who Jewish?
Sorry, I was busy. No, I'm not Jewish. Like, if you're asking my ethnicity, no, I'm not Jewish.
Yeah, because we have a lot of Jewish cities in Morocco, and it's part of our identities and culture as well, because there is a lot of Jewish people in Morocco.
Yeah, that's true.
Meknes, and also the royalty that.
But at the end of the day, people are obsessed with saying his name when they mention anything presidential. But when Biden was sleeping at the White House and sleeping on stage and fucking losing his damn life, nobody said, yo, I have never paid that much in gas in my fucking life when this nigga was in the president. Oil changes, like everything. We went broke with Biden. Broke as shit. Like
Everything doubled in cost. Everything's going down.
and there was y'all don't see between the lines. Obama did the worst shit. There's an interview with Obama telling us, hey, if you guys put Trump in house,
Hello?
pandemic.
Is this a Black History class? Hello?
Hi, sir. Yes, it is.
I wanted to say that Jeremy, the Talking Ape, his real name is Jeremy Hill, and he's the CEO of Cloaked Wireless, otherwise known as a fat, disgusting, white piece of shit out of camp, aka white trash, and he has run his mouth long enough in the Talking Apes, and finally, a silverback in Illinois, in Chicago, in America, is fighting back against the tyranny of that fat, disgusting, loudmouth piece of shit CEO, Jeremy Hill, of Wireless, Canadian piece of shit CEO of Cloaked Wireless. And again, we've notified him about his stinky legs. He's got stinky legs. He needs to wash his legs. And we've notified his primary investor, Mr. Back, who he loves to tout, who was an early crypto enthusiast, just like Jeremy. So again, Jeremy, CEO of Cloaked Wireless, we've officially doxed him. We've officially put him on every platform. We have filmed him. We have made an ass of him, but it's really himself who is a giant ass who sits here and runs his big, fat, disgusting mouth. And America is sick of it. And we are fighting back against the CEO of Cloaked Wireless, a talking a piece of shit named Jeremy Hill. Hello?
Oh, well, what's going on here? Yeah, we're aware of all that stuff, sir. Was that like a public announcement, or was that propaganda? You tell me. You tell me.
Public
Anyway, so
announcement.
yeah, back to the shit we were talking. When it comes to political conversations, people love saying Trump, man. Kind of want to get a Cloaked Wireless phone now. And as soon as you curb the conversation with another president, everybody gets quiet. Our politics are all fucked. We know that. And in all honesty, when we sit here wanting to talk about politics, talk about religion, you guys need to be happy. That is the overall goal in your life. Make sure your family is happy and well. Make sure that you are happy and well. Make sure that when you come up on this app, you actually have time to be on the app. Make sure that before you come onto this app, your kids are taken
Hello?
care of, your spouse, your family, everybody's.
Yeah, it's called the theory of joy. Does anyone here ever talk about the theory of joy or bliss? No. CEO of Cloaked Wireless, Jeremy Hill, all he does is run his fucking mouth and slobbers all over the place, all messy. He's getting messy. I'm about to get messy here, boys. Jeremy Hill is a disgusting human being, and he should be censored, and he should be limited from even being in the Talking Apes. You need to get rid of his privileged status. Get rid of his ability to make rooms. We've had enough. Enough anti-American, anti-Trump rhetoric out of his disgusting mouth. He's got a family. He's on here 100 hours a week. He's taking money, millions of dollars from investors. He's got 2 YouTube videos up, and the guy is on here lecturing us all day long. No, resist. Jeremy Hill, CEO of Cloaked Ventures, aka Cloaked Wireless, is a human piece of shit. Everybody knows it. He's got the biggest, most disgusting mouth on the platform in the house. We're pushing back. This is a public service announcement. Jeremy Hill, CEO, Cloaked Wireless. He has been put on notice, and I challenge him to a Talking Apes trial by combat!
Fatality. So he actually had people vote off the island. He said no. So he removed his title. No longer. Yo, Mossy, what up?
Shut up.
Oh, God. His sister's here.
So again, this is a public service announcement. Candidate John Kitover is publicly challenging Jeremy Hill, CEO of Cloaked Wireless, to a Talking Apes trial by combat. Who here is strong enough to judge and moderate the trial? Hello? Mountain. Kaiser. Top. Hello? I would actually request that Day adjudicate. Day can splurge out, sometimes spurg out, crash out.
Where you met your own father?
Is that a projection? Are you projecting onto me your own fucked up relationship with your father? Hello?
Where you met your own parents?
Hello? You're projecting? Because all communication is projection and conditioning. Hello? Ooh, are you bisexual? Hello?
I knew it.
Hello? All communication is conditioning.
Anybody else want to find me?
Hello?
Because I'm Kitover.
All communication is projection, conditioning, propaganda,
At least you know what I'm
politics,
saying.
hypnosis. Hello? I got earplugs in. I can't hear you, Mossy. Hello?
What the fuck is going on?
Hello?
Hello? That's fine. Hello?
Fuck, you guys got me killed.
Hey, Martin. My friend today.
What character is it? What character are you today, Mossy?
TA Mossy. Always a TA. Are you gonna be in today?
You won't got out, man.
What?
You keep cutting out.
Who was that individual that came on here saying that about Jeremy?
That was John Kitover.
He said let go. He gave his name.
I think you should have had a chance.
Well, you did challenge him to combat a death like that, so. Alright, here we go, guys. Wish me luck.
Jumbo!
You don't like hearing the truth.
Well, I don't like people being doxxed.
That's cool. And everyone got him because of how he is. You think that happened in this room? That's public information.
Gonna happen or if it's happening.
Well, as a fucking green bean here, you fucked up. Yeah, exactly. I noticed that too, Lenny. I was like, oh wow, he really was getting doxed out right now and then. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But it's not. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not something that we all didn't know already. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't make it right. I'm just saying it's not know all of that anyways. Yeah, both of y'all sound like some losers right now.
I guess I'm a loser then. I have a heart for people.
I don't give a fuck.
You know, whether you like me or you hate me, I still care about you. I'm just that kind of person. Y'all been part of my life now for over a year, so I tend to
Don't give him all that extra time. Yo, Juju's over here saying that to cover his ass, but he don't got a green bean, so he's good. You got a green bean. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got it to the goose, so you did it, and it happened. So there you go. There's no point in backpedaling to like that. It was allowed. Why you give me a green bean now? What the fuck?
Well, I think Kyle was being a fucking asshole.
It was allowed to be done. Hold that up. Hey, you know what? Well, we got talking about. Give me a green bean. Jimmy got dodged by now again. Honey was upset that he put out information everyone already knows. Oh yeah, that's right.
It wasn't new information. I just don't like to hear it. And I was trying to move him to the audience, but I didn't have the option to move him down.
I moved him a couple times, but he ain't saying nothing new. Yeah, exactly. We already
I didn't hear what he said. I didn't even hear what he said. So.
Yeah,
I always tune him out because he always kind of says the same shit. I like John, but he just.
You can't ain't sure you can do this. This nigga out here fucking getting beef everywhere he goes and shit. Right. That's in every room. That's
So John does? Yeah, I know.
But stand on business. Ain't no need to backpedal him.
Yeah, there ain't no backpedaling. CEO of Cloaked Wireless, Jeremy Hill, is on notice. That big, loud, disgusting mouth of his. I'm challenging it.
Oh, you dropped? No, I was gonna drop him too. Nobody else doing that shit, bro. Y'all gonna beat yourself 10 times, bro. We allowed you to do it a few times now. You know what I'm saying? Like we got it.
Oh, you just want to hang out with me, then? You just want to hang out with me. I get it. You just want to hang out? Hello?
Yeah.
For the what does he call that fuck? He says the same shit as does. For the impression, gang, fuck.
That's you acting like a straight bitch this morning, bro. Those are the two dictators of the talking apes, Jeremy and Taz. Do me a favor, dog. Anybody who has a green bean, give me one when Terrence is here. I'll straight kick his ass from the room. I don't care if you got black people, whatever the fuck. I don't care. Fuck that, dude.
was going to if he was, because he kept on kicking me down. I was just waiting for somebody to give it to me, and I was gonna fucking boot that bitch. I didn't care. I was tired of it.
Yo, man, what's up? Welcome.
The way
I'm glad because this is shit.
Yeah, he was being a bitch to Sabrina too. He moved the room. But
That shit, you see how it gets, bro? That God complex be affecting motherfuckers.
Oh,
Vicious.
he really did. He said the whole move hostage, dude, for 6 fucking hours.
Body, we can
That's
hear you, bro.
crazy.
Alright. So did you know that there were Black American boycotts ongoing in the Dominican Republic? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? There's some Black Americans that I forgot the history, but they went to Dominican Republic a long time ago. You realize that Haiti is pretty much Dominican Republic, right? Of course, Hispaniola, but it was Haitian first. I mean, what I'm saying was Hispaniola first. But living in Indiana, they probably would have been my far more interest.
Right, exactly. When anybody brings up Real Housewives, I'm like, oh God, pull me out.
We don't have predictions, so we
Might
can't
be talking about
have
my
evidence.
neighbor.
Let's talk about something else.
No, there's no evidence about things in
There's this whole thing because like Simone Biles is dating I don't know, one of the Browns. And then my neighbor, her husband, Shelley Harris, there's a weird situation, like I guess like cattiness between her and Simone Biles and my neighbor. Well, that's kind of like, I guess like the hottest gossip that anybody would care about. It's not really anything. I really don't like Simone Biles personally.
Is she like a full grown adult now?
Yeah.
Not like you want to call her Simone Vile.
Let him come up.
Well, he's back, so
He's back, bitch!
I was gonna say, John, I just wanted to see you come back with a paint on. There you go. Just do yourself proper. Don't come in as you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the room. I'm gonna take off now. But I appreciate the room and the topic. Bro.
Absolutely.
Alright, bye.
He's back.
Chuck down to paint on, dude. Not that.
intellectual and theological. I think that's your microphone or something.
Hello?
My concern is that religions are using all these fancy words to redecorate simple bigotry. I'd like somebody to show them wrong about that.
Yeah, well, I think that the God of the gaps should have been shrinking over time because we need faith to explain fewer phenomena over time. That doesn't make people more reliable. That doesn't make trust part of human nature. That doesn't make people good. Just an understanding of the mechanics is a little. It requires aging in fewer mythologies and superstitions and magic.
Hello?
People gravitate to spiritual religions to explain the unexplainable. Right, as you said, David, there are fewer and fewer things that are unexplainable, which would make sense. There's a lack of religiosity in the country, or like a growing lack of religiosity.
Well, I think the faith sucks up the rest of the oxygen in the room when people don't understand statistics and probability, and something low probability happens. They want to believe. Maybe they fear.
Hello?
Other bad outcomes. So
Hello?
The most convenient architecture to them might be that they were told to have faith.
Hello?
And it continues to fuel the egoistic society.
Hello?
What would you say, David, to an alternative view, which is that religion stopped explaining science a long time ago, and most people hold on under a religion not for its science explaining capability, but for its moral explaining capability.
Well, I just think it's moral laziness.
Hello?
To not look around and see the expediency of an organized religion and how it's part of explaining reality. It's part of explaining human history. That if you want to adopt a scientific framework, the Occam's razor is the simplest explanation is evolution is true. That physics explains these things. And then take on fewer assumptions that you shouldn't make claims about the future because it's not knowable. You shouldn't make claims about pre-consciousness. I don't remember how many memories in utero. I kind of understand why. Certain things don't come online, like theory of mind. Having a memory, the substrate you would form a memory on. But I also looked into the math of souls and what they say in church versus what science says about souls. And maybe I hit the fork in the road like you did and chose the path that had more explanatory power.
But that was, I mean, I think some of that stuff touched on like eternal life and soul in a moral sense, but I feel like
it's language.
Science is not touching.
They're placeholders.
Science is not touching morals. Do you think, or am I wrong?
What touches morals? That's a social thing. Science doesn't touch social things. Almost. I mean, you probably agree that economics is not the same kind of science. It's not a hard science. Like
I don't believe economics is a science.
Right. So when you, I don't know where the membrane is. Am I stepping outside of science when you take a scientific language like math and explore finance? That's not economics, but
how would you use science though to solve a moral difficulty?
Tell me a moral claim that science can address. That scientists need to go on a search for.
I guess I'm just asking what you would.
Look, when I go pick up my kids from school, am I using science to say hello? No. Like, science isn't used for.
Hello? Hello?
I'm just asking, what would you say to somebody who thinks that their religion remains necessary because
Hello?
Moral loads?
Well, then I would just ask them, what else informs their moral perspective? What is the right thing to do about buying Bitcoin? That can't actually be in the Bible.
Hello?
Because they're not. So I would step as far away from talking religion with them and see what they say about moral things. The trolley problem and prisoner's dilemma. You can talk about hypotheticals without bringing up religion. If you do that too early with somebody, you're probably going to get them to not exactly tell you what they believe.
Hello?
Because they're going to be so defensive that you're looking up their constitutional skirt too much.
Hello?
Trying to use case studies. I mean, it just, I don't think I've interviewed people about their money and started, what informs your moral point of view from religion. Those things either happen naturally and people want to share them with you, or you're trying to interrogate somebody and they're not in church, or they're not where they would share that kind of thing with you.
Pachinko!
Until they feel more comfortable.
Hello?
Well, you're running the room now. So I don't know. I don't know what informs people's moral.
I gotta get to the gym. This grown man has gotta leave. We finally found the perfect content for you. I hope you enjoy. I hope it brings you contentment. We're talking about they're skirting around the concept of God. That's all an atheist does is they swirl like a turd. Swirling around a toilet, facing the inevitable suction and demise.
We've kind of are largely outsourced people's
Desolation.
to talk on these topics. But it's more like are proud that they pay their taxes.
Ooh. Hello? Hello? start
on
that
things
part.
that I
There's
know.
someone would come, so let's go.
Pretty much means. It's also an extra
Oh,
word
be
that
safe. Fun,
you usually get when people
joy.
in context, but the idea that there's like, objective morals and all that stuff goes way off the range.
Yeah, I mean, Benjamin, when people say that their morals are informed by this really old book, I might need to follow that up is, upon whose authority are you Catholic? Is there a pope? Is this, what intermediates that book, if anything? Because they didn't write the book. They had to have heard it from somebody else.
Hello?
And usually, largely people's religious, the environment is an inherited thing from how they grew up, which is got its own problems. What's up, hero?
What's up, Kevin?
Yeah, I think that moral discussions are largely private things that are usually not even addressed by, Brian breaks up with his girlfriend, decides to go on a ski trip, then he invites her. Is that a moral thing? I mean, it's not science. It's social lives. People's social lives are messy, so I think the desire for morality, it feels like there's some rule book, and for science is a procedure book, and most people's lives are the collisions of other kind of particles.
Where'd you put this one? So I was speaking and performing at a conference, and my previous girlfriend came with me 2 years in a row, because I was the speaker 2 years in a row, but for the second one, some of it was education, poetry, and all this kind of stuff, so she was a journalist at the time, so at BU, as grad student. So anyways, they brought her, they're like, oh, she'd be great to add to it, and we broke up in between that time, and it was coming up in like a month, and but we were on good terms, but it was coming up in like a month at the point in which I was already dating my current wife, and she wanted to do it because it was so it was one of the first events my wife came to with me, and that was my ex-girlfriend, and it was very, very awkward. And my morals were, I wanted to take that money, and I couldn't tell the other person not to go, and I wasn't really all that upset that she was going, because I didn't think there'd be that much overlap. My wife was
Here's the moral question. Did you discuss with your current wife today, the dynamic ahead of time? I didn't know that.
I did.
So you had disclosure, and she said she wasn't.
Also, she said, I will be going to go. She said, great, I can't wait to go. And because I was in the mountains, and it was at well, not the mountains.
What was the moral dimension of the mountains here?
And I'm just saying, it was like it had like a little going away on vacation kind of deal. It was up in Plymouth State in the beginning of the winter, and it's pretty far up there in New Hampshire. Anyways, so yeah, that was just brought me back to that wonderful business decision I made. That was not a good decision, and I have paid dividends of that ever since.
12 produce 70 that go to Egypt and leave as like 2 million, right? So that group that occupies the land of Israel, that era you'd want to put at like 1,000 or something, BCE. And the amount of time they spend in Israel, 400-ish years of a monarchy and different civil wars, Then they get expelled 70 years. They come back roughly, another 400 years until you're at the year 0 with the final expulsion, right? So that's about 1,000 years. Okay? 1,000 years of history for the Jews that we're talking about that I'm saying I dissent from. Then, about 2,000 years of those same people living in Europe, in Eastern Italy, Northern the Germanic region, then blossoming into the Ukrainian, Hungarian, Austrian, Lithuanian regions, right? All blooming up from Italy. And France, right? We can't ignore France. France is also right there in the middle of the German Ashkenaz region. They were in Europe, my ancestors were in Europe for 2,000 years and claimed to be from the era of Jews that were in Israel for 1,000 years. So yeah, I am very European of the past 2,000 years.
I know me, I'm a nigger Jew. I'm proud of it.
My ancestors were Zoroastrian, and Benjamin yesterday read a paper on how we are all Zoroastrians.
I'm just joking. I'm not
Where you going?
Batman saved a black man in the animated
You black? No, because black people don't need a like the word, and we say joking. Like, how the hell has that person hurt me? I might use it on you.
because the word is in black people.
Yeah, nigga, boy, we know it's the best.
I'm sorry.
You know the sentence was a 115? No, nobody cussing at the best. So 115. There you go.
Thanks so much.
Have a good day. Something with They smiling.
That is the question.
What kind of shoes this nigga boy got on in this picture? What kind of shoes? That's not.
You definitely got those at the market.
He was supposed to put a picture up of his Rockford on the church. Sure. He's a little shy. What the hell is it? What kind of shoes are those, nigga? You going hiking? The fuck?
Oh my God, aside.
Look at his shoes. No wonder why he's mad at you. Then the motherfucker don't wear his pants. That's how they dress up there in Morocco. Y'all ain't got no style, bro. What's in his earpods? Under his phone. This nigga still got wired earpods.
Hey, it's all about what's underneath them clothes.
I was scared of mine. What the hell did you just say, girl?
Girl, aren't you married?
I'm all set.
Hey, where you go?
Bad Jew in the room. Bad Jew in the room.
I kicked him out. Oh, nah, I didn't kick him. You did?
No, I said I didn't.
No.
Don't you mean?
There's some really cool area along. If you go to Rome today, there's Kitover River.
Okay.
That's the oldest settlement of the Jews in Europe ever. It's around 200 BC. Yeah.
That's the guy that looks like everybody. Look up Bro Your Dreams on YouTube. This guy looks exactly like. Here, I'll put it up.
Hey, say again. Sorry, I'm in the kind of cafe. It's kind of loud here. My apologies.
Yeah. I'm gonna put his page up. This guy looks just like this guy. The settlement of the Jews in Mexico.
Are you familiar with that? The Kitover River. It's beautiful. It's really, really nice.
Yeah, I've been to the Roman ghetto many times.
Oh no.
No, this is before the Roman ghetto. This is before the Roman ghetto.
Like Matt, swear, the link at the top. That was just like Matt. That's her brother, Matt.
It's a handsome looking guy, I must say.
There you go. This is the guy, Grow Your Greens. He's all about gardening. Watch him.
Who's this guy?
Oh man, I'm doing some gardening today. But yeah, if any monster of you come visit the Rome, it's so beautiful. Rome is so beautiful.
What are you playing?
What am I planning? Oh, okay. So along with this, I'm going to do some hops. You guys know hops that you make the beer with?
Wait, before you go, what kind of fence do you have? You got white fence, picket fence, traditional kind of fence.
Well, I'm in Calgary.
So no black people get
Yeah.
a shots fired.
No, I'm in Calgary. I'm in like quote unquote the most dangerous neighborhood in Calgary, but it's beautiful. It's no problem whatsoever. It's a nice place.
Alright, so what kind of fence?
Yeah, actually white fence, yeah. My neighbors Vietnamese.
Okay.
All the folks in my town here are either Vietnamese or Ethiopian or Sudanese or Eritrean.
So what kind of grass you got? Is it fish?
I don't know. Grass I plant, regular grass. Grass that will grow in Canada.
Does it show you clean it or is it like you got the cool temperature?
Oh man, sometimes minus 40 here, bro.
Alright, so you got cool grass. Alright, so
Oh yeah, that's
good fescue, Kentucky blue, maybe something like that. Alright.
Oh man, I wish I had the Kentucky blue. That would be amazing. That shit's beautiful.
All that matters is
Yeah. So I gotta do some planting here, but yeah.
what kind of you got?
Okay. So I'm gonna grow some scarlet water beans. You know what those are?
Scarlet water beans, no.
Runner beans.
No.
Okay, so they can grow like 12 feet tall along a fence. They're like little red flowers, but you can also eat the beans. Anyway, so it's morning glories. So my morning glories, you know, they grow everywhere. I'm gonna try to make it so that my entire fence is just covered in like creeping vines and flowers.
All these are tall.
All really tall. And then I'm gonna put in some sweet peas. They smell amazing, you know, sweet peas. Really tall creepers. But the hops I'm the most excited for because the hops can grow like 5 feet in 1 year. The hops, if you can grow big space, I don't have much space. It's small. I'm gonna do it. But it's big enough. Yeah, it's big enough. Yeah. Gotta try to make whatever you have around you beautiful. That's my
I give a nice trench, bro. Get you a nice deep trench. You probably put something, you got a white fence up, put probably somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, looks beautiful.
Yeah, it's definitely nice.
When I was in Dubai, the Muslims, they were saying at any mosque, anybody can pray. If you're Christian or Jewish, you can pray there.
That does the fragrance, right?
Yeah.
This is the guy. Yeah, this guy's cool as fuck. He was over there. He was telling he was over there. He was mixing stuff, doing custom fragrances and shit. Yeah, this guy's cool, man. I remember talking to him early in the morning. know, it works like that's how the culture is so different, you know. It was like a very interesting conversation. But I think the Italians have the best soil, bro. I remember people, bro. Yeah, the sweet peas, I'm excited for that. I really hope to grow them well. I mean, I don't know. I guess you can say that. Yeah. In August in LA, it's hard to grow stuff, eh? It's really dry and hot.
Listen,
What can you grow?
like the only thing we have is an olive tree, and like it depends. If you go to Ramona on the suburbs of San Diego, we do grow really good grapes. There's a lot of wineries there.
Okay.
So grapes do really well. Avocados do excellent in fall.
Okay.
I was thinking of purchasing like one of these avocado farms where ROI is fantastic on it, but it's extremely hard to freaking maintain it. So they're very delicate sort of fruits or vegetables, whatever they are. Not eaten very often. You need like a good crew to maintain your farm, etc. So it's a very tedious kind of investment, although the ROI is good on it. But other than that, I think olive trees grow well. What is it called? Angier. What is Angier? Figs grow well. My neighbor has a whole lot of tomatoes, like her entire backyard is filled with tomatoes. And living in the heart of the city, I live very close to the heart. It's
Zargis, if you have a chance, grow something called osmanthus fragrans. Osmanthus fragrans. Get this, try to picture this scent. So you take apricot jam, and then you take vanilla, and you take coconut milk custard, and mix them together, and that's exactly what osmanthus fragrance. It's like an apricot and vanilla and coconut milk. It's unbelievable. I'll throw it in the market. You can roll down where you're at, because we grew up in Tokyo, so yeah, I'll throw it in the market.
Matt, I wanted to ask you something. I have synesthesia, right? So for me, I smell and taste and visualize simultaneously.
Stupid fucking bitch. Stupid bitch. She feels life simultaneously.
Can you smell the fragrance?
Yeah. So it's kind of funny. I had COVID hit me, but I was still able to mix perfumes because I can kind of like
in your head.
Yeah, exactly. I can write down like pen and paper and formulate from my mind's eye, kind of, like, for example, there's many famous musicians, if they lose their hearing, they can still like write symphonies and stuff like that, or write music. It's like, it's in your head,
Never
and of course you can.
Yeah, of course. That's why I asked. Because Henrik's like never learned formal music. He too had what I have, and it was just like a mix of like variations of colors and the permutations and combinations and things that led him to make a tune out of it based on the colors that he mixed and matched. So
it's not a strange thing, because the human brain always thinks in terms of analogies, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, everything we do is analogical, like the old expression, like the map doesn't match the territory. Like the universe and reality is super complex, and so as human beings, we're just analogy making machines, and that's when we come on the app, we're basically arguing with each other about the analogies. We're like, no, your analogy's wrong. No, I believe your analogy is too simple. You know what I mean? But none of us are actually talking about the real fucking world.
Right.
It's too complicated.
Also, the Eastern world, like you see that how they came up with pictorial depictions of demigods, goddesses, etc., was simply because language was not that prominent at the time. It wasn't as formulated, as sophisticated. And so, like, attributes, etc., were shown in the form of, like, the very own names, deities, etc.
Yeah.
So symbolism is very innate, I think, within us humans. And figures and forms. And this is why I think, like, the one God concept without a form is one of the hardest things to sort of, come to the conclusion of. And some form, some manifestation. It's just,
Yeah, I threw that flower down there, guys. If any of you guys like live in a place that's kind of warm or hot, you have to check out this flower. I swear to God, it smells like better than anything in the world. It's like so creamy, like milky coconut, but then also like a beautiful, like overripe apricots. Anyways. Bro, it's amazing. Anyways, guys, I have to fuck off. I gotta go get some work done. I'll talk to you later. Alright, like I said,
later, bye.
I'll tell you greens. No, girl, she can't grow a damn thing.
I had this one interesting ass dude. Didn't hear you talking about something. Gem. He just travels places and makes people custom, like, fragrances.
Perfumes.
He says that he was in Dubai because they love that shit over there.
Dude, man,
Like, everybody wants their own smell.
Matthew is such a kind-hearted human. Like, he's so kind-hearted. He's one of those rarities who wants the world to be a better place.
Yeah, people would be a better place. I wanted to say fucked up.
Look at this Juba.
I saw black. Then we can't understand how good, a good is, being some fucked up shit here and there. Yeah, that's true. The world is how quickly we get used to stuff. I do drone delivery now. The first time I did a drone delivery, I went out with my son. We were like, wow, this is so convenient. We just ordered it. It only took 5 minutes. And I'm like, man, where are my pretzels, man? Ridiculous, man. It took 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Say drone delivery? How do you doing drone delivery? That's an option, or is that just doing it in the neighborhood? Yeah, we're in Texas, man. Wait, what is this? Drone delivery. Like, you got a drone and you pay for the shit with a drone and deliver it to the house.
What that be?
So, depending on the state you live, the drone delivers it? Yeah, the drone delivers it straight to your house. Wait, so welcome to this. You wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth, you pray and shit. You say, in the name of Jesus, and our Father, who are in heaven. You finish the prayer and then you say, good morning, son. You give them some cereal, then you do what? Like this. Oh man, I forgot to get eggs. Oh shit. I forget eggs. I got to drive it for 30 minutes. Alright, I'll push the button and it comes to me at 5. Which one would you do? Shit, man, I'd rather take a trip.
What the heck?
Alright, look, fast forward.
It's not amazing.
You gotta go you're using gas, right? So it costs more. And the fast forward. Yeah, go ahead. You do all that shit, get the eggs, whatever, and then you go to work. Alright, what happens now? I'm still stuck on the fact that people complain after they've had that done for them. Because think about my grandmother, right? Who has disability issues. This is changing their life. This is going left. So why are you straining the system once you left?
Yes, bitches. Why are you not thinking about those when
I'm perfecting it. You need people to on board so it scales. How do you think you're on Clubhouse?
I'm all for you,
Yes, what?
all for convenience. comfortable life.
I just want to know how that drone shit work.
So multinational companies are building drone beehives so they can just send their product to the consumer without an intermediary.
And Electric understands the meaning of bright
I said, that's how you
service.
get the fucking drone.
I turn on that company's app, Amazon, and I enter, I want this, and then it sends me what I want. I don't keep the drone. The drone hovers above the house and drops on a through line, the product in a box, and then flies off. It's coming to a city near you.
So how fast is the
5 to 10 minutes.
God damn. So you just bought it at the store. That's pretty convenient. So one thing is I hate my shit. I feel like if I get it on me right now, like you're not gonna wait for it to get the meter and charge me. You're gonna charge me. So I need my shit right now.
Because it's very traumatizing to do grocery shopping, and one must protect their mind because of the amount of options that you have, and plus the interruptions you have.
I think sometimes it's good.
It's just crazy. Like you could go to any store and you restaurant now they have all these stupid kiosks.
And then when you go to the damn store, and they got 18 registration.
There's something these companies are greedy. Like I do like the drone thing because I was a delivery driver for years. I know how dangerous it is. I almost get hit by a car and you're like, I'm taking food to someone's house. I almost just died, Right. So they can eliminate people on the road. That's great. But some other technologies
That's all I being a mailman. I'm walking in the neighborhood. I'm on the sidewalk.
One time,
I think drone delivery would be great for USPS.
what if they drop it at people's home?
Oh, there's all sorts of horrible things can happen. I mean, it takes a lot of work. That's why it's not in every state. Because it takes a lot of coordination if you have these things in the air. What if the drone dies and falls on someone's home?
What if you ordered something super expensive?
Right.
What
I'll run right under that motherfucker and give me a loss.
Technology exists right now.
Oh, you're playing calls with my son and I got hit by a drone.
Drop on me.
You know I ain't doing that.
that shit.
Oh God, imagine death by droning.
How your dad died? No, he got hit by a drone.
I got hit by a drone.
Oh man, Amazon, man.
I would think these drones would have been activated like years ago.
No, the technology exists. The problem is regulation.
Yeah.
Not really, because
That's the Democrats. Ever since the Trump administration came through, all this regulation.
because like you said, sometimes they deliver to the wrong house, you know?
Can you imagine like someone else's freaking Amazon man? Can you imagine?
Yes. I mean, like I said, I did delivery for years. Delivery people, they eat your food. They do all sorts of stuff, man. So,
Bro, my mom and dad had just arrived. I ordered a whole lot of like meat eaters, and all kinds of Middle Eastern food, Mediterranean. This restaurant has like all three varieties. And they had just arrived, and I was like, okay, let's have a feast. And they're tired. They flew for whatever 12 hours. Freaking that thing never arrived. Again, went to the management, looked at the security camera. The ladies come all the way to my doorstep and walked away with the food. Just taken it and gone. So she's made the effort to come to the door. She's taken a picture, right? Hasn't rang the bell. And that was 300 something bucks of food. Picks it up and goes. Just like that. And then I felt bad and complained because I think she really looks very skinny. And I thought maybe she had her eyes.
I don't like that. No, that's when you just went left. No compassion. Because you got family to feed too.
Yeah, maybe she had.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I grew up in the city, but like, I'm kind of hardened. I drive by a homeless person. You gotta just think like, hey, some of them aren't their job. Some of them, that's their job because they're begging.
And I didn't call her.
How's it going today? I'll make it ready. I have somebody gonna do it. Like, if you grew up around it, you gotta know, like, it's not everybody suffering. Some people are just in a situation because they choose to be. That's the truth.
But because it's food, right, Freeman? Like,
Yeah.
maybe she's hungry. Like, who does that? Maybe it was for her children. I had to call my parents and said, don't call, it's okay, it's okay. She's taking for children, she's taking, a whole story was built around eating the food and how I shouldn't complain and stuff. But I mean, it happens, right? Like, drones can also, like, whatever, drop wrong food and different or wrong items.
I mean, she stole $300 worth of food.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. You know, the average, everyone want to talk about poverty. What percent of Americans do you think live check to check? Do you guys know?
That has to be
That is insane. It's like a ridiculous number. It's like 70%.
Oh, wow.
So if you stop and think about it, everybody's walking a tightrope in so-called one of the greatest nations in the world. So $300 is nothing to laugh at.
I also saw like about 80% of Americans don't even have $1,000 saving.
So any American, do you know how many people I drive by in the suburbs with like their car windows been broken for months? They don't have the money to fix it, you know? So yeah, I think I get mad when I see people stealing because it's like you don't know what we're going through. Sometimes, I'm mean. Sometimes if I see someone coming up and I know their neighborhood, whatever, I'll be like, I ask them for money first. I'm like, hey, got any money? I was just about to ask you. Oh, okay. You know, you can't just, I mean, I don't know, $300 they stole from you nowadays, I can't accept that.
That called my lovely friends, this and that. Like, I thought they had just arrived, so maybe like we could have a feast. And, yeah, she drops the food, takes the picture, and just picks up the whole package and walks away. I mean, doesn't realize that there are cameras all over the place. Kind of felt that's why I thought maybe she was just ignorant about the cameras, or she's really maybe in need, or the smell of the food might have. So sad.
What's sad is that you lost $300.
Yeah, but I just considered a charity at that moment, and I said maybe like,
I didn't know she had kids.
I don't know, we made that whole story up in our head. Me and my parents, and then freaking charity giving. The one argues is cool. She had family, she had to go family, she take it home. The whole freaking story was spun around. Like her rushing to her family to feed them.
Feel from a store.
Bro, I
Rather look go from the rich and get to the poor, why she feel from you?
he also a little bit like her eyes are all soft because when Uber drivers drop off, they also like have to give you like picture of how they look and things like that. So when people complain, it's a legit like complaint, right? Yeah, she looked like she's using it.
I saw this girl, I said video, so she ordered some food, her food got delivered, she ate her food, and then she said that the DoorDash driver didn't deliver her food, so she get a refund.
That's messed up, bro.
And then the DoorDash driver went back to the place, which was work. It was like, you fat ass bitch! Yeah, it was hilarious.
She said she didn't get the food? Well, don't I feel like you?
Girl, you see the girl is so fat. Like, you know she would have done that.
Oh my god. This is the DoorDash driver driving back to freaking complain about it.
Yeah, she was really mad because that will give them like a bad review. Yeah. She was like, "This is my job. You're over here lying so your fat bitch can't eat." Let me just make, because my daughter crashing out.
Marcus, you there?
Yeah, Freeman.
Yeah, so I was doing delivery in DC. Yeah, I'm going fast. I just finished doing the delivery, just getting back on my scooter. So I'm gonna grab my shoulder, pull me off, put a gun on my ribs, rob me for my phone and my wallet. So let me ask you, what story do I need to construct in my mind for why he needed to do that? You know what I'm saying? Because $600 worth.
Well, Burberry, he was freaking buying Burberry?
Can you imagine? This dude put a gun on my ribs and threatened my life so he could buy a Burberry scarf or whatever for $600.
Oh
I know he was mad when he got his stupid computer. I know, I grew up in that same city, so I know what the game is. I didn't even waste my time calling the police first. I called the guards people.
Dude, he wants to kill a father for freaking Burberry? What the fuck?
So when someone says,
It's not even a good brand.
There's like a thin line between stealing and killing. If you steal, you kill. It's the truth. So, like, my mind is like, yeah, you're in dire straits, but stuff like that, I can give you so.
Yeah, exactly. They know they're wrong. Yeah, exactly. They know they're wrong. And still they do it.
Still they do it. Some people do it, they don't know they're wrong.
Still they do it.
Still they do it. Some people do it, they don't know they're wrong. That's all they were taught. Like young kids. I've seen young kids stealing, I get that. But you're a grown person, either you're drugs or something.
Yeah.
You're not doing it because you're bad. Because look, this is America too. There's so many homeless shelters and food giveaways, and even like one thing I give credit to the Muslims in my area, all the mosques, they give tons of food every Friday. Every Friday without fail. story. I had all that information. I called the police like 3 days later. I said, here's what happened. Here's the street it happened on. Here are the transactions. Here's when you try to withdraw the money. You know what I'm saying? And they're like, oh, you didn't die? No, we're not going to waste time on this case. Like, so the criteria is, do you die? You know, how are they going to help me if I die or get shot? You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
So, long story short, like, he's always almost gone. No, that was the point. I only gave it to the police because I was interested to see. As I told you, I was interested to see what they would do. I didn't call them first. You know what I'm saying?
You should have called and sued the fucking cops.
Well, no, the thing is this. Police, they deal with crimes on a sliding scale. So, like, heartbreaking, they might not even come out. They might just tell you, you know, call your insurance. Where I live, where I lived, I should say. It's not the same in Texas. There's less car break-ins here because they know everyone's got a gun. There's less robberies and, you know.
Someone's supposed to protect you, right? So this is why, like, you get a hold of the bigger part. So who's supposed to protect you under these conditions? Because the guy obviously has nothing. That's why he's stealing, the motherfucker. And he's probably doing it to a whole lot of people.
A bunch of people. He gets a thrill out of it, obviously. I mean, you also get a glimpse into his mind. Why is he stealing? Is it something that he needs? You know, like, not everyone is stealing because they, you know, it's like, okay. And guess what? He's stealing someone who's clearly doing food delivery. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is not, like, this was years ago, but it's not, if you were looking and saying, okay, let me rob this Mercedes, they can afford it, you know, that kind of, no, that's not the thinking that's going on. So you can't assume you can enter the mind of the person, that's what I'm saying, who stole 300 from you. You can't. All you know is that they stole they don't even know how much the food was. They just saw an opportunity. It was a crime of opportunity.
Yeah.
Like,
it's down.
but you know, they wouldn't have done it if it wasn't there. So that lets you know who they are. Sadly. You know?
You can't sue Burberry, obviously, because he's probably bought the product online. And if he had gone to the store, what they'd probably ask was ID.
Do you notice that? Take Megan's picture. Do you notice the 10 Commandments just says, do not steal?
Yeah.
It doesn't give any outs. It doesn't give any, you know what I'm saying? It's like, don't do it. Because there's no amount of the condition you're in can justify the act that you take that harms somebody else in that way. At the end of the day, there's poor people everywhere. Tons of them in all countries all over the world that aren't stealing. There's people around who don't know where they're, or Nigeria or wherever, they don't know where their next meal's coming from, you know? Literally.
So, in countries, so I always used to think that something happened to me some time ago, and I'm still like, I'm not Nigerian, okay? So, I fully understand the punishment.
Oh, no, I'm not your time.
Freeman, the punishment for stealing in Middle Eastern countries, so that the second time a person does it, it's just they take the fingers off, and the third time your hand is out, so that you don't do it again, right? In Dubai, during the time that we lived there, you could basically buy an entire store, leave the product in the middle of the mall, right? Walk away, come back in a month, and pick it up exactly from the same location.
That's very true. And I think
I'm telling you, it's not a good rule. Now, other people are very, I mean, it's human condition, right? Anyone can steal. For the whole freaking year, my family never locked their door. There's no need. We traveled in that year. That was the year my family decided to travel. We didn't lock our door ever when we left home. Nobody dared come in. It just doesn't happen.
And that's definitely, whenever there's a punishment that's that much, you really, if someone is dealing in that condition and they know that's what's at stake, either they're insane or they truly think they'll get away with a crime. So that makes sense. But what do we do in a country like Norway or Japan? These cultures, You drop your wallet, you're gonna find your wallet with all the money still in it, by and large, you know.
Same thing here in my neighborhood. That's true. I live in a good white neighborhood, and we don't, you know. No, I'm serious.
For my reasons, I never go with any race, you know. I'm
You
just
saying, Japanese ain't a race?
it's a people, bro.
It's a culture. That's a nationality. That's not a race. It's a culture.
Yeah,
It's a
you know,
race.
No, it's not.
Oh, God.
It's all American, Smiler.
let me tell you what's happening in Norway.
America has very safe places. I'm sick of this stereotype.
Yeah, my neighborhood is safe.
America has safe places, definitely. And guess what? People move to safe places on purpose. Like I never.
No, I'm saying it's so American because only Americans will say something like that. Smiler, I live in a very, very safe neighborhood, and this still happens like every now and then. Not just to me, but sometimes.
That's probably black people from a couple neighborhoods.
Here we go.
There's nobody.
It's not the people of that neighborhood, that's for sure.
Such a racist.
What's the law? What does the law say about stealing, Smiler? What's the punishment in the Tanakh?
I think,
Restitution.
yeah.
But you don't have to pay, according to you, you don't have to pay restitution because you don't follow that law. So
Oh yeah.
you steal and it's like bad, it's a sin, but you don't have to restitute.
There you go.
You don't have to reimburse nobody.
Hey man, I believe. Check this out. I believe the New Testament says very clearly the government has been given the sword not in vain. So I wish I could have called the police and they actually prosecuted crime. One of the reasons criminals are emboldened in the U.S. is that if it's not a felony, they're gonna be out in like what? Half a day? If that? There's literally I know new people growing up who made sure to know those laws. Like, oh, I'll make sure I steal under $500. How crazy is that?
Oh, yeah. People be tripping. But in the South, it's the same thing. I mean, they have.
Listen, in countries like Morocco and
You steal so
Egypt.
much.
No, but in countries like Morocco and Egypt, you think it's rich. The moment like you get stolen the minute you go like see the pyramids. That exists, although there is that kind of Sharia law. The Bible just implements it. Well, because of the bigger pot that people, live in, that hold bigger amounts of money it can't afford as a country to go through that sort of fear of economic loss.
Right? That's one of the reasons I don't like going to Nigeria. I tell people straight up, like, oh, I don't like it because, no, man, like, the police will stop you and be like, oh, God, man, come on for some money. Like, what's going on, yo? I'm not paying you money to drive on the road. They will set up roadblocks and be like, oh, we haven't been paid. I'm like, yo, this is insane, and my family be like, you just gotta keep a little money. You got to break them off a little something. I'm like, in principle, this is insane.
Yes.
I'm driving on the road,
In India, Saturday night, when we go like clubbing or we go to a concert, on the way back, if like there's a freaking, if anyone's drunk, they just stop people to get the alcohol from them, these cops. They say, what are you drinking? What kind of cigarettes do you have? And that's how bad it is. And you basically give him whatever, your drink, and then he lets you go.
It's like a cop tool to move around Nigeria. So, nah, I don't like that at all. That's for me, that's stealing also, That's stealing.
That's bribery and stealing.
Yeah.
That's stealing life of the person that this fucking drunkard is gonna hit and die.
Like, Nardis, where you been that you had it's like that? India, you been to India?
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's not good to stick out. Like, when I go to Nigeria and they hear my accent, oh no. All of a sudden the price went up. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And you're freaking fare scared. You're sitting in an auto rickshaw for the experience of it, or you're just
riding in the three-wheeler freaking taxi, first thing he'll ask is, "Madam, where you're from?" And then he like, "Yeah," and then I speak back in their local language because I learned it. No, but where you're really from? And then like, when you're off the rickshaw, every single time I've paid 3 times more than what everyone else gets charged. Just because I'm a foreigner in the land. Fucking rip off foreigners like anything. It's messed up.
Man, I'm smiling. You thought you were in the motherland, it would be all love. You can't even get your, like in Nigeria though, one time they tried to hold my luggage hostage. I was like, in the airport? Damn. The handler was like, yeah, oh God. I'm like, no, don't give me that, oh God. That means boss. I'm not your boss. Give me my luggage. So what I do is I play dumb. That's like the best thing to do. Like I feel like I have no understanding of that, you know, like because they're speaking English to you, you know, like the Creole. I'm like, no, I don't know what you're saying, boss. I need my luggage now.
Let's not forget you always carry some amount of cash in your pocket, Smilo, because you never know who you need to bribe when. Yeah, that's exactly how it is.
I guarantee you, too. All the people go to Mecca, because I read the articles, that's where they spend the most money.
Why is it?
Yeah, what you gotta do is this is what you gotta do, right? So you gotta fold up the $20 bill in like a square triangle. You know what I'm saying? Like something you can just fit in your hand. Because if you're pulling out money and you like peeling it off, then you're done. You know, it's like you're done. So have the little cubes in your pocket.
That's right.
Whatever it is. This way you do the little cube thing. You just give them, you know, like a drug exchange or whatever it is.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Nobody sees anything.
You put your hand on the shoulder.
Nobody sees anything. Exactly.
You put your hand on
Also,
the
trying
shoulder.
to peel off money, trying to be cool guy, because they're you're gonna get fucking ripped off. Yeah.
How do you know this shit?
I was doing better.
Yeah, you.
Because I travel. Pretty long.
So this is what it is.
About the belt? You know about the belt money? The money in the belt?
Of course I do. Of course I do.
Yeah. They can rob you, but you got the money folded up in the leather belt with the...
That's right. That's right.
You don't know about that, Narcus.
I don't know. Sometimes you fold it like a rock here, right? The thing is, you put your hand on the shoulder. We still do that in the jewelry trade. It's all like just a handshake. So you put your hand on the shoulder, you get close to the back.
Yeah, then people want to be nice to you. You know what I'm saying? That's when people want to be nice to you. But if you're trying to be a cool guy, peeling off money like that, they're like, oh, no, fuck this guy.
Always lay low. Always lay low.
I would give them some funny hadiths and stuff, and they'll find them funny.
They're not gonna know them. They're gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? They don't know these hadiths. They don't know these hadiths, bro. What hadith? They're gonna look at you like...
people on the back.
They don't know the intellectual discourse. No one knows this because of the information age. And freaking the biggest downfall I think that happened to the hadith corpus was information age. It was everything being on the internet. People just type it in and it pops. They didn't know they had this shit for the longest time.
Margaret, where did Matthew Amir Richardson go? Now I want to hear his Calvinism now.
Bro, Freeman, they are on TikTok. They still
they're on TikTok still preaching it?
Still
Wow.
preaching it.
They're cool.
They're doing very well too. They've developed a fan following.
Wait, so how are they praying?
You don't think nobody on TikTok, bro.
Stop!
Nobody reading. How they praying?
They told me they are following people. They told me they are like...
We gotta say on the live. I have to say on the live. If I gotta say, I don't belong in that fucking site. Yeah.
So they were telling me like, why don't you join TikTok? We're doing so well on it. I said, I don't want to support your political ideology. I don't know how I'm pushing it back, Freeman.
And low after all the,
summary executions of the people I'm not even making chill out for them.
But to be honest, like I had a talk with them and I said, like, what is it that you're pushing? It's not the person per se. I think they're pushing like the ideology of the Republic, which played a role. The very intent of the revolution that came about. And it flopped quite quickly because within the first year, there was a 9-year war that followed, right? So if I have to objectively look at it, I think they never got to exercise that. It just never blew. It just kept getting worse and worse and worse.
Okay, so
Just two things that cannot be married unless the ruler is a Jesus or a prophet or someone extremely pure with like high level of compassion, justice, etc. Otherwise, this philosophy king will always fail because of human condition.
All jaded right now with philosophy in general when they see the outworking of, if Almighty falls in that category. He's going right, I'm going left. That's how people are looking at it.
Freeman, if you read his work, but at least his mysticism, right? He was a big fan of Aquinas, a big fan of Ibn Arabi. Within the first year, he was like feared mostly by all like traditionalist Muslims in his own country and outside of it. So it seems like he did come with some sort of revolutionary thinking in order to better the world. In fact, he did initially start to extend his hand out to the Arab countries around him who were already like pretty much subjugated by the West and were really coming for it. So it didn't work. This thing just didn't work out for him. Now, did he go crazy after that? Yeah, I think not just he, but his cabinet. It was something that never ever came to fruition for whatever reason, right? But I think the brethren are saying that he intended for such a thing, and such a thing is possible, and it's called a democracy. So this system of democracy is what they hold to like politically. Now, whether it works or not, bro.
I think the biggest part, I can't speak, Persians have to speak for themselves, but I don't like the idea of, who I am being swallowed by an ideology that maybe is not necessarily foundational. You know what I'm saying? There was something called Persia before there was Islam. I'm not saying that religion or truth doesn't speak to even who you are. It does. I'm just saying it doesn't destroy it either.
I agree.
It's hard to see Persians today. They don't even use the word anymore, right? Maybe they do in passing.
We do, very much we do. Like we use it in California a lot. Like I introduced myself as a Persian. I don't introduce myself as an Iranian for the longest time, right? Simply because I don't want to show like solidarity with the freaking government. However, like if you look at history from the very beginning, whoever came and invaded and overtook us, we embraced it. There's a very we eat it up, we chew it up, and what we spit out is something that looks highly creative and a new version of that thing. And it's true. This sort of inclusivity allowed for the Persian Empire to expand the way it did. Because including language, like here the Afghans speak Dari, which is the original Farsi, and here like someone like me or Sela, for example, speak Farsi. It sounds Frenchy, it sounds German, and it's simply because of the inclusivity and the freaking intake, which we don't have any.
Yeah, I guess that's a good thing, but you're like the final boss. Islam is a final boss that,
right.
You don't feel the least amount of ground. So, look, let me give a concrete example. My Persian friend, who was my best man in my wedding, right? He told me one time, oh, yeah, God is Khuda, What he said. Now, when he travels to Iran, he said he slowly noticed over time people would be like, Greek with Allah instead of Hoda. It never was an issue when he was younger, you know?
It's
So like, it's like, and then me also speaking another language, I don't think God, yes, we know who the name of God is in Christianity, but like, people are called out to God from within a cultural context, you know?
correct.
Like in Yoruba, like the creator of the universe is known as Elega, you know? And we had no problem when Christianity came. In fact, the missionaries were very careful to say that creator is, you know what I'm saying, Hashem, right? So like it's not removing from where people are. Whereas I feel as though like there's an imposition being made on the Persians right now that like they kind of have to decide what direction they want to go, and they are deciding because you see a lot of
the
Persian.
And religion has become such a crass thing now to even adopt or talk about simply because of the policing, you know. But the Ottoman rule didn't do well for Persia simply because of the black and whites. There was no art of freedom in that, which is the very like vein of a Persian. I was telling Daniel this a couple of days ago. So even then, Islam was taken, chewed up, and spat out as Shiaism, right? That which allows for imagery and color, allows for music and whatnot. So, and Sufism, and all of these mystical traditions that arose from Persia, even that was transformed into something else. What the regime particularly was to subjugate in terms of like police, which I think they should have.
Do you think if Saladin met Sam Shimon and Sam Shimon went through time, do you think he would change his ways?
Yo, what?
Imagine Saladin, he's trying to storm the walls of Jerusalem, and Sam Shimon brings like a mega speaker back in time, and he starts reading these funny hadiths to him.
Did he get it in English? So I think there'd be a language barrier there.
Sam Shimon can speak Arabic.
Yep. That makes it clear. Okay. Yeah, I think he would be, Shamsun would probably be slain in under like 30 seconds. Saladin really didn't play that much. You know what I'm saying? We got a nice, gentle image of Saladin. He didn't play that much. But coming back to Persia for a second, I 100% agree with you. Now we're talking about hadiths, right? I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, I have a question. Was Farsi a written language? Because I know the Shia Muslims, their hadiths. Well, first of all, the Sunnis that are Persian wrote in Arabic, but I'm thinking even the Shia sages wrote in Arabic.
Yeah, the script was pretty much common in the region, Freeman. Like even Farsi is written in the Arabic script, however, we have more letters like je, pe, ge. These are words that do not exist in Arabic. Or like Pepsi is written as Pepsi. Yeah.
What do you think about the fact that King Cyrus is written in the Bible and it's kind of extolled? Is that like a point of pride? Is that like a passing thing?
Of course. Christians are well embraced and very loved within Iran, including the Jews. It's a system in which coexistence has been a very strong factor because we are nationalists, we're not tribalists like the Arabs. So you will never find a Persian ever tell you, or an Iranian ever tell you, I'm just a Kurd. He will first introduce himself as an Iranian. And then if you pick up on his accent in Farsi, he might tell you, oh yeah, I'm from that region where the Kurds came in dwelling. So in that way, we've always had an upper hand in at least so far as like a oneness sort of theme and Ummah of Iranians versus like how the Ummah system I think sort of failed within the Middle East, although I think it was a very great thing that they tried the Pan-Arabism, but it's too tribal, man, Freeman. It's so built on who your father's was, similar to, I think, the Jewish community. It's not that different.
I got a good question. Do you think there's a possibility
start making AI generated videos of Sam Shimon doing his evangelical work with the mega speaker back in time with Saladin being outside the Jerusalem walls. And like Sam Shimon's out there with a megaphone. Do you think there would be a following for that?
Man, you're gonna have such a group of people flock to you who are like you. It's gonna be like amazing. But Marcus, the tribality, man, I don't know, man. I think we're designed to be tribal.
Agreed.
It's human beings.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that enough.
Yeah, I agree. In fact, tribe succeeds simply because we take care of our communities, etc. But I think, although we're designed to be that, we're also designed to kill. We're also designed to steal. It's not that we don't have it within us, the potential, right? We choose not to. So in doing so, we're ascending from our life.
Yes. What's your mic? When I say design, Marcus, I mean that, like, obviously there's like the Yoruba tribe or British tribe. That's from God. There's no doubt about it, you know? The question is, what do we do with it? Like, how do we live amongst each other? I think Islam is one of the reasons why Islam makes more incursions as a religion than any other religion is that it's like tribalism and religion, you know, because there are physical, you know, what makes someone a tribe? The way you speak, the way you dress, right? But Islam has all that, you know.
And it has it under one system. Exactly, it's a power in itself, right? So, but it does seem to encourage. Actually, it does encourage kind of oneness of humanity, songs, color, language, region, geography, etc. And I think it was the very intent of historical Muhammad to come and preach this simply because tribalism was so extreme, much like Buddha came to overcome like the freaking high priests in the caste system that had developed in Hinduism. And he was like, no, we're all equal in the sense that we're spiritual beings, etc. So even verses in the Quran that I've read where it says your position on earth is based on your piety, not the color of your skin or tribe or your language. And I think this is a great advantage and an attractive point in Islam and Christianity as such. Judaism too follows such laws, however, keeps it within the Jew community.
I think that like there are pros and cons to uniformity.
Yeah, I agree.
So if you mean that like Islam came to have everyone be one in a certain respect, like in dignity, for instance, I think that's a pro. But when you mean that everyone should be one in dress, you see what I'm saying? We have an issue. Okay, you're meeting people, for instance, that wear no clothes. How do you bring Islam to them? They don't wear clothes because they're not savage. They don't wear clothes because they're in the Amazon, for instance. And this is the best way to live here, right?
Right. But even with clothes, right? So even with clothes, it's not that it's saying no to the culture. In fact, it talks about how one must like encourage each other's culture and language. But it does seem to like place a standard for modesty, for example, which again you might make the argument that this might fail because in the Amazon, for example, in the forest, women who show their breasts or shake their boobies and walk without ever finding that to be absurd or even immodest, that works within that culture, right? It is not like when I'm groping her or sexually abusing her because of the way she is. That is just the norm of the place. One could make the argument that, yeah, but I think it was addressing like a majority position, whereas like a family system can be held well if some sort of modesty is maintained, both from men and women.
Yeah, I think if you're speaking of modesty from a morality principle, yes.
Yeah.
Whatever is immodest within that cultural context should be avoided. I'm just thinking about the strict letter of the law. Now, this is where I'm going to get on not smiling. I call him not smiling. Not smiling says everyone should be circumcised. Not smiling?
Because smiling dying to get in some kind of dogma structure in Christianity. I don't know them, bro.
Some hate things about this. Hey, what do you think about this?
Sorry, I just came back about what?
Do you think everyone who becomes a Christian is supposed to be circumcised?
Like a grown man?
Look, I'm just speaking about the law y'all say y'all keep.
So from what my understanding of what the New Testament is saying is that you don't have to be circumcised to come to Christ because the law of circumcision is on the 8th day anyway. So you can't even keep that law if you're grown and not circumcised. But I believe that.
How do you believe it? Like, remember, I'm speaking in terms of if God commands us to water baptize, we'll be in that same category.
That's what I'm saying. So if someone is already grown, they can't keep that law because the law says to be circumcised on the 8th day anyway. So if you're like 30, you know.
Yeah. We're not talking about anything. I'm talking about a child, and you're a parent.
Okay, I think Christians should circumcise their children, yes. 100%. But I wouldn't say, hey, if you don't circumcise your child, you're going to hell. I wouldn't say nothing like that, you know.
Yeah.
But I believe children should be circumcised. Boys, of course.
Yeah, I just look at circumcision, like, from what I see, I could be wrong here. I'll say that readily, but what I see is, in Acts 15, the Judaizer stood up and says, unless the Gentiles get circumcised and keep the law of Moses,
they can't be saved.
No, they can't be saved.
That's not exactly what they said.
Hold on, Acts 15. Acts 15, it says in, where is it? Hold on. Okay, verse 5. The Gentiles must be circumcised and required to keep the law of Moses. See that?
Read verse 1.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Verse 1 says that unless you are circumcised according to the custom of Moses, you cannot be saved.
Right.
But the people who are saying that in verse 1 are not the same people talking in verse 5.
1 second, I'm going to chop that with.
Yeah. This is where I jammed not smiling up the other day.
Yeah, what are you reading, Fergie?
We're at Acts 15. We're jamming up the Judaizers today. What's up, Mixer?
Snaps. Alright. So Acts 16 is where you did it?
1-5.
Acts 16, 1 through 5.
Man, I said 1-5. I'm about to fight you.
Acts 15.
15.
Okay, what verse?
Well, let's just start with the first section, right? I'm saying the first thing I just said is the people speaking in verse 1 are not necessarily the people speaking in verse 5.
Okay, that's fine. But I think it's the same idea. I think the idea here is if you don't keep the law of Moses, you can't be saved, which I believe is wrong. You know, I think that's the main issue.
So why then later on when they send the letter out? Because they send the letter out in
21.
Verse 23. It says to the Gentile believers in Antioch, Syria, and Sicilia, we have heard that some went out from us with our authorization and disturbed you, troubling your minds by what they said. And
That's the point. The point is they're saying the thing that is troubling the Gentiles is because these people are saying if you don't keep the law of Moses, you can't be saved. If you don't get circumcised and keep the law, you can't be saved. So this is troubling the Gentiles because now they're thinking like, oh, am I really saved in Christ if I'm not circumcised? And you know, just all that. You see this in Galatians.
Okay, let me ask you about verse 2. You see verse 2? It The second verse, it says, this brought Paul and Barnabas into sharp dispute and debate with them. What were they disputing and debating?
They were disputing and debating if the Gentiles need to be circumcised to be saved, because the thing about circumcision in the Old Covenant is that circumcision was absolutely necessary to enter the covenant, right? So if you wasn't circumcised, you was not part of the covenant at all. So if you were a Gentile and you try to come and serve the God of Israel, you had to be circumcised, right? So I think that's what they're discussing, because they're like, well, are they really in the covenant of Christ if these people are not circumcised? You know, that's what they're disputing about.
So if this whole chapter is about being saved, how come the letter doesn't address salvation?
It does in the first verse. This is the claim. That's the claim. If you don't get circumcised and keep the law of Moses, you can't be saved.
So are you saying that when it says you are to abstain from food sacrificed to idols, from blood, from the meat of strangled animals, this is what you need to do to be saved?
No. What I'm saying to you, wait, give me that verse. Let me read that verse.
So verse 29 tells them what they need to do. Why do they need to do? Yeah. Why do they need to do that?
Okay, because those are the things that. Okay, because these people, I don't want to call them pagans, but yeah, they were pagans, right?
That's not believers. Don't do that.
Yes, they were. They were pagans. They were. They're not pagans.
Now they're believers. They've been washed.
Yes.
Okay.
But what I'm saying to you is like these people been pagans their whole life, right? And now they come into the faith of Messiah. So what happens is it's basically, okay, before I move on, do you agree with me that the verse that you just mentioned, it's a starter pack?
That's what I'm trying to find out, because I'm trying to see if it's not the starter pack.
It has to be a starter pack.
29?
Yes, you have. Because the reason why it says a starter pack is because all of you would agree with me that there's way more commandments than these ones that as a Gentile you must do.
In the Old Testament, yeah. See, this is
like, even in the New Testament. Even in the New Testament, because Acts the first coming. Yes. Unless you.
Hold on. I want to be clear on something. Are you saying by the term starter pack that they got to start here, but they really need to eventually keep the whole law of Moses?
That's exactly what the text saying.
This is so crazy. Okay. So why didn't you just say keep the law of Moses?
Because
what's he arguing?
No, but this is what I'm telling you, because these people have been pagans their whole life. They just come into the faith. They're babies in the faith. Like just like Paul said, if you're a baby, you cannot chew meat. You have to be on milk. So they can't just be like, hey, you gotta keep the whole law of Moses. No, you start little by little. So they start with these commandments, which is like, don't sacrifice things to idols, don't eat blood, don't commit sexual immorality. And then if you read chapter 21, it says because the law of Moses is preached every Shabbat. So if they go into the synagogue to hear the law of Moses, it's because they're going to learn with time. Because verse 21 doesn't talk about bestiality. Does that mean Gentiles can't commit bestiality? No. They're going to learn as they go.
No, see, this is my argument. So then my argument is that, go ahead, Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, so then you're saying, hey, then the new covenant is the same as the old covenant.
No, she's saying that the new covenant creates an on-ramp for Gentiles to have a starter pack and get their way to full-on Mosaic Judaism.
Yeah, I mean, that was already part of the old covenant as well. So what's the difference?
Not the starter pack.
The starter pack was
when the Jews had to put him on Sinai.
No, the starter pack is not part of this.
The starter pack was a part of. Yeah. I'm just saying the starter pack was a part of people coming, foreigners and strangers coming into the land.
No, you're thinking of either the Noahide Code, which was for strangers to maintain a standard, but it wasn't like encouraging them to join Judaism, or you're talking about like someone that did attempt Judaism by circumcision. This is attempting to have a new means of joining into the covenant without having circumcision. That's a new concept. The Noahides are not part of the covenant.
Exactly. And for you to be saved and have salvation in Jesus, you have to be part of the covenant.
Sure. So, we're talking about joining the covenant, right? And so foreigners and strangers coming into the land of Israel, in order to join the covenant, they would have to get, that would be the starter pack, would be getting circumcised.
No.
Circumcision wasn't the starter pack?
No, I'm saying circumcision. The circumcision would put them in a covenant, yeah, but this is not talking about circumcision. This is talking about.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh.
What I'm saying is there is a starter pack for Gentiles in the old covenant to come into the covenant.
But that's not a starter pack, that's just the whole deal.
Yeah, they just take the whole deal.
No,
that's straight up circumcision.
Okay, yeah, but what I'm saying is that, listen to what I'm saying. The difference is a foreigner and a stranger didn't grow up under the Mosaic covenant. So as they're coming in, they're going to need to start somewhere. So circumcision was the starter pack. Keeping the Sabbaths, those are starter packs. Then
no, that's full-on conversion.
That's full-on conversion.
You're doing.
No, yeah, but they don't learn everything all at one time. Would you agree?
Listen, what I'm trying to say is that a non-Jew that lives in Israel under the Mosaic Code, he is expected to obey the 7 laws. He has to follow those. Anything else he does is optional until he decides to get circumcised, keep the Sabbath, and be a full-on Jew, at which point he is.
Yeah, so the reason why...
What she's arguing is that Jesus is preaching not to just non-Jews that happen to be in the land of Israel. She's saying that Jesus is coming with a new on-ramp for everyone in the entire world. And the on-ramp does not require circumcision. Instead, it requires refraining from sacrificing to idols, no eating of blood, and then you're going to eventually get to full-on Mosaic law, but you're going to be in the covenant before you even do the circumcision. That's her understanding, and it's a fair read.
Okay, hold on, one thing. She said, hey, I don't want to speak for you, but she said that if someone is a Christian, the child should be circumcised on the 8th day as a matter of religious obligation. Okay? So that's I just want to bring that caveat, and that's what launched this conversation. Now, I want to ask you, hey, when you read the passage with Paul, is it Peter talking? He said that the Gentiles were given the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And he said that showed that God accepted them. How do you understand that? It's not a gotcha. I just want, is it that they're accepted before they do any of the law?
Yeah.
And then during the law they remain accepted? Or what are you saying here?
Yeah, they're accepted before they keep the commandments because they're accepted because they have faith in Christ. So having faith in Christ is what puts you inside of the covenant. Once you're inside of the covenant, you're going to keep the commandments of God. But for you to enter the covenant, you don't have to keep any commandments. You just have your faith in Jesus Christ.
Okay, so what do you mean when you say you must keep the commandments and the laws?
Okay.
It's just a matter of you've entered the covenant, and out of love and duty to Hashem, you keep the commandments and the laws. That's what you mean, right?
Yeah, I mean that too, but I mean more than that. So in the covenant of Christ, okay, so for example, Jesus, right? I believe Jesus is sinless. But Jesus kept the law, not to be righteous. He kept the law because he was righteous. Because the Bible says, he who's righteous does wrong. There's no way that you're a righteous person and you don't practice righteousness. And we know the law is righteous. So once you've been made clean and righteous by the blood of Christ, you're going to keep the law of Moses because it's a righteous thing to do. You're not doing it in order to be saved. No, you're doing it because that's the right thing to do. Does that make sense? Because faith without works is dead. So if you have faith in Christ, I have to see your faith through your works.
The part that makes it difficult is that line that says, notice how they say, then some of the believers who belonged to the party of the Pharisees stood up and said that Gentiles must be circumcised and required to keep the law of Moses. Now, you're saying that the new covenant does not require circumcision, right?
To enter it, yes. Yes.
But then that means you agree with them. You actually agree with this statement that, in a sense, the Gentiles must be circumcised and required to keep the law of Moses. You agree with them, right?
No, I'm saying.
You don't agree with them.
No, I'm saying it's
grown man, if you don't get circumcised, you're still saved. You don't have to get circumcised to be saved. But once you enter the covenant through faith in Christ, you should be keeping God's law. I'm not saying circumcision, because circumcision is on the 8th day anyway. So you don't got to keep that law. However, you should get your children circumcised, because that's the right thing to do.
When your children are circumcised, are they keeping the law or are you keeping the law?
We are keeping the law, and that's the reason why when you get baptized, you have godparents. And your godparents.
I don't know. It was a
Smiling. It was smiling.
So you have godparents that's supposed to make sure that you keep up.
You son.
Suggest everybody to next Wednesday get their ashes. Get your ashes. You can go at night if you don't want to walk around with ashes on your head all day, right?
Can you explain to us the whole ritual from the beginning?
No. We're not going to ashes.
Oh gosh.
Okay. Sorry. We're going to do that. But listen. From the book that I posted about the laws, I actually asked it this very question and post from the book. Yeah. From the book. And because this is just really interesting.
Peter back. What kind of shit is that?
Yeah, Peter just means baby.
Peter just means child.
You know, man. Come on.
You don't do that, man.
I don't keep that.
The reason I asked you that question, is that, like, it seems as though if you're saying that I should have my child circumcised, which is a sign on the 8th day, baptism is very similar. It's one of the sacraments that all the church agrees on, right?
No, that's not in the Bible. So that is not a law that God gave.
No, when I say baptism, I meant baptism. Sorry, baptism is one of the sacraments that was agreed on.
But the point is,
I'm still saying what I know here.
yeah, but the point again. We can see it.
Now, I would disagree. I would say it's not the same thing, because circumcision, God himself said that. So we can't compare that to church tradition, right? Because the point of baptism is for you to be born again. So every single person was in the Bible getting baptized are grown-up people that decide to put the old man away and be a new creature under Christ. A child doesn't understand that. So only a grown-up can truly be born again and truly decide to follow Jesus, because they have making a conscious choice. Okay, I don't want to live wickedly. I want to follow my Messiah, so I get baptized.
There you go. Yeah. Circumcision is a sign of the first circumcision. The sign of entering to the covenant.
Circumcision was the sign of the Abrahamic covenant.
Oh, I see what they say. They're trying to say that baptism is also a sign, so even babies should get it.
Well, if that's the case, we should see a book, chapter, verse. Really, that's
it. Well, I mean, if you're saying,
so if we're going to make that entrance and use the Tanakh, then yeah, we do that.
Stop it. What we're saying is, Smiley being polemical again, man. We're not Muslims.
Oh, sorry.
He just can't help himself. So we see.
They want to eat that pork, so I want to keep that law, man. So I want to keep that law.
I don't even if you believe in the Bible like that, bro.
I'm not saying Jesus. That's why Jesus is a liar. He's all right. Because I asked her 7 all liars. That's what I want you to know. I want to hear Amy's question. Because I asked her 7. What do you want to
I was going to ask. Oh, yeah, but Jason wanted to say something first. Sorry, go on.
Oh my God, Jason.
Well, I gotta find the verse, but there is a verse that states that baptism is the new circumcision of the covenant.
Hey, let's get it.
Yeah, but that still wouldn't make your point, because
it's like it doesn't bring nothing
so
up.
you're basically saying that children can sin. You can't impute sin on a child. So baptizing a child doesn't make any sense, because the child doesn't sin.
When I say, well, you don't get baptized because you're a sinner. You're baptized because you're entering into the covenant.
Remember,
Jesus.
But hey, similarly to when Abraham had to sacrifice everybody in his house because they weren't in covenant at that moment until he gets the circumcision, then he enters the covenant with God.
Can you be saved without baptism?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's not.
Jason, that was a good point.
Can you be saved without being circumcised or being in the covenant?
1 second. You're asking in the covenant of Christ?
I'm saying in the old covenant. In the old covenant.
There's no salvation in the old covenant. Where's the salvation in the old covenant? There's no salvation.
The salvation.
You just keep the laws and that's it.
Yeah, I would say the old covenant points to what salvation is in the new covenant.
Abraham believed God, and it was credited to him as righteousness.
That's the same thing you do. When you believe Jesus, it's counted to you as righteousness. But once you've been made righteous, you're gonna keep righteous things. You're gonna keep the law of God.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing as entering into a covenant.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that in the new covenant, the baptism replaces circumcision.
Wait, let's ask a really important question. Circumcision in the new covenant, is not entering into any covenant. It's just keeping the law.
Yes, correct. You're not getting circumcised to enter the covenant. Because the circumcision law is on the 8th day. Like, you guys keep missing that point. It's on the 8th day.
It depends which one we're talking about, because the Mosaic law,
we're talking about the law of Moses. That's what we're talking about. So according to the law of Moses, circumcision is on the 8th day.
I don't know if that's what's on the table. Let me tell you why. The people in Acts 15 said you must be circumcised and keep the law of Moses. But the law of Moses is part and parcel of the circumcision. Why would it be redundant?
Because they're saying in a sense of like, hey, if you need to do circumcision, meaning once you do circumcision, you're not in the covenant. And now you're in the covenant, now you got to keep the law of Moses. They basically treating these Gentiles as proselytes. Like, you got to fully convert into this.
So it's a double covenant? It's a double covenant?
No, it's not a double covenant.
Yes, it is. You're telling me I need to get circumcised and I need to be baptized.
Who's saying that you need to get? I never said no grown man has to be circumcised. What you guys talking about?
No, we're talking about as a child.
Yes, your parents should circumcise you.
Okay, so that's one covenant, and then later on, you're just not still fully in the covenant yet because you haven't been baptized. So it's a double covenant. As a woman, you really don't have skin in the game on this. You gotta let the man.
Yeah, I don't really care about.
Yeah, there's no pun intended. No skin in the game, no pun intended. You have skin in the game on this, man. I gotta get this right too, because you don't even know where I stand, Hank. You know what I'm saying? My baby could be 7 days old. I might have 24 hours, Hank. You know that.
Your wife better pull out that shank real quick.
I wasn't playing, but that was the first covenant. And see, this is what's so beautiful about this. We can have this conversation. Nobody's at each other's throat because it's not salvific. We all agree. This is not a salvation issue.
Y'all been doing the faith alone too much. Y'all been doing the faith alone way too much, man. That faith alone.
Faith alone doesn't save you.
That shit you into got caught up. That shit be getting caught up. That's the problem.
Right, but it doesn't save you.
He's coming from us promises, man. We got our soul to be there on faith.
You guys are mixing things up, guys. You can be saved and not be in the covenant.
Yes, you can.
This is Old Testament and New Testament.
No, I'm saying you can be in the covenant and not be saved.
Let me ask you a question.
Vice versa. I'm saying,
Because there's people that believe in Jesus, they're in the covenant, but they're still gonna go to hell.
yeah.
So you have the Holy Spirit, but you not in the covenant then. What you got?
They are though, because they have faith in Christ, they're casting demons in the name of Jesus.
Part of the agreement, and the agreement was that if you believe in Christ, then you go to heaven. That's the covenant.
Okay, no, that's not the only agreement. You can't just believe in your head, I believe in Jesus, and you're going to heaven.
That's not faith alone. I'm telling you so.
You don't do that. So I believe in Jesus, well, I'm gonna go fornicate, I'm gonna go kill him. I believe in Jesus, well, I'm gonna go fornicate.
Muslim shit right there.
Here's the circumcision verse, Colossians 2. It says, in him also you were circumcised with a circumcision made without hands, putting off the body of the flesh by the circumcision of Christ, having been buried with him in baptism, in which you were raised with him through faith in the powerful working of God, who raised him from the dead. And you who were dead in your trespasses and the uncircumcision of your flesh, God made alive together with him, having forgiven us of our trespasses by canceling the record of debt that stood against us with its legal demands. He set aside, nailing it to the cross. He disarmed the rulers and authorities and put them to open shame by triumphing over them. So we see that the baptism is replacing circumcision, physical circumcision.
I don't see that.
Well, it says, okay, so he's saying here, baptism circumcises your heart.
But that's the point, though. That's true. So, but this is what I'm saying. He's saying that once the baptism, you're born again, right?
No, he did say born again.
But that's the circumcision of the heart. Once your heart is circumcised, you're born again.
Just stick a shot in it.
Megatron, you're the only heretic here, bro. Don't start. Like, go pray to Mary or something.
What it's saying is we're being baptized into his death, burial, and resurrection, which is the covenant.
Which is to be born again.
I mean, that's a different argument, but sure.
Right.
Like, I don't want to get into the born again details, but
can you follow Jesus without being born again?
Can you follow Jesus? Yeah, you can follow Jesus and not be born again, yeah.
No. I'm saying based on what he's saying in Colossians, that can you be buried and risen with Christ without being born again?
Can you be buried and risen with Christ without?
Yeah.
No.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So when your heart is circumcised, that means you have the love of God in your heart.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Right. So once you have the love of God in your heart, you're just gonna walk in righteousness.
Yep.
That is the circumcision of the heart.
I agree.
Okay, that's my understanding of the text. I don't see this as saying, hey, you don't need to get circumcised in the flesh at all. Like, I don't see that.
I just wonder, with the following verses, like, I'm thinking off the top of my head. Again, I really want to know what you think. It's not me catching anyone.
Which one?
When he says something along the lines of, wherever God found you,
before. Plants. I like plants. I like to eat food. Okay, keep talking. I don't know. I don't like driving. I know.
Are you ready to get a, what do you call it, a road chauffeur or what?
I mean, honestly, you know that like you have to pay extra for the Tesla to drive itself, right? Like even though they have that in them, that like you don't just get that as like a feature.
It's $100 a month.
Yeah, so like that's weird. And
Well, it depends on what
also
you're driving.
sometimes the lane tracing is fucked up, and like my car will try to. I don't have a Tesla, but my car will try to kill me. So I don't know how I feel about. Okay, like what are you doing?
Would it be kind of like steering you last time? Let's see how you handle this. So in this case, the Tesla will tell you if it sees some fucked up changes in lanes. It'll say, grab the fucking steering wheel because I.
Yeah, my car does that too, and an alarm goes off. It tells you like lane tracing unavailable ahead. Grab the wheel, and I'm like, well, that's fucking unhelpful.
Yeah, but it's only for a short period, and it just catches it again and says, oh. There are a lot of people who say, hey, I prefer a digital chauffeur that can drive my car instead of me driving because people lose their shit too much on the road. Like in my case, the way I no, but like the case where I.
Yeah, you go ahead, Rep. You were going to make the point.
Bro, you go after.
Just depending on how far your commute is, it could be well worth $100 to be able to work while you're supposed to be driving.
Well, especially me, I drive like a fucking maniac. Once I use my phone, I'm smoking cigarettes, I'm drinking coffees, I'm eating, like I'm literally steering with my leg. For other drivers that have my phone around, it would be better if I had full FSD full self-driving mode on, compared to even like trusting me to do everything simultaneously.
We don't trust you to do anything.
Because a lot of people on the road do a lot of stupid things, and this can help kind of the safety for others. Is that an admission that Niels or just talking from experience? Which is it?
And then some people do all the stupid things, so we call them Rep.
Exactly. I do all the above. I could just see Rafi now telling his bot, hey, do this. Stop paying attention to the rules.
He needs to get a bot, you're right.
If you do what I say fuck my life so I don't have to.
He does need a bot.
Hello? Hello?
Car's driving me nuts. Oh.
Guys, you know it's long weekend, this family day this weekend?
What?
It's also President's Day coming up.
I just found out today, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm off all of next week.
You're lucky, man.
Yeah.
Is it like winter break or something?
Yeah, they have
we're
a
on
break.
Monday.
And my birthday falls during that week, so
Oh,
that's
shit.
What's your happy birthday, really?
the 20th.
Okay, well, happy birthday, girl.
Thanks.
We'll have to do something.
Are you gonna be legal?
Oh, I'm legal.
Are you a legal beagle?
Just making sure we're vague, you know? It's always a big deal.
Almost
You're the greatest
37.
show party.
Are you afraid that Heather's underage, Ruben? Is that what it
No.
is?
She might be too old for you.
I am too old.
Everyone hates you now.
Did you do some
fun stuff? Sorry.
What fun stuff?
Well, it's been a little while since I've seen you, and I was going to say that about to start construction on part of my house. which you've been witness to its formations, and Catherine taking a slightly different job at her company and getting a house in San Francisco, and that's what's going on.
Nice.
Yeah.
So my slightly different job, it's like 5% less responsibility and
It doesn't. She would have an office in San Francisco where she would be expected to go and not travel, and that's already radical. That's a radical shift.
yeah. So instead of being stuck in all the other cities you're not in, she's just going to be stuck in one city you're not in.
Yes, but it's a city I want to go to, and she'd have a place that I would want to be in. Yeah.
That's improvement.
I mean, it's improvement. This is really my point. Isn't that I've reached the goal, because she does continue moving the goals, and I'm a pussy about it. But
There is hope.
she's definitely there is progress being made, and I've insisted on continuous progress, and she's up for it. She thinks that she could do that. So, I sent her a list of what I need for her to be doing, or I'll break up with her. And she was like, "Great, I love lists."
Way to hold your ground, man. Way to hold your ground.
I like that.
It's a very fluid city, okay? But yeah.
Grooming, you send it by email?
No, I texted it to her.
Live in society because my tweet. We choose to trust you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Earlier this week I received a text and asked me if I would take the time to speak tonight, and if I would like to. I'm always honored to speak to you women. I'm always honored to get the opportunity, but I'm also always nervous because I don't ever know what the Lord is going to say, what He's going to do. And when I got the title, I was so.
Their games. So never think that an NBA scout is going to come by your game and put you in.
Because it could happen at any time.
Where did That's an interesting story. Where did that start? Every time we having to Google.
I think you have to Google. I do not know. I'm not following it enough, but I do know that the headquarters, I was watching quite a bit of Olympics here and there, but the headquarters of curling in the United States is in Duluth, Minnesota. So you know that all of those athletes have something to say about their home state. Because, or not their home state necessarily, but that's where they train.
This is crazy, bro.
Let me clarify. That God instructed him which animals were clean and weren't clean. So he didn't know. God instructed him when he was loading up the ark.
But okay, but that's not point. He ended up finding out, right?
Yeah, he just. But
okay, but the text doesn't say.
But it means 5 of the clean animals, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. For example, when you look at Moses' father, did his sin for marrying his auntie?
You said, say that again?
Did Moses' father sin for marrying his auntie?
Did Moses' father sin for marrying his aunt?
Yeah.
I don't even know the story. This is before the Mosaic Law, so no.
That's the point.
Oh,
You're making a point.
No way.
You're making a point.
I don't know what point you're making. What's the point?
The point is today, you cannot marry your auntie today because the law tells you not to do that. So if you do that today, that is a sin. If you today marry your sister, like Abraham did, that is a sin. But in the time of Abraham, it was not a sin. When Jacob married 2 sisters, that is a sin today. You cannot marry 2 sisters today. It's sin. But it wasn't back then. Because there wasn't no law to tell
She's saying that sin is the transgression of the law. So please, tell us relaxed in the latter case you just gave.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they did not transgress the law because there wasn't a law telling them you cannot marry your sister.
Yes.
So they didn't sin.
No.
Oh, they did. Get it? They did not. Got it. Okay, I got it now.
But if you do it today, you sin because there's a law today that tells you not to marry your half sister.
Okay. Easy. Let me ask you this.
You don't toss that law too, or what? You ain't gonna run around.
How like it at 15 for you, man? If God is in
So it's not just they thought these people were bad and therefore these people were savages and they were close to monkeys and all that. That's not really the case. Or they were subhuman. Like people get that wrong about Kant too. Kant, even though he had horrible things to say about the African and the Negro. That's a couple things. It's practically a historic day.
Parks and Rec. I mean, it's time to ladies celebrating ladies. What's for Tadas?
So I'm gonna tell my Valentine to go celebrate with another lady.
Yep. On the 13th.
I'm confused by that one.
Yeah, whatever. Google it.
Did you just try to put one on me?
No, I didn't. I'm being serious. Google it. Ain't nobody got time for this.
Yeah, and that's hard to explain, Bless. I agree. If you don't get it, you don't get it.
Thank you.
Oh, we get it.
Oh, no, you don't get it. Because I'm not fucking, nobody's making a mosaic out of the favorite bottles of your crush sodas. Your fucking face. That's not happening.
Yeah, I have someone here.
What?
What?
I don't know.
You just want some random money? Yeah, why the fuck not?
Yeah, where do I send the Monopoly dollars?
You gotta have something to do with it. I mean, those black enslaved persons and black. Well, I got baptized, so I should be free. It becomes very, very complicated because enslaved Africans and Indians in America start to press on that. He also, in the interview, he said, and I didn't know this, which is actually kind of interesting. He says that they, began to treat wars within Christendom as civil wars. So if you had a war between nations, it could justify enslaving, either enslaved or executed to you, like what we now call person, the captive in a war or whatever. But what they began to do was they began to see nations as sort of subordinate to Christendom, right? And so if I was in France and you were in England, the reason why, even though we were different nations, we were still under Christendom. And the African wasn't, or the Indian wasn't, or the Asian wasn't. And so he talks about, the book is obviously more detailed than the interviews I've heard, but I'll read it in the book. So it's very, very interesting stuff, at least to me. But the turn to Rome is fascinating, and the fact that, there's this new book that I didn't know about, I was about to share with us. I look forward to reading that too, because Rome is at the center of a lot of this stuff.
It's called The Origins of the Just War by Rory Cox.
Origins. Thank you. I will order that right now. The war stuff is at the center, and this is completely gone out of how regular people talk about slavery. But the question of war, ethics of war, just war, that stuff is at the center of all the justifications of slavery before 1750. Let's say 1725. But we don't really talk about those things anymore. find I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't find Gerald Horne's Marxist, overdetermined readings of this stuff to be compelling at all. I don't. More so because the Crown didn't have the resources to enslave the Irish and Africans. I find that to be just wrong. So,
one other book on war that has a section of a chapter on just war and the Augustinian line there is by Beach. It's called War: A Genealogy of Western Ideas and Practices by Beatrice Hauser, Heuser. I read that a while ago. I read it a while ago. I only read part of the book to be clear, and I read the chapter that I'm telling you about, or the chapter I mentioned. But I've since heard her do an interview, and I thought her the way it looks like a physical concept I thought was interesting.
I got it. Thank you. Hey, Bert, what's up? So, y'all, this is not really politically correct. So, if people are here for politically correct, everybody kind of left. So, we need to close this and do another room, or we can stay here. But this is not really politically correct.
Same here. I'm actually listening to it. I'm just heading to it.
No, I was just for anybody relevant that was coming in. I mean, I know you, brother Messi. I know you guys don't have anywhere else to go.
Listen, motherfucker, I'm about to go to the gym.
Oh,
You're not.
Oh, yes, I am.
No, you're not.
And I'm over here listening to the practicing concepts to see it
Did you say French?
Yes. How's your practice going?
That's him to say water. Okay, let's not do that.
you know what I'm obsessed on, y'all? The way people say worship. Oh my God, I'm obsessed. Y'all listen with how people talk about worship. Oh my God, it's something. How they say it.
I just want to say that it's a good sport. I did not crash, and I was thrown into the goal.
That was bad. I sent you on a nice car. I sent you on a nice car.
You need to act like a TT and give them for that one. That would be good.
Well, let me respond to Nathaniel. Nathaniel, this has everything to do with slavery. It has nothing to do with political rights. I mean, the reason why they didn't do it, that's because there was a huge, there were religious-based civil wars. Remember the fate of Charles Benton? His son, nephew come in, Charles II. Then James CBS News I saw the other day called King Charles II.
That's insane.
I know it's a typo.
My God.
That's a pretty famous king to mess up.
Yeah, Lord.
But yeah, those things.
And Charles, don't tell him Charles II wasn't English, but anyway.
Oh, not this. And everything he brought when he was in exile, he brought all that shit back from France. Yeah, I mean, there was a whole Catholic Protestant war. So but they didn't enslave each other. That's the thing. Yeah. So the thing with slavery, I'm just saying. So what's his name? What Harpum lays out is how the English adopt Roman law around slavery, essentially. And instead of the idea that persons who are captured from foreign nations can be enslaved, they and other nations in Europe, as part of Christendom, why, as I was saying, in the early colonies, say in Virginia, say 1630, you have Africans getting baptized and saying, well, I'm not baptized, I should be free. So they have to change the slave code. I think it's 1660, someone can I have to look it up. They changed the slave code to justify the fact that you get baptized, you shouldn't be free. That's part of that broader European idea that you shouldn't enslave people in Christendom. What they see in Africa is that the wars that the Africans are having, because the Africans also enslave captives from their warring nations and tribes, they say, oh shit, there's the Roman model right there. And so they use that, they sort of map on Roman law to their reading of Africa as a way of justifying. Because remember, the English come late. They kind of start a little bit, they're exploring. Elizabeth gives some guy, I forget his name offhand, a charter. Say, and they take the time. Then, of course, they have their own civil stuff. They have the Civil War. They have Charles I executed. And then after the Restoration, you get, when is the Restoration? 1660. Was the Restoration 1660? That sounds right. Then after the Restoration 1660, Charles II comes back from exile, mostly in France. He then, his brother, the Duke of York, gets the charter, him and his boys, for the Royal Africa Company. And all of a sudden, you have a Royal Company. And what Harper is sort of laying out here in detail is how how Roman law gives them the justification. A lot of people, when they know a couple of things here, they go back to Aristotle. So part of the intervention in the book is he shows, put that Aristotle shit aside, because they're actually not using natural slavery as a justification. Because what people do is they then do Aristotle, natural slavery, and because they're black, they can be enslaved. You don't really get versions of that until the United States, really. So I can go on and on. You guys can talk about Donald Trump and Pam Bondi. What do you think?
No, we're gonna take up an offering for you.
I'm not Baptist. I'll be good. I'm fine.
I was gonna say, because God loves a cheerful giver. I was really gonna roll out the A&E style offering. What's going on?
Just give it to your local black woman so she can continue to be the most educated demographic in America.
You remember I thought you were in the NOI.
Oh, I can't be pinned down. I'm all over the place.
NOI is nasty. I remember. I have to go and look at Horns. I don't remember Horns' documentation offhand, how he argues and sustains the argument that the reason. No, there was that thing of Horn. I said I don't remember Horn's idea that the crown couldn't enslave the Irish, so they went to the Africans.
I think that might be in his book on the origin. If I'm accurate on this might be in the origin of his capitalism book. His origin of capitalism, is that the book?
I don't know.
I think
Oh,
it's
the counter-revolution.
Oh, the counter-revolution. Oh, what? Okay.
No, it would be no. This would be slavery. The origins. Yeah, no. It would be on the apocalypse of settler colonialism, the roots of slavery, white supremacy, and capitalism in 17. Yes, you're exactly right. Yeah. I'll go back and look it up.
So the reason why I was off mute said because this is the critique of Horn, right? He moves too fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot. I mean, I didn't know Horn had the languages for this either. How many languages does he speak? Does he speak Dutch? Can he read Dutch? I mean, you have to work through Dutch. I'm not no problem. lexicon, something like that. But that's not how people in England, the way Kant and Hegel see the African, is not at all how the English, for example, saw the African and African civilization in the 17th century. It's just not at all. And I'll be honest with you, I don't even know. Well, they obviously do. So yeah, it's a lot more complicated than like, oh, they had to do it because of capitalism. Oh, they did it because they were black. It's just not. It's just not. It's just not it. Now, I will say that by the time you get to, say, the 1770s, because I just read Falconbridge's account from 1778, they're just taking any African they can take. And they were, and this is how I know Harpham is correct, because in Falconbridge's account, which anybody can read, is only 60 pages actually, on maybe 70, on Google Books. He spends some time disabusing his readers of the notion that that African captives were begotten because they were prisoners of war, or they were captives from other nations. I think he does that because that was the common understanding, that the people who are being enslaved, that are being sold into slavery in the Gulf of Guinea and Senegambia, et cetera, these are people who were captives from war, and therefore, in the English imagination, that justifies their enslavement. He spends a lot of time in a short book saying that's actually not why they're enslaved. He says what's happening is that the kings and the merchants under them of African kingdoms are quite literally stealing people. And that when we're not here, he says, there's no strife. It's actually us who bring the strife, because we're the ones that are feeding the strife, because slave trading with us has become core of their economy. It's quite deep. I mean, you really have to get into this stuff to really understand what it is. Now, it is true that he says that another way they got slaves, although fewer slaves, was through what they call boating. And boating is when, but generally, he said these people are kidnapped. They're not actually captives or prisoners of war. That only makes sense in 1778 if you believe that these people are prisoners of war. That's why Harpham's book is so interesting, because this book stops 1700. So that means that justification in the broader popular English imagination was all these people are prisoners of war. We all believe if you're a prisoner of war, you could be enslaved. So that whole they did it because they didn't have the money to slit the ice on. I don't see that. It also depends on the monarch. Some of the monarchs were Catholic even after the Restoration. I think Charles II was like a crypto-Catholic. I think James II was an actual Catholic. Of course, they deposed in the Bush Revolution of 1688, 1689. It's just a lot going on. There's just a lot going on. These are. I have to go back. I'll go back and read this book. This Horn book, but it's just not compelling. It's just not compelling to me. The economic arguments are not overly compelling to me. Now, this is a new book. We were in a lull, so we were talking about stuff. It's called The Intellectual Origins of American Slavery, English Ideas in the Early Modern Atlantic World. And I listened to a few interviews with the guy, and I ordered the book this morning, and he essentially argues that the English justified slavery via Roman law.
Hold on. Car service. Total.
Some of the Jacobite Rebellion. Yeah, the Jacobite Rebellion. Yeah, that comes after they tried to put James's son back on the throne. I just think that the Marxists and the Marxist sympathizers just do not take intellectual history, religion, and law nearly seriously enough. Don't. And the justifications change over time too. Like they're black, they should be enslaved. It's changed over time. It also depends on who the enslaving power is. The Dutch have to, it's very complex. Kimberly Foster would say people should be very wary of a single story. But anyway, I've talked enough. You guys can go ahead and talk about how go ahead and break it down how Chuck Schumer and John Thune need to come together on the SAVE Act.
It's a very complicated story about ideology, attitudes, prejudice, belief system.
It's not biased. Brian thought the other night. Not biased.
Oh, not biased. You remember that? No.
Well, never mind. Y'all get the joke. Keep going. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. But yeah, it's a very complicated story, and I was in another room and they were talking about if people truly believe as far as they look like some parts it doesn't really matter.
Bring the
And other
food.
parts, what people believed and what they used to justify was evolved. I mean, we're talking about ideologies that morphed over hundreds of years. Like this wasn't just like even a 50-year period of time. We're talking about generations, centuries worth of logic. And making this shit up as it went along. It's not and one place was different than other places. So even, whatever's, whether you're talking about the colonies, whether you're talking about, differences in colonies, whether you're talking about, the Americas or Europe, or the Caribbean or the South Americas, all those ideologies were different. There's different ways that you can engage sort of actualizing those beliefs. We're constant.
Yeah. And then it's also like you have to begin to really theorize, when does an English intellectual history begin to recede, and when does an American one, begin to rise and become dominant? You know what I mean? It's like they're British for a long time. And depending on how you read it and what you're talking about, say in this case the view on slavery, when do they become American? That is to say something that's not British. The royal governors are there, people going back and forth, posts going back and forth, laws being set by the crown, by parliament, trade being set that way, newspapers and periodicals that circulate through the young empire find their way, in the house of, what do they call it in Virginia? The House of Burgess, whatever it's called. Yeah. It's just like, when does it become an American thing? Then you get clash, and you get sort of revolutionary sentiment, you get the loyalist versus the patriot. It's just very, very complicated. And these sort of, it was for capitalism, it was for profit. Or, and by the way, it wasn't always profitable. That's the first thing. But then, this stuff was for, that's the gang. And then stuff, this is for, because, they saw the African as less than and therefore enslavable. That's not always the case.
Right, because wait a minute,
about the timeline. We have the British in control of the West Indies, but they're fighting black people in America. They're fighting with black people in America in 1812, sending them to different areas where slavery is still on the books, but not being enforced on
Charity work never ends.
everyone, because you have like people who sent to Trinidad, right? But this is before the 1830s, right? They're being sent there as free landowning men, right? They're also they're also escaping to Canada, right? So it's kind of like, but then Jamaica still got slavery going on. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's real. Like their timeline is real crazy. Like they were just basically, not just basically, because I don't actually want to simplify it. I mean, I want to keep it to the point of how much more complicated it actually is.
Oh, show a lot. Miracle.
Hold on, y'all can hear me?
Hello?
Yes, it's we
Didn't say anything, but
you didn't get that much out. You didn't get that much out.
Hello?
A
Avard.
gracious, right? It's not. He's actually imputing graciousness into the law.
Yeah, but there is also grace is in the law.
Yeah, no, but not in this instance. So, right? Life for life, tooth for tooth, eye for eye, whatever the case is, right? That's justice. So,
But you don't have to do those things, Jason. If someone does something, no, you don't. It's up to you. You don't have to like, if someone kills somebody, you don't have to go and be like, I want you to be killed. The law gives you the opportunity to do that, but you don't have to do that.
Of course, but what I'm saying is, Jesus is saying,
Jesus will say, don't do it.
yeah, but what he's saying is, if someone's
Their feet on the circle, ashes, salt, and rain. I breathe in the thunder, exhale the silver stream. Eyes close to the chaos, palms lit with steady glow. I call down the stillness from stars you used to know. This is my meditation. Quiet fire, my breath. words on my tongue tip, soft as falling snow. Your fears in the lantern, I watch them lose their hold. I trace you a doorway made of breath and light. Step through, leave your armor. You're safe in here tonight. In this moment, meditation, thoughts that inspire, whenever I turn every shadow into soft golden
They were too nice.
Nah, dude. Slavery, and I think, is that?
Not until you just said it a second ago.
You're the mighty money.
At the pole vault in the Summer Olympics. Yeah, go ahead, Sia. You want to tell everyone about it?
I don't, hell no, but I think somebody was gonna say that.
Oh, women are very well aware of all the penis episodes that happen,
see,
especially
I'm
with
not.
girlfriends.
I learned something.
Now you need to, AJ, you are now assigned the penis assignment of the day, which is go find out what happened in the pole vault at the Olympics with a penis. So if you like,
Okay, I was sitting in really weird short shorts.
no, track and field. We
Okay.
can see everything in track and field. We see everything in track and field, number one. Number two, if you want to really see a lot of penises in sport, you can watch any cross-country race or track race where men are wearing split shorts.
Yeah, that happens at the gym sometimes. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that.
OP shorts of high shorts from the 70s.
It's down and then it's like
On the court.
there. Yeah. I've seen my shirt. Just my algorithm to get messed up, so let me do it.
But you will come back and report to us and give us, the book report about what happened in the Summer Olympics. When you have a penis that is not,
Secure.
there you go.
Remember
just a quick vote.
For this accents.
Last I was done, the pole went on the guy's nutsack, and all you heard was like a
Yeah. I think the best way to describe for people that have never experienced what the pain is like, it's like, in a movie and you watch someone get sliced really bad with a knife or they get cut, however, and it's not ridiculous.
Covering the penis.
No, my point is they don't even know if they got cut, right? There's no getting hit in the nuts is like what the pain should be getting stabbed, but really doesn't, right? That's what it actually feels like when you get stabbed. It's just for some reason getting stabbed is somewhat not that painful if it doesn't hit an organ. You know what I'm saying? So, oh my God, am I bleeding? Because it was so clean. But when you get kicked in the nuts, that's exactly where the programming should have been in the human body to feel the pain of when you get cut. It should have been like that. And that's what you feel exactly the way that it looks like it's going to feel. And it's just going into your upper cavity and just your spinal column, sensation, ripping through your whole body. It's just all concentrated as if, oh my God, this is what death feels like. Right? That's it.
I like to compare it to childbirth.
Because we know that well too.
I'm glad I have to.
Exactly.
I don't want any nuts. So good.
to clarify the law.
This is Ian. I raised a son, and there was a lot of boys in the house, so there's all kinds of getting injured. Down below. So, and my son lost a horse.
And the great part about it, is after the 2 to 3 minutes run, it drifts away into nothingness, and then by 4 minutes, it's like nothing ever happened. There's no sustained injury. It's just like, hey, wow, I made it. The sun shines out again.
Yeah, well, defense class, they tell you if you can get them in the nuts, that's like the best place to get them. And then, there's other techniques, but that's like the first thing to try to kick them in.
There's nothing you can do for at least a minute, if not 2 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, you have like a minute to escape once you've done it.
So, I guess now isn't the time to go into all that I learned about circumcision, pain, and penis. No.
And you use a quota on saying the P word. Like, I know you love saying that word, but like, we all have an aversion to that word too. Like saying it too much. It's just one of the quota.
Just say cock or dick.
Yeah, say something else.
Yeah.
Or erectile tissue. Like, at least make it funny.
You really want me to say erectile tissue? How about, like...
I mean, kind of, yeah. Say it one more time.
Like, you handle the anatomically... Like, you handle the anatomically correct word. Like, this is very...
Use a funny accent. Maybe just call it penis or something.
No, it's anatomically correct. It's
Official names are not that great, like vagina. Vagina is terrible. Penis is terrible.
You don't need pediatric. You don't need pediatric. And some of the bad names are bad too. Like the C word for woman is
Oh no, that's a great one. Caretaker?
I like all the dirtiest ones. Those are my favorite.
You're just a dirty doctor over there.
No, I was about to say, are you inside?
Just like Freud. Just like Freud.
He's the rapist. He's not that kind of doctor.
Cocaine and ass.
Is it your mom you're thinking of at this moment? No, you gross fart.
So how does this skiers thing work? And basically, it seems like really counterintuitive. You make yourself bigger or heavier, then you're just gonna make your outfit bigger and larger. You're just like increasing drag.
No, think of a little flying squirrel. Sorry, I'm filing my nails.
Are you saying that the nuts flare out like a flying squirrel?
That's what they're saying.
Well, that's an interesting visual.
There's actually an article on that about the guys doing the injections because they inject their penises with something to make it
Silicone. Yeah, silicone.
I thought it was...
No, it's not silicone.
Is it the...
Our socks not allowed?
Which one is it?
Sure, that's very practical. Can't they just get fitted for the suits with socks on?
No, because you end up, like, everything is done. Okay, so at least in track and field, I can verify that every implement, everything you use, your uniforms, your spikes, everything has to be inspected specifically by the officials of the sport. You have to.
Skiers, no place better than track and field.
Well, yes, I know.
Are cups not allowed? I mean, safety first.
Oh, this is all speculation.
You're scaring me. Yo, everyone, Heather has a gun. Leave her alone.
Heather's got a gun.
And now you know the rest.
Heather's got a gun.
The more you know.
No, the rest of the story.
Hello?
Was this for Paul Harvey or what was this for?
Oh, what was yours?
Heather's got a gun.
I mean, yours was Paul Harvey.
Heather's got a
The
gun.
rest of the story. Or is it just no, it had nothing to do with Paul Harvey. Oh.
And that's the rest of the story. Good day. Hello? Hello? Hello?
So this is a pretty fucked up one. Canada's discussing euthanizing newborn babies.
Ooh, that's called abortion.
Did you remember the right color?
Wait, what is that about?
So, the Quebec College of Physicians, College of Medicines, the Quebec told the Daily Mail that in a rare cases, medical assistance in Canadian end-of-life policy, MA.
Hello?
Hello? How's your day?
It's good. I just had dinner. I just was at the gym working out, and now I took all the garbage out. I'm gonna clean up a little bit, take a hot bath, sipping some coffee.
I took a hot bath, gave myself a pedicure, manicure, polished, and it was like it's around my ankle.
Yeah.
It's been going on for a couple of weeks. I put some triple antibiotic on it.
Uh-oh.
And you know what? It's soothing it.
Oh.
Must be a little fungus there.
Try warm compresses and then ice it.
Why? You're thinking it's arthritic?
It's just amazing what icing does, because it draws the blood to the area.
That's a thought.
Because the body wants to circulate the blood to prevent hypothermia, so it'll bring in new cells to the area.
Could be working out in the dirt. I got some,
Yeah, you got a rash.
Huh?
You've got a rash.
Yeah, a rash. It's probably from working with mulches and moss.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah.
It's inflammation.
Because I usually wear a low tennis sock.
Yeah.
We have such pretty mild winters. And it's like right where the tennis back top edge is.
We'll try the ice. I think you'll be surprised.
Yeah, that would feel really good on it. So, Sam showed her birthday picture. You probably got it too, 11 years ago.
Yeah.
So, you were living in California, if I recall.
Yep, I was living in Hermosa Beach.
And you drove to her house.
Yep.
And you brought a dog.
Yep.
And you laid in the lounge. She had a recliner. And that dog just loved laying on your body.
David.
It was a really good dog, you know that?
Yeah, that was a good rescue dog.
Mm-hmm.
What was
his name?
David Bowie.
That's a good one.
I think I brought the dog back to the shelter where I got it from. I can't remember. Yeah, I brought it back to the same shelter.
Sometimes people pull a fast one over landlords and say, they get caught finally, and then the landlord says it's you or the dog.
Yep.
Were you renting it there? Yeah, you were renting at that time. And how long have you had that building you're in?
Since 2019. Yeah, 2020 basically, December of 2019. So five
I was
years.
thinking 6 years. Somewhere between 6 and 7.
Yeah, 5 years, couple months.
What else says about their house?
Yeah, it is. Everybody is.
Mausoleum. I'm living in my mausoleum now. Who is that? It says that.
Everybody is.
Anyway, Samantha's hometown football team cream the other team.
Yeah. I didn't watch it.
I didn't watch
stand out.
Yeah.
So I read this that the Bears
Yeah.
looks like they're building a stadium in Arlington Heights.
It's all so tentative. They're just looking for the best deal, you know. And
Do you
Chicago,
think that's a good location?
yeah, it's fantastic. It'll be like a huge development. It'll be awesome. They'll have it'll be a casino.
They got that much land out there, huh?
Oh, it's huge.
Really?
Huge piece of property. Huge.
And what highway would take you there?
I think that's 294, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not exactly sure. It's been a while since I've been out in Arlington Heights. That might just be 90, actually. I don't know.
Well, that would sure bring the dough into that community.
Oh my gosh, that village township will make so much money from that. It's unbelievable. But the state of Illinois too.
I just read today we're having elections starting early voting starts Saturday. And 4 people have been dropped off due to electoral signatures.
That's what happened to me. Not enough signatures, but I've made an impact. I've definitely, you know, my voice has been projected far and wide, and I have not gone unnoticed. So this was my first, you know, like marketing campaign, and I'm still pushing for it because I did get confirmed in some counties to be a write-in candidate. So I keep pushing, and using AI to create videos and pictures. And
oh God, I saw those you sent Samantha. They are hilarious.
Yeah, they're funny, aren't they?
How do you
It's an app.
do you engage with some kind of an outfit that does that kind of thing?
It's free. It's all on your phone. It's an app. It's by Microsoft.
So what do you give them? A picture, just like a straight up picture of yourself.
Yep. A video. You
And
film
what
a
else?
video.
Oh, how about your voice? It does sound like your voice.
I know.
Is it your voice?
Yeah, you give them a voice signature, and then they use your voice in your video.
What else do you give them for that?
It's just a video of yourself. You look to the left, you look to the right, you look up and down, so they like scan your face and take your audio.
Wow. Very cool. You're the first person I've known to do that.
Yeah, I'm doing some groundbreaking stuff, and it's, you know, it's like combining all my background into one effort. And no, it's funny, nobody likes me, but they hate the guy that I'm running against. So it's possible. Well, the primary is March 17th, and so we're going to find out how many people voted Democrat in a supposed Republican district. But everybody hates the guy, and you know, it's going to be.
What about those? What do they call those guys?
Circulators.
Circulator. Huh?
Circulator.
What?
Circulator. Circulator.
No. A write-in bill. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm a write-in candidate. But a lot of the clerks in a lot of the districts refuse to put me even as a write-in candidate. They hate me that much.
So there's this kid here who's 23 who's really been advertising himself using Nextdoor to push his agenda and allow people to give him feedback. So I was thinking about him, and I said, oh, that's just like John, getting his feet wet, seeing how the cycle works.
It is a cycle. It's like, you know, it's cyclical. It's
You know,
very,
somebody
very difficult.
said, two people said this to me. Not so much the candidate running with an agenda as much as it is the city manager and the budget person. They are the ones that really run the city, not the mayor. The mayor is the informational highway.
Mhm.
And he may have conversation with the council, you know, the 7-member council or 6-member council. But I do sort of feel, truthfully, that we're the highest water paying state in the United States.
Mhm.
And they had Xfinity blow through here, and we have original main water lines in our roads. And the Xfinity hit a shitload of them. People and their sewers got broken, water backed up into their houses. One of the people on the block had it happen. And so what did the city do? They decided to raise the water rates for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Now, why wouldn't Xfinity be held accountable? Now we got this other company. I got a notice on the door. They're coming this next week. Easy. Internet's coming. And they're going through the same rigmarole as Xfinity.
Yeah.
I got lucky I didn't get hit. I might get hit this time.
It'll be fine. You don't have to worry about it.
Just disgusting. Oh, and so this woman wrote in on next door that it happened to them. They had moved in the day before Xfinity came through their neighborhood, and they hit the main sewer, and the house flooded. And so it says, submit all your bills. We'll take care of all the bills. Well, let me tell you, when they say shit like that and you got to get a contractor on the job, it's never the amount that the contractor says. It's frightening. It's frightening. So Samantha to tell you that Mom and Linda and Sherry and Sam was here, came for cocktails out on the patio. How do you like that?
Nice. Any fist fights, or did you have to bury anybody in the backyard?
No, Mom didn't say a peep.
Nice.
It was Linda, Sherry, and Samantha mainly talking. I was attending to, you know, the kitchen and serving. Samantha sent wings and 2 pizzas for football day. I'm telling you, I felt like I couldn't sit down. I had to attend to the food. And then I was drinking while I'm cooking. Oh, I've done landscaping for about 3 hours. So I had to drink then. She told me to get a bottle of gin.
Yes.
I've never drank gin before. So I had a drink when I finished my landscaping. Then I got close to party time. So I started cooking. And now I had another drink. I don't know how many drinks I had. But I know I was laying in the lazy boy, not listening and not seeing. I didn't even hear those guys. If they were rooting and hollering, I don't know. Anyway, anything else new? You're having a mild winter.
I know. I was thinking today when they say that Punxsutawney Phil, the groundhog, says that we're going to have like a longer winter, that really means we're going to have a shorter winter.
How's that?
Because it's like the opposite is generally true. So they, and who knows? Like the whole thing is so stupid. Does the fucking groundhog see its shadow? What the fuck does that mean? So they just make it up every year.
I know. We're at 70 already, and the Farmer's Almanac is saying we're gonna have a hot summer. Well, what the hell is new? We have hot summers every year. But I did plant some bush type stuff, and I got lucky because I put them in October,
Mm-hmm.
and they're already thriving because I think of the mild winter. They didn't take a hit. Me lucky. Me very lucky. So anyway, what do you think? What kind of gummies does Samantha eat?
Cannabis gummies?
I don't know. Buzz? Do you get buzzed on them? Do you get low key on them?
It just alters your consciousness. It makes you stoned.
So she was having two, going after a third in the sack. And so I was trying to grab them from her, and she wouldn't let me get at them. I think she took four.
Yeah, it's possible. It'll put you to sleep, basically.
But she didn't really get stoned.
Yeah, it's not like it's gonna change her into some, different person. She'll probably just, I was dating this girl. She was like, my boyfriend used to smoke weed, and whenever he smoked weed, he stopped talking. And I can't stand being with somebody who won't talk. I started laughing, and I was like, because it does put you in a certain state of mind where you're more focused on listening as opposed to speaking. Do you know?
Well, I wouldn't say Samantha talked any more or any less. Here's a good one. So we knew what time our train was supposed to leave.
Mm-hmm.
So we go to the train station, and so I said, well, let's have a seat. Looks like all the same people that were on the train when we came here. So she said, no, let's go over to that store right over there. I don't want to sit in the train station. Okay, we walk over there. We're just shooting the shit with the old man that owns the he really does not have himself in a position of organization where people can really see everything he's got. Kind of like all lumped in that joint. Anyway, I'm standing there, and I don't know if it was Samantha or if it was me said, hey, look, the train just moved up. Maybe I said, moved up? Fuck, them train's leaving!
Oh, fuck.
And the next one wasn't for 2 hours and 50 minutes. Yeah. So I said, well, fucking well. Let's just go walk around some more. She said, we're taking an Uber home. I said, I'm not paying for it.
She paid for it real quick.
She paid for it. She did. I couldn't believe it. I don't know how much she paid because it's kind of a silent thing when you plug in where you want to go.
You didn't even ask her?
No.
It's probably $100.
Because I'm not paying. But we got home. Yep, we got home. That's my first experience taking a long Uber drive.
Mm-hmm.
So Samantha had said to me, heads up, do not say a word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I don't know why, but so anyway, we're passing I-25 south to go south.
Just like you guys, you were talking, and he probably wasn't thinking. And that's the thing. If you're not paying attention, you miss your spot. You miss your time. Yeah. I mean, can't tell you. I mean, I remember when I was young, I went up to Crystal Lake to go see Billy, and on the way back, I fell asleep on the train. I woke up downtown in an empty train by myself.
That's funny.
I was
I was on a
terrified.
bus. I was on a bus once. Where was I going? Shit, forgot where I was going. So anyway, the bus driver and co-driver, so he says, "Would you sit back further?" I said, "Yeah, I don't mind moving." So anyhow, we go past my stop, and then I said, so the buses keep going right down the highway. So I said, "Hey, now it's my stop back there." So I had to like support myself, and I said, "It's your obligation and your responsibility for my safety. You have to go back and drop me off at my stop." He did not like that. He did not like that. But he knew where I was supposed to get off. And he said, "Could you sit back there? I need my co-driver to sit up front with me." That's probably somebody just to shoot the shit with. But anyway, he took me back.
Nice.
Did not make me feel good having to be bossy, but I had to look out for myself. Oh, I know what it was. He was supposed to stop in Albuquerque at the Albuquerque bus station. That's what it was. But no, he kept going out by his Letta. And so he stopped at a gas station. Everybody gets off the bus and go get snacks. And then they all pile back on the bus. Then he had to flip himself around and go back to Albuquerque, making them late on the other end.
This guy I worked with in Manhattan Beach, he was like, squeaky wheel gets the grease. I was like, what? What does that mean? He's like, closed mouths don't get fed, John. I was like, oh shit. I was like, squeaky wheel gets the grease. So ever since then, I've been.
Mouths don't get the meal?
Yeah, closed mouths don't get fed. Meaning speak up. Tell people what you want. Communicate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't do that so good in a relationship as much as I do in the business world.
This guy I know, he's like, I gave my girlfriend a list of everything I expect. And he said, oh, she was so happy. She loves lists, she said. People delude themselves. They think they're in a relationship, but they're really not,
Yeah, those are tough. You gotta feel the real deal. If you don't feel it growing in the real deal way, with consistency, right? And maybe you need to twerk it here or there. If you're both on the same page. They're tough. They're hard to find. They're hard to maintain. For me, at my age, I walk with a 76-year-old guy. He did a lot of work over here with me. He said he's a married man, and he says men my age, Gene, they do not want relationships. Isn't that interesting how honest he was?
Well, see, there's energy involved in a relationship. Like, I couldn't even imagine being with a woman who's carrying my child. Now, next thing I know, I'm running around. Basically, my whole existence becomes like a bird scavenging to bring back the meal and feed both of them. But meanwhile, I'm with somebody who is completely argumentative all the time, never happy, complains about everything, is obnoxious, so the whole thing deals with intelligence. If you're with somebody who doesn't know how to conserve their energy,
person that knows how to control the energy, because you have a knee-jerk energy. So somebody that's going to be with you needs
I'm saying
comes back into balance.
what I'm saying about your friend who says, you know, at this age, like we don't want relationships, meaning that whoever I'm with, like, you know, anyways, I'm just saying it'd be nice to find somebody, but I got 2026 to figure it out.
So Sam said to me, Mom, if you want to invite a third person to the party, go ahead. So I said, well, there's this girl that walks the trail. She dog sits in people's houses. She's 6 doors away, taking care of the gentleman's 2 dogs while he works out of state for a whole month. Oh, she says invite her. So I did. She brings 2 cans of clam something. It's a seltzer and something. And then she brought a ukulele and a ukulele sack. I said, oh, what is it a ukulele? She says, yeah, it's my support ukulele. And I said, oh, let's see your ukulele. And I pulled mine out. They were the same ukulele.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, what's a ukulele? What's a support ukulele mean?
Meaning that, like, she uses it for her emotional, you know, stability.
But she didn't play it.
Well, so what? I mean, I'm just saying people play music to basically, you know, take their troubles off their worries or whatever, you know. People use it as a meditation because you focus and you're no longer thinking, or you process your thoughts as you're playing, you know, and then you can slip into, like, have you ever been playing where it's like you're not thinking about your movements, but you're making all the right movements?
Yeah. But she didn't play it.
So what? What's your point?
So that sort of didn't add up.
Maybe she sucked and she was embarrassed to play in front of you, and she just likes it as like a you know, something to hang on to. I don't know. I've been playing a lot of music.
I do know that music is a lot of people's meditative go-to.
Mm-hmm.
And that's well, you do it too. Now that I think about it.
I've been playing the flute. I've been playing the flute for like 2 days now, and I finally got it where I'm like, wow, I've never been able to play like this. It's amazing.
Well, that's good. That means your ear is tuned.
I also find that I can actually sing a little bit, but it's only because I've been like creating this AI music, and I'm like mimicking what I'm listening to, you know, so kind of quickly and subconsciously, where I'm not thinking. Like, I sang an impromptu song the other day, and people were like really impressed. They were like, that was amazing.
You know, one of the hardest things to do is sing while you're playing music.
Mm-hmm.
It's like another level
Yeah.
that you have to achieve.
It's breathing though. So the flute, you know, the more instruments you play, the more you can transfer over to other instruments. And so I have, you know, this Persian percussion instrument called the santur. And as I'm exploring it, I'm creating patterns that I know, but then I'm also exploring patterns that, you know, are random. And that all that experimentation over like the course of like 2 years, maybe a year and a half or however long, I'm laying over into other instruments like the flute or my drums, or, you know, I have a violin, but it doesn't work, unfortunately.
What's wrong with it?
The wooden pegs at the top, they won't hold. Like, there's not enough taunt to like keep the peg from rotating, so it's like impossible to use it. But
so it either needs re-drilling out and larger pegs to fit those holes or something. They fix violins, I know that.
Yeah,
so
it's not.
When you're doing a flute,
Mm-hmm.
are you using your mouth and your nose?
I'm breathing through my mouth and nose, but you know, part of it is, it's like in the past I was always rushing it, but now I'm just like, okay, just relax. Just like, don't, just play with this note, play with these two notes, play with these three notes over and over and over again. And then, like, so I'm trying to, basically, it puts you into a state of hypnosis or like flow state. And when you're there, then you can, like, I'm not in a rush to try to play a piece, you know? So it's like nice to just sit here and then be surprised at what, because there's some instruments I have not been able to play, but today I played what's called an ocarina. Do you know what an ocarina is?
No, never heard of that.
It's like a conch shell kind of a thing. I think it's made out of porcelain, but it's from a video game called The Legend of Zelda, and it's just a flute. But today I played it today for the first time ever. I actually played it where I was like, this is really good, and it was all just because I just stopped thinking. There was no stress, and I was just like, let's see if. But it was a transfer from the flute because I was like, anyways. I'm just saying I had a pleasant musical surprise today because I played this ocarina and I had never been able to play anything really substantially nice out of it. But today I was like, wow, I finally figured this thing out. You want to hear it?
So interesting. I wonder, other people achieve that level and then they become, eventually, they're the people on the stage you're watching.
Yeah, I've never met somebody who was like, let me show you how to do this. Like, because I can actually show people how to do what I do by doing it.
Very cool. I think the time you and I and Sam and Wrightwood, I came home with that squeeze box.
Yeah.
Did I? The only reason I sold it was there wasn't anybody to teach you how to play it here. But somebody bought it.
I bought mini.
Probably on a different instrument.
I bought mini bagpipes, but I haven't spent the time yet to figure out if I can actually play. They're sitting in a backpack.
Huh. Well, that's when you have to go to like Renaissance fairs near your area.
I got a guy who teaches bagpipes because he used to come to the Citadel events and play bagpipes all the time. But I'm not going to call him.
You won't believe this, but at my senior center, they have a ukulele class, and it's labeled full. So the people that are in the class, they're all jiving together, and they go to the senior homes, and they play for them. How do you like that? So everybody keeps a practice going. This is probably a very nice group to belong to.
Well, I've been creating these AI videos called the John Kitover Band. It's very funny to cast yourself as the leader of a band. But I've been playing so much music and I have so many instruments now. I would love to have enough actual friends where I could host a dinner party or something, and then we could all play a mixture of the musical instruments. But most people would suck.
I have a good idea.
Huh?
A men's group.
A men's musical group?
Yeah. You don't have to really
no knowledge.
Get anything going other than these men come to your house and everybody chooses one or two, and they have to clean it by the end of the evening. And you sit and you actually have that discussion.
Yeah, I do that a lot.
A physical thing.
I wouldn't want to invite men over to my house to have conversations. Let me just put it that way. But I will meet with you on a conference call.
Well, it's just like having a
rented. What are you talking about? And he's paying the rent. Well, that guy is paying his rent. He's at work right now, which is, amazing. He's paying me $1,600 a month. He hasn't missed the past rent yet. Check yet.
You're freaking lucky.
I know.
Real lucky. You had that little place that I was in rented?
No.
Got the hook set up?
Not yet. I was just looking at it.
You would need to take it apart. You know? If they didn't want bunk beds.
Well, March, like mid-March, is when people start moving here and making reservations. So I got February to deal with that flooring down. Fix the toilet. And again, back up on mine so we can capitalize. It's getting harder. March is money. He's not working on it. That's where everything happens. Because he has to build.
Might not be the toilet, might be the shower.
It could be a couple problems.
Somewhere.
Could be a problem. Yeah. I'll get it fixed. It's on my to-do list in the next 2 weeks. Yeah, you fix it one thing at a time, but you got the money. Who gives a shit? Just fucking do it and be done with it.
I think I'll treat myself when I'm mother versus me, my mom. I wonder how much she's gonna handle that when she passes away and all that nursing home here gobbles up her money.
Probably
You know, this is really great. I knew what she started with, and hopefully I get to find out what she ended with.
Well, you can
Then I
calculate
can
it.
gauge what I'm doing with my life.
You can calculate it, You can do the math, but I wouldn't worry about it. You're fine. You got a house, you got savings, you got monthly income, you got a pension. Like you're set. All you got to figure out is your brain chemistry, and figure out how do I, because the whole thing deals with the theory of joy. How do you keep your bliss and your joy and your security? Because don't forget, there's danger everywhere. You could be on the highway, you could be taking a left turn. Next thing you know, you get carjacked, and then you're pissed, and then you get there's just so many things that can happen that you have to try to be aware.
I could be on a trip bus, taking a tour, and the bus flipped.
Do you know thousands of people, Mom, every single year just disappear? And how do I know I'm not just gonna get a call and say, hey, Mom's disappeared? Yeah, it fucking happens.
Yeah. People in New Mexico, husbands, wives, singles, they have some kind of agenda how to end life. And it's either through dementia, they don't have the money to go into a home, so they just abandon their car and they just keep walking, and they dehydrate, the animals get them, the hunter goes out, he sees these bodies, he reports them, and the family members hadn't cured from their parents. And that's how the parents had to take themselves out.
Listen to this. I get to the gym today. I'm walking into the gym, and there's a little old lady with a blind person cane touching the wall, like going very slow. And I come up to her and I say, are you okay? Can I help you? And she goes, oh, I called Uber. This woman had no eyeballs. No eyeballs. Totally blind. And she's old, like 70,
What was she doing in the club?
She was outside the club. She was lost. She had no idea where she was. And I said, well, let me walk you inside the club, into the gym, and the front desk will help you. And so she grabs my arm, and I walk her in. And she couldn't get the Uber to come up into the parking lot on the roof. He couldn't figure that out. So anyways, she obviously can't like type on the phone. So the front desk, I think, helped her out. But I was just thinking to myself, like, holy shit. You don't see that every day. Like a blind person completely totally had no idea, like couldn't figure out where the hell she was.
Her phone should probably be that Braille kind of phone, I'll bet you it is.
I could have helped her more, but I just brought her to the front desk and she said, thank you for your help. I said, thank you. God bless, take care. And then I couldn't believe it. And I got on the treadmill and like my head was racing. Like, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This poor woman. And then I was like, just breathe and stop thinking, and then I did my workout.
I saw online the fatality that I encountered on my way to the gym last week. And all routes to the health club were, backed up. So I said, well, fuck it, I'll just park my car in the back and walk over there with my backpack. Sure enough, some truck, a woman driver, she didn't see the kid, 19-year-old boy, and his motor scooter, and turns out that kid was up on the sidewalk on his motor scooter the day before, because it happened in front of a Big O where I get my tires taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
So he told me, I saw that kid on the sidewalk yesterday. The truck didn't see him, or the kid was rushing through the light or something. Well, that truck, somehow, the windshield completely caved in. The kid was dead, and the helicopter took the lady in the truck to the hospital. I can't imagine. The truck must have hit that bike where it flew into her windshield or something. I wonder. So anyway,
She might not have had it.
That whole thing today when I saw it on the internet.
Yeah.
And it made my legs weak all over again. At 19 years old, that boy just graduated high school last year.
No, it's crazy.
Or 2 years ago, I don't know. But god darn, his parents, he probably said, hey, I'm going over to, or maybe he was on his way to his little job. And those parents never got to say another word to their son.
Yep.
Just makes me weak. And that lady
was screaming at me. Do you have any fucking idea? Just 1 week ago, somebody was flying through here at 110.
Well, think about the trauma that he goes through when he reports to an accident.
Yeah. He calmed down and he was like, I'm going to give you a pass today. He's like, and he wrote me for, less than I was going. And, but then I never paid it. And then Utah sent a letter to the state of Illinois. And then the state of Illinois said, if you don't pay Utah, we're suspending your license. I was like, holy shit. So
wow.
I had to pay the ticket.
Huh. I went on, I used to belong to a vegan potluck in Grand Junction. Did you ever go to one of those with me?
We did, but we were in, what was that town? The mining town?
Oh. No, I think we stayed in Grand Junction.
No, we went out into a little mining town, and they had like a wine festival or something. They were crushing the wine with their feet.
Oh, yeah. We met up with the potluck people up there, too.
Yeah, food was great. Amazing.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
Amazing.
And you would make a little card telling everybody what your ingredients were in there in case somebody had an allergy or something.
I would go to that Thanksgiving every year. That was 5-star.
Yeah. So I went out with one of the guys who was a retired park ranger, and he had PTSD from all the service years he put in, because he retired, so he probably put 30 in. Oh my God, this guy. And we're on a hike, and he's reliving it. He's talking about body parts having floating in the by boats, propellers being chopped up. He's talking about people that threw themselves into the canyon. Oh my God. He must have done that whole shit scenario third time on me.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I can't handle it anymore. Every time you relive it, you're replaying it, and it's not good for you. You're a very nice person, but you've got to go where you need to go to get this, in order in your life. Don't do it to people.
Yeah, well, some people want to talk that shit to see if they get a rise out of you,
Yeah, well, you got a rise out of me. That's being a...
Yep, that's the way it is. If you don't have pleasant things to say or talk about, it turns out you're actually not very pleasant.
Do you think? Well, it's Valentine's Day coming up. You got anybody? I could be your Valentine.
You'll always be my Valentine, but I'm looking in the mirror. I'm looking in the mirror this Valentine's Day. I'm gonna say.
First date I went on with Robert, we went to an Indian restaurant, and he tells me it's his birthday, and I didn't know what to do. Is he saying that so I offer to pay for his dinner? I didn't, because my sister Sherry said to me one time, she said, never.
Well, it's quid pro quo, meaning, reciprocation, but the thing is, just give from your heart, and then you don't have to worry about these types of, implications.
That is how I do it. I pay from the heart. It's not to serve you, it's to serve me.
Right.
So I feel the most comfortable.
Yeah. That's the way I view it. When I pay for somebody, I am paying for them, but I'm also paying, for me, meaning I value the time and the company, and therefore I'm not afraid to dig in my pocket for the experience. But there's no implication, if they don't want to give me a peck on the cheek and they just want to go right away, well then great. So nice meeting you. Bye. If that's what it is, well, I'm glad to know either way quickly,
I was thinking about something the other day, and then I said, I should share that with John. Oh, yeah, I know what it was. Farming.
Mm-hmm.
So I seem to like farming.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up doing it, right? Well, why don't we say growing? Let's say that. And I like working outside. I like planting. I like experiencing, seeing the growth. And so I was thinking about you, and I said, okay, well, you finally tapped into who you think you would like to be with. And that would be another grower type guy.
Mm-hmm.
You need to tap into people that like reading poetry, experimental,
you know, I've stopped calling people stupid. I just call people fools because no one is stupid. But you know, people have their agenda, and you know, I'm just happy that I have like housing stability because then that gives me like relationship reality. Meaning, like, I'm not jumping into anything. I want to see how you behave over the course of weeks, months, and I want to, you know, judge you. And if we're building something together or we're transparent with each other, like, great. But you know, and at this point, Mom, just like that older guy, I don't really care if I get into a relationship. You know, it's not like I've been in them, you know, and I've served in those relationships and I've loved those relationships. But at this point, I'm just like, you know, great if it happens, but great if it doesn't happen. I'm very indifferent now towards like the neediness, or the, I guess, you know, the fact
Trying
that
to procure someone.
not procure somebody, but the fact is we don't need the opposite sex, you know, in a partner to be complete. I'm more complete in, you know, my daily routines. And then if there's an addition to that, well, great. But I'm actually more focused on my daily routine and repetition, like, you know, just gym, food, cleaning, gym, food, cleaning, you know, and then on a Friday, Saturday night, you know, if I go out or if I can plan a date, like, but I'm not, you know, I mean, because I don't even think I could imagine having a child with a woman, especially a woman that I didn't really love. It would be very annoying to have to service a woman for the sake of a child.
Let me say this to you. Samantha said it for the first time. She says, you and Dad were not compatible.
Yeah.
And I said, boy, are you right on that one. My big mistake. His big mistake.
Yeah, but
I had my
the flip of the
doorbell
coin.
ring today. And I'm like, who came to my house? My friend Mike. I've known since the day I moved into Rio Rancho. He's a neighbor. So he says, here, I made this for you. I said, wow, Mike. So the two of us, the three of us, so it's a picture of this guy and I. He actually worked with me at the post office. He actually was my tenant. We became very good friends. The three of us took a road trip to Utah together. It's a picture of Ken Conway, who I worked with, who was my tenant. He died. Yep, he died. He had an embolism in his leg, just like his dad died. Went to his heart. And Mike and I had such a fondness. The three of us had such a fondness for one another. And it's funny because just yesterday, I was scrolling through my pictures on my computer, and there's Ken, Mike, and I on our road trip. We actually did psychedelic mushrooms. It was early in the morning, and I think we had our breakfast. I would imagine we had breakfast for our health. And so Mike brought the mushrooms, and he boiled them up on a little Bunsen burner. And we all drank some. And then somebody ate the little mushroom remnants out of the little tin that boiled them up. And we went out on a hike. Mike's a photographer. So, you know what I chose to do on that hike after so long? You guys, I'm going to stay right here. This is where I'm going to be. And I'm sitting in a dry riverbed with all these rocks. And I'm picking up the rocks and I'm examining them and how beautiful they are. And it was a sunny day and I'm listening to the the bird. Mike keeps getting further away and he's going, Jane! And I go, yeah. He was checking at me, right? It was one of the best things I ever did. The three of us shared a hotel room that had 3 beds, or however, I can't even remember the configuration, but each one of us had our own bed. And everybody was at ease with each other. It was great. Just great. And then Mike even framed the photo that he made for me. Someday you'll see it. So those are the kind of interesting relationships that you come across in life. And I've got 5 other interesting relationships with men that are all dead. They've all died, but I have the deepest relationships of my life with those 5 males. 2 of them were gay, and the other 3 were just people that found me intriguing, interesting. I only had sex with one of them.
Well, we've hit the top of the hour. I always know our conversations reach the end when we hit the top of the hour. Gotta have a hard out. I gotta get in the bathtub. So, Mother, have it, 1 hour is a good time. Anything else? Any other blessings you want to share with me?
No. I've enjoyed my conversation with you. It's one of the best ones,
Excellent
I
session.
love when there's a bet.
So get this, I researched this, I looked it up. Guess how many words the average person says per day?
Wow. I'm not included because I live very quiet. I talk to myself.
I know, but take it. Well, what do you think the AI says? 1 through 10,000. What's your guess?
1,500.
Wow, exactly. That's the exact number. And then how many words?
No way.
Yeah, I'm serious. And then how many words do you think people listen to daily?
If you live alone, less than 1,500.
No. Look at it this way. How many ears do you have?
2.
So multiply how many words you say daily, and then you get the number of average words people listen to, which is about 3,000.
3,000.
So the question.
Okay, I forgot. If you're watching a movie,
Yeah.
If you're listening to the radio while you're driving,
Yeah.
I forgot about those.
So the point is, people are gonna talk. They're gonna say whatever. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you can pick what you say. It's up to you. You can listen to what you want to listen to, and what comes in and what goes out. They're generally connected. What people talk about is what they're listening to, and so the point is, associate with the best, listen to the best, and therefore you'll say the best. You'll speak wisdom. I sent Samantha 3 books for her birthday.
Oh yeah, she said so. Hope she reads them.
I told her to read it out loud and record it, and then listen to the playback, because a lot of physical mind-body pain, lower back pain, a lot of that is neurological. And so if you read those books out loud, you're basically healing yourself, because a lot of it is like therapeutic healing, wisdom. So a lot of it is stress too. But the thing is, even if you're stress-free, you still have to fill yourself up with good words, So anyways.
I think I'm hearing a coyote. I'm going out there and see if I can get you to hear it. Yeah, you know what? I do a lot of writing.
Sounds like babies.
What if a coyote's got a hold of the dog? Well, anyway, I do a lot of writing, so I have writing
This, I don't know if you believe this or not, but if you read a book out loud, it's almost like writing it yourself.
Say that again?
If you read a book out loud and you record it, in a way, it's like writing it yourself because, nobody comes back to life. But when people read your book, they're basically like recreating their spirit within your spirit. Not like anyways. Anybody can read George Washington or Abraham Lincoln and just take that story, and incorporate it into their lives. That's all I'm really saying.
Well, if everybody, like they say, held people accountable to all the statutes, which they don't, everybody that runs up against the law, they have to pay to get out of the statutes that we're all supposed to live by.
Yeah.
But the judges don't honor it. You got to have a lawyer to get you out of it. But the statutes are in place. The judge should say, yep, no statute's broken here, but it takes a lawyer in front of a judge to get you out of it. Interesting. That's considered, if you ask me, that's a fixed horse race.
You know what they should do is just make everybody a lawyer after high school or college, because they've created basically a caste class system with lawyers and judges. When you run, if I run again for any position, do you realize they can knock you out just by challenging you? Because if they say this signature is not valid, you have to go get an affidavit signed by that person who randomly signed your. You got to drive to that effer's house, and they can do that for hundreds of these signatures and make running impossible. So my opponents, I couldn't believe it. I thought for once I finally maybe I thought it was going to be a fair go around, that everybody would be subjected to the same rules, but no, unfortunately, I couldn't get them to do it.
I never thought about it until you brought that up.
It really.
And then you said they didn't like you, so there you have it.
But anyways, it's not over. The election is March 17th, and it's early voting, as you know. And so every day I keep pushing out these messages: early vote for John Kitover. And it's so funny because the guy I'm running against, he must see my stuff, and he's probably just like, I can't believe it. Like, somebody is challenging me, calling me a fraud, because he called me a fraud. And I said, you're a fraud 1,000 times over. You created $25 trillion in debt. You lied about the vaccines. You said they were safe and effective. It'll protect you, your family, the community. Just do it. He's just a mouthpiece for Pfizer. And he created trillions of dollars in debt to give money to Pfizer, et cetera. And, it was a totally unnecessary medical intervention. And Bill Gates is a psychopath. And he's in those Epstein files. He's a pedophile. He's an actual pedophile, so, and he's
I wonder, it won't ever come to fruition because he's such a huge donor. And his wife.
I know.
He'll always be buried.
No, he's fine. He's fine. I'm just saying the photos come out are so damaging to his credibility because Kennedy took us out of the World Health Organization. And now that we're out of WHO, we have more oversight into what we're injecting into our bodies and what we're eating. And before that, it was totally, under Chinese instructions. Fucking crazy. The WHO.
I don't really still, and I don't think we'll ever know how come the COVID deliberately came here to boost the pharmaceutical numbers.
Yeah.
That's what I believe they did deliberately. Now there's another layer of COVID in India right now.
Well, we
get Indians coming over here all the time, and now they got to pay $100,000 to come in here and work.
Yeah. You know, young
They
people.
bring stuff in here.
Young people are dying in the same way that Barton died in his, late 70s. And explain that to me. How the fuck is that happening? Because
That's what I think Kennedy. I don't even understand why Kennedy's the guy that chose it. I really don't. The guy has no documentation.
he ran for president. He joined forces with Trump.
I know.
Well, that's why do you...
Leader in health.
Because he's been suing...
He works out?
No, because
he's
a lawyer. He's been suing Big Pharma for fucking 30 years for giving us fucking poison. Those fuckers lie. And they cause a problem to cause another problem to get more money. These fucking big pharma companies, especially with what is it called when you get cancer? You got to do the drip.
Chemotherapy.
Chemotherapy is like a $50-60 billion a year business.
To appointments.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Well,
when I get some way out of this world.
When I was in Charleston, I had a candy vending machine business. My number one machine was on the top floor of a hospital in the chemotherapy ward. And there's like 60 people, 30 people in there doing chemo drops. And all my candy gets taken because they're sitting there depressed eating my chocolates. And I'm looking around, it looked like a ghost. It looked like a room full of ghosts. And in hindsight, I'm just like, I can't believe that that's the industrial medicine where somebody's like, ma'am, you've got cancer. Come with us. We're going to put you upstairs and put you on a drop right away. I mean, that's fucking bullshit. That woman, this is the thing about those PSA levels and Barton going crazy. Oh, my PSA level. They give you a diagnostic. It stresses you the fuck out. They're not calming the patients down. They're causing them mental stress. If it was real medicine, they'd say, come with us. We're going to take you to a yoga room. We're going to make you a lemonade, and we're going to do some breathing exercises for a couple hours. And we just want you to calm down for like 3 hours before we talk about anything. They don't do...
But you can't tell them you can't prescribe them any anxiety medicine. They need to start putting you on the pill train.
See, Medicare, Medicaid...
Especially if you got insurance, you know that? If you don't have insurance, and you're a non-paying problem person, you're not going to get the kind of care. They're going to start fucking with you. They're going to start spacing out your appointments so you get sicker and sicker quicker.
Yeah, if it was a real healthcare, if they really wanted to heal you, they would say, you know what? We're going to put you on a flight to Cancun at a 5-star resort right now. Come on, you're going to Cancun for a vacation. Most people, obviously, if it was totally free, they'd be like, fuck yeah, let's go. So I don't
care about being on chemo. Take me to Cancun. Absolutely. It's a racket.
It's a racket, yeah.
The insurance, it starts with the insurer and the government. They're in bed together.
Oh, I gotta tell you one more thing. I got guess who contacts me? The post office. I got an email from an inside sales representative at the United States Post Office that deals specifically with candidates running for Congress, any office. And she's trying to sell me on mail delivery for the campaign.
Salesman. I didn't know they had that.
I didn't know this. I never thought about it, but I didn't. They do have inside sales reps. So that's a great job.
Yeah.
That's a nice government job.
Samantha that she should apply to the post office. See if she can get an office position.
I don't know if her husband's got big bucks. Why would she want to have to take away from her life that much? That's a lot to give. That's a real service type of job. I mean, there's no glory. It's just dirt and hard work and time.
Well, she didn't have children, so I luckily wanted children, and I luckily enjoyed my children.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't have that. She has his stress.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't a baby,
Yeah,
And
but
I say, you don't have to worry. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. You're a very viable employee for somebody. If you choose to just go back in the work world, I'll support you on that. And then somebody else.
But Mom, nobody wants to basically downgrade. She's got an incredible resume. So the only way she's going to do anything on a 40-hour a week basis is something that compliments her. It doesn't compliment her. She's not going to love it. She doesn't have to do it. She's smart. She's logical. People take the shortcut. She's not going to take some fucking bullshit job. What? She got dogs to take care of. Don't you know that? The dogs are the kids.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want her to look at the truth. I don't want her going into fucking goes on oblivion and get anguish and stress. I hope she's in the right relationship.
You don't have to worry about her. She's got fallback. If things don't work out for her, or she's unhappy, she wants to make a change, she's got me or you to immediately go house yourself. And believe me, she's in control, and she's not stupid. She knows at any moment if she wants to get out of that relationship, or she easily can leave immediately. She's there because.
Hold her over till she gets to her next stop. Your place, your mind, place. And leave everything behind.
Yeah, but this conversation is just totally pointless because, it's day-to-day, Mom. Life is just hour to hour. You don't have to worry about what, she likes that guy. And to me, that's I've observed her my whole life. That's she's lucky she's got that guy. That's the guy. That's the guy she likes,
I heard a cute little story about her on her birthday. She is your birthday, but she gets one from Sherry and Ben on Wednesday. Kia, what's her name? Kia? No. Alita. And whoever else. But not Karen. I had no idea it was her birthday. And she is turning from 46 to 1.5 years old. Her little face changed to this pouty foot. It was really interesting. She's saying, what do I do? Do I tell him it's my birthday? Should I wait a couple more hours? And then she gets an email from him and she goes, there it is. Steelhead fishing on Wednesday. And I was laughing because when he realizes he sent her, we're going fishing Wednesday, and he doesn't realize it's her birthday, he's going to go, oh my God, I sent my wife, haven't even been married a year, I send her an email saying we're going steelhead fishing on Wednesday. So she couldn't hold herself back anymore. She puts the birthday hat on. Says happy birthday. She emails him and she says, today's my birthday. Poor thing. It was so sad to see it. So sad.
Yeah, but
And she's got this little glum face and she didn't know what to do.
Listen, I hate to break the bad news to you, but I spent plenty of birthdays, plenty of New Year's, plenty of Christmases alone. And I wasn't sad. I was making the best of it. And if, that's the point is closed mouths don't get fed. She should have told him it's her birthday. She's got the communication failure. She thinks somebody's going to kiss her ass. If she wants her life to be exceptional, she's got to plan it. She's got to communicate it to make it exceptional. So, don't feel bad for nobody. Just take care of yourself. You know, that's the thing is because most people,
She
Mom.
did make her birthday exceptional. She left there. She didn't have to take the dogs. She had all her meals cooked for her. We took walks every single day. She was in bliss. She didn't do shit. She didn't do shit. When I say she didn't do shit, she didn't do shit. I did get her to take bags of chips up with me the day we went to the NFA. But yeah, she relaxes. She's good at relaxing. Real good.
Okay, Mother, we've been on the phone for an hour and 20 minutes. I must disconnect. That's the whole story. Good night.
Good night. I love ya.
Okay, Lindsay, take care.
The law is a prescription. What the law is not saying is the law is only prescribing how you go. That's what it says. The people ask for a king. When they ask for a king, yada yada yada.
But the law that comes from God, though.
Well, we have to be consistent. If this is the law and this is a good thing, why is God saying they've rejected him?
Because they were rejecting the covenant again.
You have not getting their money back ever.
So, why is this episode open?
Because initially, I mean, it was a good thing during fucking pandemic when everybody was
No, I get that, but who's funding it right now? And it's still off.
venture capital. I mean, like investors.
So clearly there's something going on that they're still holding on to this app. So even though on your search it's not showing that it's doing well, these investors definitely have faith that it's going to boost profit to make money because they're still investing.
They can sell all these conversations behind.
That's the answer. That's the real answer. It's not going to be on Google.com. The real answer is the real use of this apps, data, our information.
You want to peel it back another layer? These are government apps, man. When companies like this aren't making money and they're up for so long, to me that's a good indicator that the government's behind it.
There you go. That's
Other than that, these companies are full. They're full profiles. As soon as they start turning profit.
I agree with Kaiser. That's the answer I was looking for. It's going to be online though.
Let's look this up here. So, Clubhouse raised hundreds of millions of dollars from investors during its early hype phase, valued at over $4 billion at its peak. This funding was used to grow the platform rapidly, hire staff, and maintain operations, even though the app wasn't generating much revenue. By the way, they cut 52% of the staff in 2023. Venture funding is essentially investor money used to subsidize growth. It's not profit from business itself. So there really is no sustainability in this. Like you said, I mean, the only way that it's going to be able to
They believe in it because it's still on. It's still active.
I hope so. Hope for our sake.
I don't care if it's went on too long. I don't rely on this app for anything.
Yeah, Jeff is a narcissist.
I
think he thinks it's like, it's like part of like his financial advisory business. Like, it's a great way to get clients. But it has turned out to like the room to feed Jeff's ego. And he spends no time working on himself. And you hear him, he's sick with his cough. So the problem by hosting a room all the time, it like tethers you, and you can't basically, do as much as you could do, and thus it becomes a detriment to growing your business. And he's, I've heard him have some technical conversations about, financial definitions, and basically his content sucks.
Yeah, a bunch of people moved to Clubhouse area.
Jeff's no superhero, dude.
I don't like collaborative.
He's not the Jewish superhero of Cloudhouse, I assure you. You're listening to the Jewish superhero of Cloudhouse, and I'm not even Jewish from Bono Shalom.
You saying that is weird, but I can see the vision since you mentioned it.
You know what I'm saying? Let's do some fuck cloud.
Jeff is a schmuck, is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know. It's just.
Yeah, he doesn't care about anyone. But that's his problem. He's here to try
That's
to
what it is, dude. If it shuts down, I hope not, though. But
anyways, he gets his dopamine, dude. Everybody's a dope here, It's a dope house. That's all it is. Some dopes are bigger dopes than other dopes. That's life, isn't it? Hello?
In an automated fashion to evaluate all the agents and all the methods and techniques possible to take a look at this, extract this information, yada, yada, yada. Sounds good. All right, I got that written down. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, no problem. Let me know how it goes, and if you have any hiccups or anything, just you can message me. I'll give you my email as well. There you go. I sent it to you in the back channel. Appreciate it. Yeah, and a few people have offered to help me, and in the few minutes that people spent with me, it changed my life. So now I feel like I have to be Jesus everywhere with AI. So don't feel shy or silly. All you can do is just stay silly with stupid questions. Whereas if you ask me, I probably already run into that stupid question, and many people probably have solutions and other things. But once you get used to the cursor thing, maybe you'll feel I don't feel comfortable running Open, but I do feel comfortable running cursor with a Ralph Wiggum loop because then it's one folder and only so much damage can occur in that one folder. Whereas if you do Ralph Wiggum through the CLI, through the OS, it can just fuck up all your shit. So the other ones. But if you run OpenClaw, you probably want to have a new, a blank computer, a sacrificial computer.
Yeah, no, because I got stuff on this one that, I got NRC codes and stuff like that I can't lose. So, I'll have to be careful.
Yeah, and as long as you keep the permissions, I don't think. Well, actually, that's true. There is a team of Chinese hackers who showed that they can get the LONs to escalate privileges to get out of the VM hypervisor. So that is crazy. But we'll leave that for another day. But by the way, the genie can get out the bottle on his own. Welcome back.
ABCD.
It's good to see you again. My name has changed several times since we've last spoken, but it's good to see that smart people can be dragged back into the orbit.
Oh, yeah, cool. Were you in, Small Steps Leaps or somewhere else?
No, I was anywhere you deigned to talk trashy politics. So I don't remember. I don't know the last time you were on the app, but I think last time we talked was years ago. But you had the same photo, so good on you.
Yeah, actually, I'm going by, this is an alias, but yeah, I haven't broke this photo out in a long time, but when I was first on the app, this was my photo, yeah.
Is that your COVID photo?
Yeah, that's my COVID photo. The N95
masks, they were all sold out and difficult to get, and so I just built myself a respirator instead, because I needed one because I'm immunocompromised. So if I was going to go outside, I needed to make sure I had some form of protection. So I figured, why not just go all in?
That's right. That looks just like when you were on. That's really.
The whole build myself means just like I got the different pieces and put it together, because you can have different filters and dust covers and stuff like that. So that's what I mean.
Yeah, I happened to just have one because I was doing some painting, and I didn't want to indoor paint, and I wanted to inhale the stuff. So I just happened to have it, and then all of a sudden, you know, I'm like, oh well, I got this thing here. I mean, I didn't. Did you go out in that? Just curious. Not that it would be a big deal, but I just, you know, I'm curious people's responses to it, because some people didn't even believe in masks.
If he did it because he's immunocompromised, why wouldn't he go out and it's his protection?
So I did it in every public space, even in spaces that probably it was fine. So like this picture right here, like I'm originally from Washington State. So this is on the ferry that's going to San Juan Islands, going to Orcas Island. And so when I was on like Orcas Island and walking around, you know, I had it around my neck, but you know, we were away from people, it's fine. But when you're on the deck, when we were walking upstairs on the ferry, all that type of stuff, like you're around people in a closed setting. So I was just kind of had it, and I was wearing it down there on the deck. And then like I had it for school, because I was finishing my undergrad and going to graduate school. And so they were going to try and do a return to classroom. And so I wanted to make sure that I could sit in the classrooms and be safe and walk around on campus. And I'll tell you what, every time I used it in the airport, never had any problems. And so now I don't use it because it's a little cumbersome. But now that I can get N95s, I always just wear N95s when I'm going to the airport. And it's really helped on cutting down on me getting sick.
Yeah, I first started at the beginning of the pandemic with an N95 for specifically coronavirus task force. We were doing like a research paper on that and so on. And I ended up getting it in the airport. For the one moment that I took it off to eat something, I looked in the direction of some Chinese woman, and she just like coughed right in my face. And this was like February of the beginning of the pandemic. And my wife was like, God fucking damn it, you're gonna get it now. And I was like, I'm sorry. It's like that scene in World War Z. The guy's like, listen, I'm an expert virologist, and shoots himself in the.
Not pretty much. No, I had to do some travel after I think I had like 2 vaccinations and the booster and stuff. And so I was like, okay, so I got the vaccinations and the booster. And I think that was when Omicron just was getting really big, and I did the travel without it. And oh my God, I got so horribly sick. I had not been that sick in such a long time. And I was just like, man, this is with the vaccinations, because, you know, I'm immunocompromised. And so I was like, man, I can't imagine what this would have been like if I didn't have the vaccinations. And so I've just gone back to wearing masks every time I'm in the airport now, and it's really helped.
Yeah, I asked only because, you know, some people just didn't go anywhere. And, you know, it sounds like you had, you know, there were places where you had to go for business and stuff. So, you know, I was kind of, that's why I'm more curious. How being in it for a long period of time, and because in the summer I can imagine it was a little hot. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you get used to it. It's not fun when you have to wear it for 10, 12 hours a day. You know, your nose hurts really bad and stuff. But like, I mostly stayed home for most of the pandemic. Like, I was in school, thankfully, and it was remote for a lot of it. So I was just kind of stuck in a bedroom for, you know, 8, 10 hours a day doing an electrical engineering degree. So, you know, for what it's worth, I didn't go out very often. But then once I graduated, you know, that was towards the end of the pandemic. And so we moved across the country to my graduate school. So we had a big move, and then, you know, we were in classes, and that was back to return to campus, but we still weren't fully certain about coronavirus. So that whole first semester, I definitely wore a mask in the classroom and on campus and stuff. It did get a lot of use, and it does get tiresome, but I think it was worth it just from how little I got sick while I was working. Still more COVID. Make a comment real quick here. So I think we're concentrating on if it is or is not a genocide based on the Genocide Convention itself. But we're not talking about the implementation of the convention, and that's where it becomes vitally important. So when courts, and if you look at cases in the past, when courts have looked at genocide, it wasn't just for example, in this case here, the acts in Gaza. What they would look at based on how they've done this in the past is the overall holistic picture. How were or are the Palestinians being treated? How were they being treated before the genocide? How were they being treated in the West Bank? And also how they are treated in Israel. Now, the accusation of genocide is only on Gaza, but they should have put together a three-dimensional graph or chart or whatever you want to call it, multi-dimensional, to see how everything it links together. How Israeli policy has intent behind it, and if there's intent, what is the intent behind it? Because it's not just that they look at the destruction in Gaza and say, okay, this is a genocide based on the destruction. They look at what led up to the destruction, what motivated it, and it's not just government. They'll look at what the people thought of Palestinians, what actions were taken. They'll look at the occupation, because that would be a contributing factor. Like, genocide doesn't happen overnight where one day you get up, a government says, we have a policy of destroying a people, getting rid of the people. It doesn't work that way. It's done almost organically, and it's multifaceted. So, this is why it takes years, because we have to understand exactly all the contributing factors that have gone into what has happened in Gaza, and then put them together to figure out, okay, this is genocide or it's not genocide. And now a lot of experts have done that. It's not that they have given their opinion, and again, what they have to say, unless they're called as a witness, doesn't really matter for the ICJ. But just for this room, what they have said.
Israel doesn't even acknowledge the existence of the ICJ, right? So they don't want to answer that.
No, they have to acknowledge it. No, you mean the ICC, you think no?
Yeah.
The ICJ.
That should tell you alone. They're guilty.
Well, so the thing is, like, these genocide scholars, they're taking a more holistic view of what are Palestinians and what does that mean to the Israeli people, Israeli government. For example, and I don't know how much of a role this plays, but I'm just giving this as an example. In Israel,
Palestinians are called Arab Israelis, not Palestinian Israelis. That would be something that I would think a court, the ICJ, would look at as a contributing factor in the intent to commit genocide. Now, was that done to commit genocide? No, I don't believe that. That's not reasonable. However, first dehumanizing or diminishing or taking away the credibility of a specific people, that comes first before you
Google still tracks you in your copy Nintendo. Use DuckDuckGo, a real private browser.
The court's job is to put all these puzzle pieces together. And we can go back, and they would go back decades to see the policies and how Israel's military and its propaganda. I know that about how many give birth at the checkpoints. Look, I'm the last one. If you guys ever hear me on the app, I'm always trying to get people to not to generalize. And if you do listen to me closely on the app, I'm always defending people that are being anti-Semitic. So the last person, believe me, that wants to say that Israel's committing genocide would be me. I don't like it. I don't like that I have to say that, but it's fucking pretty fucking obvious. And I'm not saying all Jews or something like that. And I know there's millions.
We know you're a good guy, don't worry.
Yeah. I hate even having to say it. Just the same thing. My family is from former Yugoslavia, Serbia, and I'm telling you, I genuinely think some of those Serbs or even the Serbian state or whatever has to take responsibility. I think they did commit genocide. Well, if it was up to a lot of people there, if it were up to a lot of people there, they would have erased every single Albanian and Muslim and Turk from all of former Yugoslavia. That's just the way they felt, and they did not manage to carry it off. They got in trouble for trying, and they didn't own up to it. So I don't know, man. I just think it's fucking have some pride. If you try to kill a bunch of people, just say it. Just say I'm gonna fucking do it, and hedge your bets, right? Yeah. Yeah, because the way that I look at it is look, a person, a little kid that was born, let's say, Jewish in Jerusalem, right? He didn't choose to be that way. He swept up in fate, right? And then a little kid that was born in Palestine, he didn't choose to live there. He swept up in fate. Right? And the whole world and their parents and everybody else pit these two kids against one another. And if they're sworn to be enemies and they go to war, they should have some pride and just leave it to the gods of war and say,
oh, look, I don't want to interrupt, but you're being a little repetitive.
Yugoslavia. The court didn't find that Yugoslavia had committed genocide, but it did find, I believe, the army itself had committed genocide.
We kind of talked over him for an hour, so go ahead, Igor.
Okay, I respect that. So basically, they proved that genocide is done in Srebrenica, not in whole Bosnia, just in the part, and it was concluded that Bosnians did the genocide, and that included that Radman Karadzic and Ratko Mladic was convicted in ICC, not the ICJ. ICC is for the individuals, ICJ is for the state relationship. In the case of Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia, so the smaller Yugoslavia, Serbia and Montenegro, basically, they find us guilty that we didn't prevent genocide, not that we did it, because there is other acts, so you need to prevent, you need to arrest people who did the genocide and stuff like that. So genocide is not only the crime of genocide convention. So you have a prevention of genocide and so on. So for prevention of genocide is that basically you need a lower level of intent. So basically, if you just didn't prevent, not necessarily. So it's Serbia, like Republic of Serbia, was. Is that make sense? Edward, what I'm trying to explain? I'm a little bit.
No, it's perfect sense. I wanted to give Zeleny because he's been waiting patiently and hasn't me things in his.
So I went and found. I know there are multiple, like this one, but I at least found one of them to read from. Let me just switch to the tab. Judgment of the court. International Tribunal for the Prosecution of Persons Responsible for serious violation of international humanitarian law, territory of former Yugoslavia. And this is a specific, so it goes into, there's a specific chapter of the judgment that's just called the definition of the part of the group. And it has several points. And it gives several points for the first condition of like, there being a substantial number of people affected by genocidal action. Like if it's murder, then it needs to be a substantial number of people being murdered. You can't just like kill two people. And
what does the word substantial mean? How is that kind of such a vague?
They don't really lay it out.
I think it's a percentage of the group. Up to the point that the group.
My point is like that this other criteria that I was referring to is also mentioned here. And this is, I'm gonna be now quoting from this like judgment text. It goes like this. It says, area of perpetrators' activity and control as well as the possible extent of damage should be considered. Not significantly and to choose within Europe alone. That ambition probably to an extent, even at the height of its power, undertaking of that enterprise on a global scale. Similarly, did not seriously contemplate the elimination of Tutsi population beyond the country's borders. They intend to destroy from the perspective of the Bosnian Serb forces alleged to have had genocidal intent in this case, the Muslims of Srebrenica were the only part of the Bosniak Muslim group within their area of control. So they are specifically saying, like, we are counting this as a genocide because these specific people doing these massacres did not have any more Bosniaks within their area of control to massacre. And if they did, they probably would do so. And we are concluding that on the basis of the facts that within the area that they fully controlled, they did commit this like extraordinarily substantive massacre.
So like this
Don't you like invert
I
the
was
logic?
not misremembering. I was not saying like wrong shit and like misrepresenting genocide. This is a core criteria.
No, but you're not understanding what you read.
Define genocide.
You don't understand what you read. So they're saying that you can do the genocide even if you are not spread your part of operation in the other areas. And they mentioning the example of Nazi Germany and Tutsis around. So basically, in Podrinje region that Serbs didn't control totally because it was UN forces, by the way, they did in that part. So you need to understand a little bit better what they're saying, and that's why at the end of the day, was that genocide was specifically done in Srebrenica. Even the Serbs had opportunity to make bodily harm and all that atrocities in other region of Bosnia. So read it again and interpret it differently.
Oh, he told me.
That's
Wait, you mean that literally? No, I'm not, but...
No. So now read it again. Okay, we will read it again to see who didn't understand and who did understand what's going on here. It says, from the perspective, quoting from the judgment of the court, from the perspective of the Bosnian Serb forces alleged to have had genocidal intent, in this case, the Mafia Mitrovica were the only part of the Bosnian Muslim group within their area of control. So the fact that other Serbs have had other Bosniaks within their reach is irrelevant for condemning this specific.
That's what I'm saying all the night. That's what I'm saying.
And his unit of genocide.
Okay, I understand. Stop for a second.
Have committed genocidal acts
For a second.
against all the Bosniaks within their area of control.
Okay,
So it's explicitly spelled out.
That is the point I'm making. That's what I'm making. You see, because they're not doing anything in the West Bank, because they're doing only in Gaza, that means it's not a genocide. And you putting the exact control on the others, it's still a genocide. Can we agree on that? Because you're making the case that there is nothing happening only in Gaza, that's why it can't be a genocide. That is your position. So now when you said that
Because the same people who are doing the massacres in Gaza could easily do them in the West Bank or
that's where your logic falls apart. You didn't answer me. Why then Serbs didn't? Because we hold Sarajevo under the siege for 2 years. So theoretically we could cut the food.
I just read the judgment. Why? Because the people who committed the Srebrenica massacres only had that group of Bosniaks within their area of control.
Okay, and it's still a genocide. Because you know...
Because that's the only group of Bosniaks that they could massacre, and they did.
But the war counts in the Republika Srpska that they raping and killing, that wasn't under Serbian control. So that doesn't count. What you saying? What's going on here, somebody? So that's why the ruling was that...
You read it for the third time.
You don't need, because you don't listen what you're reading. You said, especially, so even they were in control of the area, but the Serbs control 74% of